Chapter 1516. Facing the Red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha, the Taoist did not hide anything. Back then, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, humanly essenced stone fragment, did not fall into the hands of the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Instead, it was kept by the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, and he did not return it to His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. In that case, does Percussion, Heavenly Lord, have any news about the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits? The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord asked. The Percussion, Heavenly Lord, who looked like a Taoist, answered, There hasn't been any news about him. However, it's not impossible that he has entered the Astro Mountain Starry Sea of the demon race. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord's face was emotionless. If the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was still alive and had entered the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, that humanly essenced stone shard would naturally belong to the demon race. The Percussion, Heavenly Lord answered, that might not be the case. The situation was very chaotic during the Great Calamity. In that case, we still can't ignore the recent news. The Red Inferno Yamantaka Buddha lowered his head and said, If we find the trail of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana, we might be able to find the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits and the fragment of the humanly stone. I have the same thoughts. Fellow Taoists from the Immortal Court have already gone to search. Percussion, Heavenly Lord's expression turned slightly solemn. There's no need to explain the significance of the humanly essence stone fragment. The White Lotus Evil Devils will definitely covet it. Forget about them. The main problem is the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. As a Grand Heavenly Immortal Court expert, his knowledge was not shallow. Although he did not doubt his own path, he acknowledged the difference in strength between them and the Orthodox Buddhism or the demon race's great sages. However, they had other ideas, and that was another matter altogether. Observe the movements of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. Let's see if we can lure the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits out with this news. We can also determine if the humanly essenced stone fragment has fallen into their hands. Percussion, Heavenly Lord muttered. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord smiled faintly. He knew that the Percussion, Heavenly Lord hoped that the Western Pure Lands would be in charge of the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. This was how it had always been done. The Red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha King wasn't against it. Since he came to the Immortal Court this time, his purpose was to gather information, and he was prepared to participate in it. If there was a need, the ancient Dipankara Buddha in the Western Pure Lands would naturally send other Buddhas to help. However, the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord, was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he asked, I wonder what that fellow Taoist Wang's plans are. Percussion, Heavenly Lord fell silent for a moment before answering. Taoist Wang did not intend to make a move. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. With so many of you going, I won't join in. I'm more interested in another matter. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived first. However, the voice was lazy, as if he was still asleep. A lazy and sleepy feeling instantly arose in the hall, and it caused everyone to have the urge to lie down and sleep soundly. Even the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's pure spiritual platform was covered in a thin layer of mist, and he felt tired. He was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed land of Saha, a veteran expert who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism during the middle journey to the West era and witnessed the transcendence of Gautama Buddha. After that, because the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he left the mystical mountain and headed to the Western Pure Lands. To him, Buddhas, or heavenly venerables from the heretical path, could hardly make him feel fearful. As a Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, this was not arrogance, but an objective fact. But there were always exceptions. The Immortal Court had 3,000 immortal domains and tens of thousands of worlds. With such a huge population, there would naturally be many world-shocking geniuses, even monstrous geniuses of an era. For example, Yin Shiryang in the past. In reality, as a reward for supporting the immortal court. Although the Western Pure Lands had not entered the world for many years, they had carefully selected the outstanding talents of the immortal court and nurtured them into orthodox Buddhism. However, most of the good seedlings still entered the immortal court. After all, this was their foundation. Objectively speaking, these geniuses had walked on the wrong path due to their ignorance and lack of knowledge. Although they could improve to a very high realm, to a certain extent, it was a waste of their outstanding talents. If these people chose to enter Buddhism or Orthodox Taoism, they would have a huge fortune in their growth. There would always be a higher mountain, and there would always be someone more talented among the geniuses. With a few exceptions after they matured, even if they faced the Orthodox Buddhism, Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha of the same realm, their prowess would not diminish. Currently, the green-robed man who appeared in the hall was one such example. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord, Wangguan, was also known as the Dream Heavenly Lord. However, within the immortal court, some busybodies preferred to address him as the Sleeping Heavenly Lord, or even the Lazy Heavenly Lord. Although he seemed unreliable, he was the only new grand heavenly immortal in the immortal court in the past 20 years. Unfortunately, after Wangguan broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm, the great king of inspiration perished because of Yen Zhaoge. As a result, there were only 8 grand heavenly immortals in the immortal court. It was worth mentioning that he and Yin Shuyang were known as the immortal court's peerless duo. In terms of years of cultivation, he was considered young as a grand heavenly immortal. Although his cultivation speed was exceptionally fast due to the heretic treasured light imbued with faith power, it was evident how high his talent was. If it wasn't for Sua Mingzhang suppression, Wangguan would still shock the world despite being from the immortal court. Even so, his strength was ranked among the top among the immortal court heavenly lords after his ascension. He didn't lose his confidence even when facing the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. Even with the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's mental state, his mind was in a mess for a moment. Wangguan yawned as he walked forward and greeted the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. The percussion heavenly lord asked, "What do you mean by the other matter?" While the humanly essenced stone fragments are important and the white lotus demons are mortal enemies, we can't ignore the heretics. Wangguan squinted his eyes and said, "They've been taking advantage of the fact that we're busy fighting against the white lotus demons to strengthen themselves. Especially in the past few decades. Look at how much they've grown. They're already a huge threat." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha and the percussion Heavenly Lord didn't speak. Instead, they looked at Wangguan. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord said slowly, "I heard that they recently obtained the Immortal Extermination Formation and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. Even though it's an incomplete formation, it's already extremely impressive." "That's right." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha smiled. Although Wangguan didn't explain in detail, the one who suffered under the incomplete Immortal Extermination Formation was none other than the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands, like the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. "You're planning to occupy the other 3 swords used to lay down the formation?" The percussion Heavenly Lord asked, but the whereabouts of the 3 swords are still unknown. "Do you have any clues?" Wangguan scratched his head and yawned. "Nope. However, the White Lotus demons seem to have some clues. I'll just keep an eye on them. If the heretics want to continue growing stronger, finding the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor and the 3 Immortal Extermination Swords is another way. Who knows? We might be able to meet them." Chapter 1517. After hearing Wangguan's words, the percussion Heavenly Lord frowned. "Therefore, you guys go and deal with the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. I'll find something to do myself." Wangguan yawned and said lazily. The percussion Heavenly Lord's expression turned solemn. "Your considerations are reasonable. If that's the case, I'll go with you." At their level, even if they had never experienced it personally, they would never underestimate the Immortal Extermination Formation. The title of the number one killing formation in history was sufficient to explain everything. Throughout the ages, if all the grand heavenly realm experts in history were to be ranked, then the great sage equaling heavens, great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor, and Mahamayuri would basically occupy the top 3 positions. Perhaps there might be some disputes between them, but the chances of other grand heavenly realm experts reaching the top 3 positions were slim. This included the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Taoist Luya, the primordial heart devil, the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord, Jinyuanzi, the great emperor of purple tenuity, and many other renowned experts. However, there was one exception. It was the former head disciple of the prime clear lineage, the lord of plentiful treasure, with the immortal extermination 4 swords, proficient in the immortal extermination formation diagram, and capable of setting up the immortal extermination formation on behalf of his master, the lord of numinous treasure, the lord of plentiful treasure. If he were to set up the immortal extermination formation, even the Jade Emperor and Mahamayuri would be doomed if they were to enter the formation. Even the great sage equaling heavens could only protect himself. The reason for the dispute was that the lord of plentiful treasure strength would be significantly weaker than the great sage equaling heavens and the others if he were to leave the immortal extermination formation. During the ancient era, the lord of plentiful treasure wasn't even the strongest in the prime clear lineage. The strongest successor under the prime clear lord of numinous treasure was the golden spirit mother. However, it was worth mentioning that after the lord of numinous treasure transcended during the ancient era, the lord of plentiful treasure inherited his chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, which greatly improved his strength. After entering the middle era, the lord of plentiful treasure, who had successfully cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, had steadily surpassed the golden spirit divine mother in strength. Not only did he become the number 1 of the prime clear lineage, but even if the immortal exterminating 4 swords were incomplete, he could still set up an incomplete immortal exterminating formation all by himself. Such individual strength was enough to shake the great sage equaling heaven, the Jade Emperor and Mahamayuri's zenith heaven realm Grand Luo's position as the top 3. Unfortunately, this was all theoretical speculation. Very few people had actually seen the heavenly lord of plentiful treasure in this state. The lord of plentiful treasure had just finished off the jade Clear's master red essence and retrieved the immortal slaughtering sword when he perished at the hands of the Tao realm devil lord, the vast freedom heavenly devil. He was unable to leave behind any traces of himself in the middle era. Therefore, after entering the middle era, people could only guess how strong the heavenly lord of plentiful treasure was. But without a doubt, the power of the immortal execution formation was undeniable. The heretics have already obtained the immortal slaughtering sword and even the complete immortal extermination formation diagram. If they were to find the other 3 swords, the outcome would truly be worrying. Percussion heavenly lord's expression was solemn. Wang Guan couldn't open his eyes. He waved his hand lazily. It's just my speculation. Moreover, it's still uncertain if they would be able to find the swords. If they were that easy to find, they would have been found long ago. Why would they wait until today? He yawned. It's only because the immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal extermination formation diagram resurfaced that I thought of this matter. I'm just going to give it a try, because I feel that someone from the White Lotus demons would be affected by this as well. Percussion, heavenly lord remained silent with his brows furrowed. The other red Inferno Dhamma lord said quietly, there are already 4 Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. Although not all of them are of the prime clear lineage, it doesn't necessarily require the immortal extermination 4 swords to lay down the formation. There are conflicts between them as well. Moreover, it's only with the 4 ancient swords that they would be able to push the formation's power to its limits. Wang Guan chuckled. After obtaining the swords, we would be able to come up with countermeasures. The red Inferno Dhamma Lord and the percussion Heavenly Lord nodded. The percussion Heavenly Lord finally said, with immeasurable heavenly lord around, we would still have the upper hand against the heretics. We just have to be wary of the White Lotus demons and the demon race. I'll have to trouble the Red Inferno Dhamma Lord to help keep an eye on the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. This poor Taoist will search for the prime clear swords together with Taoist Wang. As for the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, I'll leave it to other Taoists. Wang Guan didn't express his opinion. Up to you. I'm fine with it. That's settled then. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord smiled and left. After the Buddha left on the green lotus, the percussion Heavenly Lord gazed at the direction where his figure disappeared and fell into deep thought. The Western Pure Lands might even be surprised by the heretic's golden body of the great sage. Wang Guan's lazy voice resounded from the side. Perhaps only a few Tao realm bigwigs are aware of it, but no one said anything. The percussion Heavenly Lord snorted. It's fine if it's others, but how could the victorious fighting Buddha be unrelated to this matter? Although the Western Pure Lands is currently on our side, who knows what they're planning in the dark? This humble Taoist has received news that they seem to be in contact with the heretics. After a slight pause, the percussion Heavenly Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Guan smiled. After all, there were some Buddhists who were originally heretics. They turned to Buddhism and attained Buddhist enlightenment. It's not impossible for them to have a connection with the heretics. You're right. They made use of the opportunity when we were fighting against the White Lotus demons. The strength of the heretics had grown too much during the past few years. The percussion Heavenly Lord said coldly, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position, and the White Lotus demons would have attacked us. Wang Guan smiled lazily and didn't reply. You said that there's someone on the White Lotus demon's side who has clues about the prime clear ancient sword. Could it be? The percussion Heavenly Lord changed the topic. Yeah, the successor of the Sword Buddha, the Sword Son of the Six Paths, the new generation Sword Buddha. Wang Guan yawned. I've been going against him for so many years. Logically speaking, Yin Shiryang should be the one going against him. I don't even train in the sword. The percussion Heavenly Lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, let's not talk anymore. Let's depart. Wang Guan nodded nonchalantly. Then he turned around and flew out of the Immortal Court's heavenly palace. The percussion Heavenly Lord followed closely behind. The news of the incongruence Divine Mother searching for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord caused a huge commotion. It didn't only affect the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands. The blessed lands of the White Lotus was also experiencing a huge commotion. Within the blessed lands, within a Buddhist kingdom, a white lotus bloomed atop a treasure mountain. A man sat within the lotus. He wore a monk's robe, but his long hair was unbound and draped behind his back. He closed his eyes and sat in a lotus position. A sheathed long sword was placed horizontally on his knees. At this moment, another white lotus descended from the sky and landed in the pure land of Buddhism. The long-haired man opened his eyes and looked at the other party. He saw Buddha sitting atop the white lotus. What did the grand saint of 9 spirits say? Chapter 1518. Few people knew that the mount of the heavenly lord of Tai and Nirvana in the past, the grand demon saint of 9 spirits, was still alive in this world. In the past, he was the famous great sage of the demon clan who could move unhindered throughout the universe. However, he liked to be quiet and didn't want to show off. After he was subdued by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, there was even less news about him. After the great calamity, he had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, making it even harder for the outside world to determine if he was dead or alive. It was just that this matter involved the Tai Nirvana Lord and the humanly essenced stone fragment, so the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had no choice but to speak out. The fact that such a great demon was still alive and in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea naturally made many people anxious. After all, this old man was one of the top figures among the great sages of the demon race. Apart from his speed, he might even be stronger than the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles in other aspects. Compared to the other powers, the relationship between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race was undoubtedly closer. The Buddha-level bigwigs of the blessed lands of the White Lotus vaguely knew that the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain's starry sea. As such, regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately sent someone to ask the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Looking at the long-haired young man dressed in monk robes, the Buddha, who had come from afar on the White Lotus, had no expression on his face. He put his palms together and said, according to what the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had said, he was not in the eastern extremity, wondrous, strict palace before the great calamity. When he returned, the eastern extremity viridescent splendor world of perpetual joy had already been destroyed, and the whereabouts of the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor were unknown. He was unable to ascertain whether the news of the incongruence, Divine Mother, looking for the eastern extremity, viridescent splendor emperor was credible. The azure flower realm of eternal joy, the eastern extreme, wonderful strict palace, was the place where the legendary azure flower great emperor of the eastern extreme, also known as the Tai Nirvana, heavenly lord of enlightenment, resided. It's a pity that the humanly essence stone fragment that was originally in his hands is also missing. The long-haired man sighed. Before the great calamity, when the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor temporarily collected the humanly essence stone fragment from the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Did he sense something, or was it because of him? The Buddha on the White Lotus said calmly, no matter what, this fragment of the humanly essence stone is very important to our Pure Land. At the same time, it will attract the greed of the immortal court. We can't ignore it. You guys can handle it. The immortal court's evil devils have suffered great losses. They won't be able to cause much trouble in a short period of time. The long-haired man said, we need to be even more wary of the two heretics. Although Mahamiri may not strike again, we still have to be on guard. The Buddha on the White Lotus asked, my friend Chu, what do you intend to do next? The new sword Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus had always been cultivating with his hair on. Since he had never formally received the precepts, he did not receive the Buddhist title. Chu Su, who was known as the Sword Son of the Six Paths, said, according to his age, my master had already transformed into the human realm a few years ago. There's a possibility of contacting him. Previously, when we were attacking the immortal court's evil devils, there were endless battles. Now that the war has temporarily stopped, I want to try and find my master. Hopefully, I can get some news about him. Hearing his words, the Buddha opposite him chanted, it would be best if the sword Buddha could return to my Pure Land. Chu Su said calmly, my master is searching for the prime clear four swords of the external path. There is very little news about him. It's possible that he's met with misfortune. However, regardless of whether he's dead or alive, I can't rest easy until the truth comes to light. One of the four swords used to lay down the immortal extermination formation has already reappeared. After a moment of silence, the Buddha on the White Lotus said, other than that, there's also the immortal extermination formation. The heretics have been in decline for many years. Now they're showing signs of reviving. Although they've continuously messed up the immortal court's evil devils, it's not a good thing for us to keep them under control. The Buddha looked at Chu Su. Of the immortal extermination four swords, it would be best if we could obtain one of them first. Your master, the sword Buddha, must have considered this as well. That would depend on fate. After saying that, Chu Su stood up from his White Lotus and held his sword in his hand. I'll have to trouble you with the other matters. Then he said to Fang Yen, Taoist Chu, you must be careful as well. Don't lose your composure. Only by staying in contact will you be safe. Because it involved the other party senior, his words were rather vague. In actuality, he was warning Chu Su to be careful and not lose contact like his master, the previous sword Buddha, with his fate unknown. Chu Su smiled. If you really find the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord or the humanly essence stone fragment, a battle against the immortal court's evil devils would be inevitable. By then, the flames of war that had just calmed down might be ignited once again. I'll naturally return to participate in the war and contribute my meager strength. This was purely a humble statement. His contribution was not as simple as a meager strength. As one of the few heretic bigwigs that could contend against orthodox Taoism and Buddhism, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su was extremely important to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for other heretic experts to contend against him. He ascended to the grand heavenly realm earlier than the great dream, Heavenly Lord, Wangguan. Hence, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was able to suppress the immortal court. After that, Chu Su was injured, allowing the immortal court to catch their breaths. Unfortunately, before they could even catch their breaths, Sua Mingzhang had suddenly ascended to the grand heavenly realm, giving them a heavy blow. As a result, the blessed lands of the White Lotus took advantage of the situation and restarted the war, causing the immortal court to lose their lands. In recent years, the great dream Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan, ascended to the grand heavenly realm and once again defended against Chu Su, who had recovered from his injuries. In the end, Yan Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court, giving them another heavy blow. It was all thanks to Mahamayuri's unexpected appearance that the immortal court was able to stabilize their situation. Currently, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the same number of top-notch experts, and they were restraining each other. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the advantage in terms of numbers. Hence, the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had the upper hand. However, without Chu Su, who was one of the strongest experts in the entire blessed lands of the White Lotus, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't have much of an advantage anymore. The Buddha on the White Lotus clasped his palms together and chanted, Namo Maitreya Buddha. May you succeed and welcome the sword Buddha back. Then he sat on the White Lotus and took his leave, leaving Chu Su's blessed lands of Buddhism. After Chu Su watched him leave, he held onto his long sword and stood on the White Lotus's lotus platform. The White Lotus carried him out, leaving the blessed lands of the White Lotus and entering the void's boundless outskirts. At the same time, within the awakened sky cosmos, Yan Zhaoge and the others were already prepared. Perhaps a smokescreen might be effective. However, it can only fool a portion of people, said Long Xingchuan slowly. It's already a huge help if it can be of some use, answered Yan Zhaoge with a smile. Long Xingchuan nodded. Be careful. Gao Qingxian said, don't worry. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, and Yandi nodded as well. Then, the group bid farewell and departed from the awakened sky cosmos. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1519. Since this matter involved Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian, Yan Di had accompanied Yan Zhaoge this time, heading into the boundless space of extra-dimensional space to search for them. Currently, him and Yan Zhaoge leaving Broad Creed Mountain at the same time was already of no importance. Right now, Xue Fei, who was staying on the mountain, could naturally take care of the mountain gate. Not only was he strong, he could also handle the daily affairs. Yuan, Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and the other longtime elders could all cultivate in peace, leaving all matters to Xue Fei to handle. No one in the sky beyond skies would dare to provoke the Broad Creed Mountain. The sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos were still considered safe. However, if it wasn't a special situation like the time when they fought against the demons of the 9 underworlds, the heaven beyond heaven still had to be guarded by peak experts as much as possible in order to prevent unexpected situations from occurring. This was especially so for Fu Ting, Hixixing, and Mengwan. Therefore, as long as the situation allowed, for the sake of safety, there would naturally be experts to hold down the fort. The fusion of the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage to form the true body of the Great Sage was extremely taxing on one's body. After executing it once, it would take a very long time before the fusion could be completed. For now, there was no need to force the 3 golden bodies of the great sage to move together. Although Su Fei's manifested golden body of the great sage was stronger, in order to facilitate the search for Yan Xintong and his wife, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had both left the mountain. Naturally, Su Fei was the most suitable person to stay behind. On the other hand, in order to conceal the incongruence Divine Mother and the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord's presence, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had specially gone there. With the appearance of a golden body of the great sage, the credibility of the matter would be greatly boosted, attracting the attention of more experts from other powers. The North Ocean clone's golden body of the great sage was powerful enough to overwhelm a heretic Grand Luo, and even stand against an orthodox Buddhism Buddha or a demon race great sage. From a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge and the others had undoubtedly benefited greatly by using the golden body of the great sage to attract the top-notch experts of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. Of course, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he lost himself. Su Fei stayed behind, and the Northern Ocean clone held them back. Pan Pan naturally traveled alongside Yan Zhaoge. Apart from that, there was also Feng Yunsheng, who had regained her peak condition. Gao Qingxian naturally brought along the immortal slaughtering sword as well. This time, the awakened sky cosmos was able to mobilize their elites as they wished. After the Northern Ocean clone had caused a disturbance, further solidifying the rumors and drawing the attention of their opponents, Yan Zhaoge's group had then silently embarked on their journey. Following the guidance given by the immortal slaying sword, everyone shuttled through the cosmic sea of stars and quietly went far away. This trip took quite a long time, even with the current cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoge and the others. They too felt that the road ahead was long and hard to predict, until one day, Yan Zhaoge's speed suddenly slowed. Seeing this, the others gradually halted as well, not rushing him as they just looked at Yan Zhaoge patiently. Logically speaking, it should be nearby. Yan Zhaoge looked at the talisman in his hand, deep in thought. After a while, he turned around and said to Gao Qingxian, "Senior Gao, please lend me the immortal slaughtering sword." Gao Qingxian nodded without saying a word. She clasped her palms together, then opened them again. A quaint sword emitting black qi appeared. It was one of the immortal extermination 4 swords, the immortal slaughtering sword. "Command!" Yan Zhaoge stepped forward and pasted the talisman in his hand onto the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. Then Gao Qingxian held onto the sword and pointed it forward. Streaks of black qi densely packed together, resembling a spider web. They started spreading out by the void and quickly filled up the entire universe. Yan Zhaoge scanned his surroundings. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked towards one side. Everyone else noticed the abnormality as well, and they all looked over. At the place where the silk-like, pitch-black sword qi densely covered, a faint red radiance flickered. Under the stimulation of the immortal slaughtering sword's sword qi, the dark red sword light emitted a hostile yet intimate, familiar yet foreign aura. When Yan Zhaoge and the others saw the scene, they were all delighted. Immortal trapping sword. Gao Qingxian muttered to herself, "It's actually here. We followed the Qinglian couple's clues and the immortal slaughtering sword to this place." In other words, they succeeded in locating the immortal trapping sword. Yan Zhaoge inhaled lightly. That's right. I'm afraid they really succeeded. The immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal trapping sword were both supreme treasures passed down by the prime, clear, heavenly lord of numinous treasure grandmaster in the past. Although they were closely related to each other, due to the ferocious and evil sword intent contained within both of them, it was normal for them to have such a hostile yet intimate reaction. This immortal trapping sword seems to be ownerless. After observing for a while, Feng Yunsheng said hesitantly, "As such, the immortal slaughtering sword could easily trigger it, resulting in a reaction. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian frowned and remained silent. Let's go take a look. Yan Di looked towards the dark red sword light and said after a while. Everyone remained silent. Gao Qingxian kept the immortal slaughtering sword, and everyone approached the dark red radiance. The closer they got, the more extraordinary they felt. After reaching a certain distance, the dark red radiance seemed to be fleeing into the distance. Its retreating speed seemed to be the same as Yan Zhaoge and the others' advancing speed. In other words, the distance between the two sides remained constant, preventing Yan Zhaoge and the others from approaching. Wait here for a while. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's expressions remained unchanged. The same dark red sword light radiated from their bodies, and they continued advancing. As such, the two gradually approached the dark red sword light. The red radiance gave off an extremely bizarre feeling. It was as if its vastness far surpassed the stars, yet at the same time, it was as insignificant as a grain of sand. The changes in space were miraculous and unpredictable. It seemed to be filled with contradictions, making it inconceivable. Without saying a word, Gao Qingxian took out the immortal slaughtering sword again and stabbed it into the dark red sword light. She didn't purposely activate the immortal slaughtering sword strength. However, due to its influence, the dark red sword light became much more obedient. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the red radiance had become eternally huge, flourishing like the heavens. Although it wasn't as huge as the sky beyond skies and roving jade heavens, it was still much larger than the 8 extremities world, vast ocean world, and other lower realms. This seems like an independent world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and looked around. On the other side, Yan Di and Feng Yunsheng weren't affected. They approached Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian and stood in front of the colossal dark red radiant sphere. As everyone stared at it, they saw streaks of patterns surfacing on the boundary barrier of the world formed by the immortal trapping sword light. Chapter 1520. Yan Zhaoge's fingertip emitted a dark red radiance as well. Then he imitated the Tao patterns on the world's boundaries. After a while, he retracted his finger. It seems more like some sort of seal that exists by relying on the immortal trapping sword light. The seal has fused with this world's boundaries. If it were to be destroyed by brute force, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's not impossible to forcefully retrieve the sword. However, the situation isn't clear, especially with the exalted gold luminary and Gao Qingxian. Is there any hope? Feng Yunsheng asked. Why don't we go in and take a look? Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Di and Gao Qingxian. Both of them had no objections. While the situation before them was a little peculiar, none of them were afraid. Yan Xintang and Gao Qingxian were still in the profound immortal realm, which was limited by their cultivation. Even if they were to face a genuine grand heavenly immortal, they would be able to protect themselves. Those who were skilled were bold, so they naturally had more choices. Moreover, the immortal trapping sword didn't seem to have an owner. If that's the case, let's go in and take a look. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other. Without a word, a black fog gradually emanated from Feng Yunsheng's body, which enveloped her figure. Then she blended into the pitch-black void and disappeared. On Gao Qingxuan's fingertip, dark red sword light surged, which pierced towards the dark red world. While they came from different origins, the immortal trapping sword's intent stabilized the world in front of them, causing it to temporarily remain unchanged. Yan Zhaoge immediately took the opportunity to step forward, and his figure blended into the dark red radiance. As soon as he entered the red radiance, the space in front of him changed. However, due to Gao Qingxuan's help, Yan Zhaoge's space wasn't messed up. Although it was only for a short period of time, Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian, who had a deep understanding of the immortal trapping sword manual, quickly found the method to penetrate the seal. If one didn't have the method, They would either be strong enough to break through the seal with brute force, or they would be teleported to another universe the moment they came in contact with the red radiance. The clump of immortal trapping swords, sword lights, maintained the stability of a world. Outwards, it was like an unpredictable original nebula. With a method to break through the seal, Yenjauga could traverse within, transforming the unstable space into a tangible bridge that allowed him to traverse within. With Yendi by his side, they would not be separated and sent to different space-times. After walking for a while, the two of them frowned at the same time. In front of him, in the thin red light, there were actually sword lights intertwining, turning into runes, and the surrounding space seemed to be dark red. This sword light caused Yenjauga and Yendi's eyes to burn with desire, because the sword intent contained within was infinitely close to Yendi's creation's saber. In fact, it felt even closer than Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation. It's just lacking the nourishment of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, lacking the final flawlessness. Yendi, who had the most authority to speak, said slowly, normally speaking, with the two of them joining forces, they would not be able to achieve this. After saying this, he stopped talking and walked forward. Yenjauga was similarly silent. In the end, the two bodies were not one. No matter how compatible they were, it was impossible for them to compare to a single body when it came to wielding the sword as they wished. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the two of them to achieve such a feat. Even Gao Qingxuan's clone and main body had the same thoughts. In that case, the scene in front of them could only be created under abnormal circumstances. Yendi's expression remained calm. He walked forward and slashed with his saber. The saber light and the sword light intersected. However, they did not clash intensely. Instead, they gradually fused into one. Then, the runes formed by the sword light dissipated, and the space that the father and son were in changed once more. The dark red radiance retreated, and the sun reappeared in front of them. Yenjauga stabilized his figure and focused his gaze. He saw a vast wilderness, and the mountain range on the faraway horizon could be vaguely seen. The spirit chi pulsation is a little sparse, and it's already showing signs of drying up. However, it hasn't deteriorated yet. Yenjauga took in a deep breath. Maybe it's because the immortal trapping sword sealed this place. Other than that, he could vaguely feel that the flow of the spirit chi here was very similar to the great 1,000 worlds before the great calamity. This meant that this world should be similar to the Taoist temple. It barely survived the great calamity's destruction to the creation world, and was preserved until after the great calamity. Moreover, it was much stronger than the Taoist temple. So many years had passed since the great calamity. Logically speaking, this place should have already decayed. The immortal trapping sword seal was also the reason why the spirit chi had yet to dissipate until now. Because it was sealed, the flow of spirit chi was very slow. However, at the same time, it also lost contact with the outside world. It was hard to determine the pros and cons of this. Instead, is there anyone living here? Yenjauga narrowed his eyes and looked around. Yendi did not speak. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed for a sword intent that was similar to the creation's saber. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with a serious expression, "No." Yenjauga silently sighed. Then he said, "Let's look for it. If we find the immortal trapping sword's main body, we might be able to find the whereabouts of my grandparents. Or we can find the people living here and figure out the situation." Yenjauga had already found a few gathering points after inspecting the spirit chi flow here. With his current cultivation, he could already tell that there were people living at the places where the spirit chi gathered. Moreover, there were traces of them modifying the spirit chi flow's environment. The father and son flew all the way and quickly approached a place. Looking from afar among the mountains, there was a mountain that was clearly taller than the others. It stood tall as if a sword was pointing towards the heavens. A piercingly cold sword intent permeated with a majestic aura. Yenjauga only needed a moment to understand. the Jade clear lineages, Sword Dao legacy. Not just anyone else, but the Jade Cauldron cultivated deities lineage. Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di didn't conceal their aura. Instead, they approached it openly. Even from afar, the other party noticed them. Immediately, rays of sword lights lit up and approached Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. After the sword lights approached them, they didn't blindly attack. Instead, they stood in front of Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. The one in the lead was an old man in Taoist robes. His sword qi was filled with might. Righteous qi, transforming qi, clear qi, and bright qi. For qi's fused aura, he was in the tranquil, profound, immortal peak realm. The old man looked around and bowed. I am Taoist Qingzhang. May I know how I should address you two? Yan Di calmly replied, Greetings, Taoist Qingzhang. I'm Yan Di, and this is my son, Yan Zhaoga. Upon hearing Yan Di's name, the expressions of the people behind Taoist Qingzhang changed slightly. Yan Di. Taoist Qingzhang muttered the name and looked at Yan Di. Then he asked, Did you come from outside our Jade Spring world? Chapter 1521. Jade Spring Mountains, Golden Cloud Cave, the legendary Jade Cauldron, cultivated deities, Cave Manor. This place was named Jade Spring. It might not be the Jade Cauldron, cultivated deities doing, but his successor. Yan Zhaoga quietly stood beside Yan Di and looked at the three people in front of him with interest. One profound immortal and two true immortals. If this was a sect, it would be considered as a prominent existence in the orthodox Taoism after the Great Calamity. While the sky beyond skies was wealthy, it was only because of these years of opportunities and hard work. The world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens had accumulated for many years, but they only managed to accumulate 1 or 2 clans back then. However, if the Jade Spring world managed to survive the Great Calamity, many things would have foundation, and they wouldn't have to start from scratch. It was normal for them to have some foundation. What piqued Yan Zhaoga's interest was the other party's abnormal behavior when Yan Di introduced himself. Indeed, the two of us came from the outside, said Yan Di frankly. Someone behind Taoist Qingzhang couldn't help but ask, How did you enter? Without waiting for Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di's reply, Taoist Qingzhang glanced at the person beside him. Don't forget how to treat your guests. I was too rash. The middle-aged Taoist straightened his expression and cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. I'm Zhao Zhen. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Zhao Zhen is my disciple. Taoist Qingzhang introduced the other person beside him. This is High Ripple Mountains, Purple Longevity Valleys, Yao Yunqing. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I, Yao Yunqing, greet you. This person had the appearance of a youth, and he was currently observing Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di knew that the three people in front of them were from 2 different sections. However, considering the relationship between this place and the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the three's lineage might be from the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. Fellow Taoists, you seem to have something to say after I introduce myself? After greeting them, Yan Di did not comment on Taoist Zhao Zhen's question about how he and his father entered the Jade Spring world. Instead, he asked, This Yan has never met the 3 of you before, and this should be the first time we meet. Why do you seem to have heard of this Yan's name? Taoist Qingzhang took a deep look at Yan Di and said, Naturally, this is the first time I've met you, father and son. However, Taoist Yan, your name reminded me of 2 old friends. My disciple and Taoist, Yao have also heard of them. Hence, I hope that you won't blame us for our rudeness. Father's name. Yan Zhaoga's face was expressionless as he thought to himself, as expected. Yan Di's name was a combination of the surnames of his father, Yan Xintang, and his mother, Di Qinglian. If Yan Xintang and his wife were really in the Jade Spring world, and they had interacted with Taoist Qingzhang and the others before, it would be normal for them to make such a connection. Others aside, Yan Di and Yan Zhaoga were outsiders. just like Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. They weren't residents of the Jade Spring world. With such similarities, it would be hard not to connect them. Only, due to Yan Di being nurtured by the grand simplicity Splendor Cloud for over 2,000 years, he was close to nature and lived according to his nature. As a result, his bloodline inheritance gradually faded away. As such, his physical characteristics were quite different from Yan Xintong and his wife. This made Taoist Qingzhang and the others a little uncertain. Only it was too much of a coincidence, and the three couldn't help but feel suspicious. My name doesn't have any background. Yan Di went straight to the point and said, my mother's surname is Di, which is my name. I didn't hide it from my elders, so I've embarrassed myself. The three looked at each other. In the end, Taoist Qingzhang spoke. May I know your parents' names? Yan Di said, my father, Yan Xintong, is a jade, clear bigwig, the jade cauldron, cultivated deity's lineage. My mother, Di Qinglian, is a prime clear lineage. Taoist Qingzhang let out a light sigh. Yao Yunqing and Taoist Zhao Zhan's expressions turned weird. This time, I'm here to look for my parents. Although I've lost contact with them for many years as a son, as long as there's a sliver of hope, I'll try my best. Yan Di's gaze swept past the three faces. If you know anything, please tell me. I'll be eternally grateful. Taoist Yan, you're being too polite. Taoist Qingzhang's expression returned to normal, and he said, if there's no misunderstanding, the two old friends that I mentioned earlier should be the ones you're looking for. Taoist Yan. He nodded. Taoist Yan Xintong and Taoist Di are indeed in our Jade Spring world. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di became spirited. Oh, are they still here? Of course. A bitter smile appeared on Taoist Qingzhang's face. They can't leave even if they wanted to. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di frowned. Taoist Qingzhang shook his head and pointed at the sky. It's this old Taoist's fault. What I meant was that no one can leave this place. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. After 2,000 years, you're the first batch of newcomers. Taoist Zhao Zhan added, for 2,000 years no one could leave the Jade Spring world, and no one could enter. You two are the only exceptions. It's a coincidence that we could enter. Yan Zhaoge said, the method we use to enter can't be used to leave. He was speaking the truth. Unless they faced the seal head-on and violently destroyed the Jade Spring world. If they wanted to leave peacefully, they would have to locate the immortal trapping sword's main body and resolve the seal from within. After hearing his words, the three's expressions changed slightly. Taoist Qingzhang was still fine, but Taoist Zhao Zhan and Yao Yunqing's expressions turned gloomy. Evidently, they were disappointed. Although they were experts that had pushed open the immortal door, they had always been confined within the Jade Spring world. Without a doubt, they yearned to leave. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's arrival was their hope. Now, they were disappointed again. However, what caught Yan Zhaoge's attention was the faintly discernible killing intent and viciousness emanating from the other party's sword chi. Taoist Qingzhang sighed. It's too difficult to leave. We've worked hard for half our lives. Now that we're old, we can only sit here and worry. Yan Zhaoge frowned as well. I didn't expect such a problem to occur before entering. May I know where my parents are now? Asked Yan Di. Taoist Qingzhang said, if you head west from here, you'll reach the Golden Cloud Mountain. Your parents reside there. He turned around and said to Taoist Zhao Zhan, Zhao Zhan, lead the way for these two Taoists to the Golden Cloud Mountain. Yes, master. Taoist Zhao Zhan had already calmed his emotions and calmed his expression. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di looked at each other and nodded. Then, they followed Taoist Zhao Zhan and headed west. Taoist Qingzhang and Yao Yunqing remained silent as they watched them leave. Chapter 1522. Taoist Zhao Zhan. Why was the Jade Spring world sealed? On the way, Yan Zhaoge asked as he observed the surrounding situation. Taoist Zhao Zhen answered, "When the two of you entered, I believe that the power that sealed this heaven and earth originated from one of the four ancient swords that laid out the immortal extermination formation in the past, the immortal trapping sword that had always been wielded by our sex jade cauldron founding master." He sighed. "I'm ashamed to say this. Although this sword was left in the jade spring world, we couldn't wield it. Instead, it became the cage of this world, imprisoning us here. Where is the jade cauldron, cultivated deity now?" Yan Zhaoga asked. "Why was this place sealed by the immortal trapping sword?" Taoist Zhao Zhen's expression was somewhat gloomy. "Ancestral master, jade, cauldron, has passed away." "Oh!" Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di both gazed at him. Taoist Zhao Zhen nodded and answered, "After the great calamity, the Jade Cauldron Grand Master came to the Jade Spring world. At that time, he was already heavily injured and passed away in meditation 7 days later. His remains were left on the Golden Cloud Mountain." Yan Zhaoga said, "We father and son cultivate in martial arts. While we are not of the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's direct lineage like grandfather, we're still of the direct lineage of the Three Clear lineage. We still have to pay our respects to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb." "Of course." Taoist Zhao Zhen nodded and continued heading west with Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. With their cultivation and strength, it didn't take long before a mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain peak shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was shrouded in a layer of mist. However, the spiritual qi here was not as abundant as it was at Taoist Qingzhang's place. As a whole, this place seemed to be mediocre, and it was even to the extent that, strictly speaking, the spiritual energy here was scarce to the extent that it was showing signs of withering and dilapidation. Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Aurora Cave. That's the name of perfected Yu Ding's cave abode. Yan Zhaoga thought, in this Jade Spring world, the spiritual mountain named after the golden clouds has such a lack of spirit qi. Moreover, according to Yan Zhaoga's analysis of this world's spiritual qi circulation, the Golden Cloud Mountains area should be the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Jade Spring world. This abnormal behavior was probably caused by the immortal trapping sword. While it had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear lineage, it was still a supreme treasure of the Prime Clear lineage after all. It represented the existence of the most vicious sword intent between the heavens and the earth, and was filled with destructive power. The combination of the two directly affected the spiritual qi network of the Jade Spring world, destroying the geographical layout of the Golden Cloud Mountain. Although the immortal trapping sword's presence couldn't be sensed in the Golden Cloud Mountain, it was mostly due to the Jade Spring world's spiritual energy concealing it. The ancient sword's own power was maintaining the seal. "I wonder where my parents are?" Yan Di asked. Taoist Zhao Zhen pointed at the Golden Cloud Mountain. "It's in the mountain. Please follow me." After saying that, he led the way and landed on the mountain. His target was not the peak of the Elephant Mountain, but a valley in the mountain range. Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di followed behind him, descending into the valley together. In the valley, there was a Taoist temple. It looked a little shabby, but it was very tidy. Senior Yan and Senior Di seemed to have gone out. Priest Zhao Zhen walked around the Taoist temple, but did not see anybody. He said, "Would the two of you like to sit here for a moment? I'll go look for them." Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di looked at each other. "I'll go help as well." "Taoist Zhao Zhen, you wouldn't mind, right?" Taoist Zhao Zhen answered, "Of course not." Yan Di nodded slightly. "You should go with Taoist Zhao Zhen. I'll sit here for a while." He looked around the Taoist temple, as if he was observing the traces of his parents' lives. "Let's go." Yan Zhaoga and Taoist Zhao Zhen exited the Taoist temple and walked among the mountains. "I wonder where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb is? Could the two elders have gone there?" Taoist Zhao Zhen nodded. "That's possible. Let's go there and take a look. Please follow me." The two of them walked towards the mountainside, one in front of the other. A cave appeared among the mountains. Taoist Zhaojun said, "We're here." However, no one seems to be here. "Is this the place where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master passed away?" asked Yen Zhaoge. "That's right. However, the Grand Master's remains aren't here." As Taoist Zhaojun spoke, he walked into the cave. "The Grand Master's remains have already become a part of the seal." Before he finished speaking, the situation changed. In the sky above the Golden Cloud Mountain, rays of red radiances suddenly descended. Pillars of light suddenly rose from the mountain's surroundings, forming a huge formation. They combined with the red radiances descending from the sky, forming a gigantic cage. A bizarre, yet wonderful aura permeated the surroundings. Not only did it contain the immortal trapping sword's ruthless sword intent aura, but it also contained other mystical powers. The gigantic cage suppressed the entire Golden Cloud Mountain, affecting everyone within the mountain as well. Yen Zhaoge felt as if a formless burden was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to unleash his strength. He forcefully gathered a portion of the seal's power and used it on a single point. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows and looked towards Taoist Zhaojun. He noticed that he was within the cave, which was isolated from the red radiances and wasn't suppressed. "Your ancestor and his wife are the same as the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's remains. They're also a part of the seal." Taoist Zhaojun turned around and looked at Yen Zhaoge expressionlessly. He pointed upwards. "They're indeed here. It's just that you won't be able to see them again." Yen Zhaoge didn't answer. Instead, he endured the pressure brought by the red radiances and walked towards the cave. Golden radiances seeped out from within the cave. While isolating the red radiances, it also prevented Yen Zhaoge from approaching. At that moment, Taoist Qingzhang and Yao Yunqing walked out from the depths of the cave. "Don't blame us. In the past, it was Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian's fault. They used the immortal trapping sword to seal our Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, depriving us of our freedom." Taoist Qingzhang said calmly, "We're already unable to endure it any longer. We've already planned to fight to our deaths and hope to survive. Only the seal is too strong. Despite planning for many years, we still don't have any confidence in breaking it. Only you and your father's arrival gave us hope. In the past, Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian sacrificed their blood to the immortal trapping sword to lay down the seal. Today, they sacrificed their bloodline to break the seal. As expected, retribution comes." Despite being enveloped by the red radiances, Yen Zhaoge didn't panic. Instead, he looked at Taoist Qingzhang with an amused expression. "Do you have to go this far? Why don't you ask us if we have a way to break the seal and escape? You won't even give us a chance to try?" He looked at the three. Is it because of the enmity of being sealed, or is it because of the immortal trapping sword? Yao Yunqing's expression was filled with rage. Taoist Zhaozhen's expression was complicated. Taoist Qingzhang looked at Yen Zhaoge deeply. His expression was filled with fatigue and desolation. He shook his head. "There are some things that you won't understand." As he spoke, the red radiances enveloping the Golden Cloud Mountain became more and more blazing, becoming more and more ferocious. Yen Zhaoge could feel his essence, qi and spirit becoming unstable. From his body to his soul, from the outside to the inside, from the illusory to the real, he felt a burning pain. Chapter 15:23. It was not just his own problem. Yen Zhaoge could feel a shocking saber qi erupting from the valley down below. It was naturally Yen Di who had made a move to resist. His aura made Taoist Qingzhang and the other two look solemn, and they were no longer as optimistic, although they could tell that Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were already in the tranquil, profound immortal realm. Yen Di's strength still exceeded their expectations. Is this the strength the profound immortal possesses? However, although the three of them were shocked, they did not panic. Taoist Qingzhang's expression was calm as he held a short sword in his hand. The dagger's entire body was made of white jade, and it had a lustrous luster. However, its surface was covered in cracks, and it seemed worn out, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, the sword intent within was vast and profound, and still as profound as before. Under Taoist Qing Zhang's control, the white jade dagger flickered with sword light, as though it was communicating with an existence in the sky. Yan Zhaoge recalled Taoist Zhao Jin mentioning that the jade cauldron cultivated deities' remains were also a part of the seal. He guessed that this white jade sword might be one of the jade cauldron cultivated deities' remains. That was why Taoist Qingzhang and the others were able to lay down such a heavy trap, changing the power of the seal to a limited extent and attempting to break the seal. However, if that was all, their chances weren't high. Given the ruthlessness of the immortal trapping sword, the consequences of failure could be extremely disastrous. Death was also a common occurrence. However, if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were really sacrificed, while it was still uncertain whether they would succeed, it would indeed increase the chances of success by a lot. Even if they failed, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge would most likely bear the consequences. Taoist Qingzhang and the others would still have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Under Taoist Qing Zhang's control, the sanguine light that enveloped the golden glow mountain became more and more intense. Yan Zhaoge also felt the pressure on him growing more and more obvious. This result made his heart sink slightly. It wasn't that he was worried about Zhang Xian. Rather, it meant that Zhang Xian's words were probably true. The seal here had truly been set up by at least one of Yan Xintong or Di Qinglian through a blood sacrifice to the immortal trapping sword. Otherwise, the same blood sacrificial method would not have such an obvious effect on Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. This meant that there really was a direct bloodline connection. All right, I really don't understand what you're thinking right now. Feeling the pain in his body, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. Just like some things you people might not be able to understand, right? Amidst their conversation, Yan Di's attacks grew stronger and stronger as he seemed completely unaffected. Above the valley, an auspicious cloud suddenly floated up like a blooming lotus. It was hazy and chaotic, supported by the grand simplicity splendor cloud. The effects of the blood sacrifice instantly decreased greatly. What is it? Taoist Qing Zhang's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and pointed his white jade sword at Yan Zhaoge. The red light condensed, instantly becoming even more concentrated as it began shining towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, streams of dark red light suddenly appearing on his body. The primal chaos hidden in his body and the restless spirit, qi, and soul immediately calmed down. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge extended his finger and drew an outline in the void. The dark red sword lights danced and actually transformed into numerous sword formations. As these sword formations spun, they continuously disintegrated the formation that enveloped the golden cloud mountain. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression finally changed when he saw that. Yan Zhaoge didn't display any shocking strength. Instead, he managed to defuse the blood sacrifice seal's formation with ingenuity. Taoist Qingzhang, who knew his stuff, was especially shocked by how easily he handled it. In comparison, Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the immortal trapping sword manual was not so shocking to them. Let's go. Taoist Qingzhang decisively turned around and headed towards the depths of the cave. From there, they would have a path to escape. However, Yan Zhaoge made his move at this moment. After dispelling the red light suppression, his figure shook. As streams of qi intertwined, he seemed to have transformed into a heaven-splitting halberd. The boundless darkness was broken apart, and brilliant radiances blossomed. Yan Zhaoge forcefully rushed into the cave. As dark red sword lights flickered, Yan Zhaoge's speed was extremely fast, and he chased after Taoist Qingzhang and the others. Dark red sword lights also surfaced on Taoist Qingzhang's body. It was the clear jade cauldron, cultivated deities' lineage's immortal trapping sword manual, which had been lost in the outside world. He brought along Taoist Zhaojin and Yao Yunqing and fled. His speed didn't seem inferior to the prime, clear, profound immortal who was also proficient in the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, while he was fast, Yan Zhaoge was even faster. After a few flashes of red lights, the distance between them couldn't be suppressed. Just when Yan Zhaoge rushed out of the cave through another spatial crack, he had already caught up to Taoist Qingzhang. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Taoist Qingzhang's expression was calm, and he wasn't anxious or impatient. Suddenly, he turned around and attacked Yan Zhaoge with his sword. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, all things would come to life. 9 heavens, astral winds, underground lava, deep sea, profound ice, divine sky, green thunder. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. All creation was condensed into an indestructible sword's edge, which instantly slashed through the void. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was about to rush out of the spatial crack, and he was stuck between 2 layers of space. Taoist Qingzhang's timing was perfect. This sword of his displayed the quintessence of the jade, clear sword lineage that the jade cauldron cultivated deity had imparted to him. Within this sword he combined the jade clear true sword's 9 styles. Everything unrose and everything unencompasses into one. He already knew that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal trapping sword manual. As such, he even fused his own understanding of the jade clear immortal trapping sword into this sword, hoping to resolve the variables that Yan Zhaoge might be able to evade. Great sword art. Yan Zhaoge cheered. However, he didn't evade. Instead, dark red sword lights radiated from his entire body, forcefully stopping the transformations occurring between the 2 layers of space. Then he punched forward. The Tai Fist's fist intent enveloped the entire area, stopping Taoist Qingzhang's sword's transformations and accurately locating Taoist Qingzhang's sword edge. Then, when he got close, he flicked his finger, and it landed on Taoist Qingzhang's sword edge. Taoist Qingzhang's entire body trembled, and he couldn't hold onto the sword in his hand anymore. This old Taoist was also decisive. He tossed his sword towards Yan Zhaoge, and at the same time he attempted to retreat. However, Yan Zhaoge pinched his fingers and firmly held onto the sword. Then, Yan Zhaoge stabbed his sword forward. As if splitting the heavens and earth apart, he instantly arrived in front of Taoist Qingzhang. He pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers and horizontally slashed towards Taoist Qingzhang's neck. Taoist Qingzhang hurriedly evaded and barely managed to avoid being hit by his neck. However, Yan Zhaoge took the opportunity to twist the sword in his hand. With the sword's tip pointing towards him, the old Taoist was pierced through, nailing him to the ground. As for Taoist Zhaojin and Yao Yunqing, they had nowhere to run. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm and grabbed them. "All right, we can talk now." Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he looked at Taoist Qingzhang, whose face was filled with despair. He didn't ask why Taoist Qingzhang and Yao Yunqing wanted to make things difficult for him and his father. Instead, he asked, what exactly is sealed by the immortal trapping sword seal? Or rather, who is it sealed? Taoist Qingzhang and the others remained silent. "Why, you want to trick me into opening the seal and hope that the big fellow within the seal will kill me and avenge you?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Chapter 1524. Allow me to brag shamelessly. Even though my father and I are still at the mysterious immortal realm, there are absolutely most virtual immortals in the world that can't do anything to us. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Taoist Qingzhang, you fought against me just now. You should know this. If that's the case, the one you have high hopes for is definitely not a profound immortal." He looked up at the sky and said, "Although the ancient immortal trapping sword is powerful and even borrowed the power of Grand Master Jade Cauldron Slew, it is, after all, an ownerless sword. Unless Grand Master Jade Cauldron is still alive, it would be difficult to seal a genuine grand heavenly immortal. It is the same for Buddhism, demon race, great sages, and 9 underworld's great devils. If that's the case, there aren't many possibilities left. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at Taoist Qingzhang and the others. A grand heavenly realm heretic? The blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court? By the way, do you know the existence of the Immortal Court? Taoist Qingzhang was pierced by the sword, and Yin Zhaoge's sword qi continuously traversed through his entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Taoist Zhao Zhen looked dejected. Yao Yunqing snorted coldly. So what if you've guessed it? If you want to leave the Jade Spring world, you must break the seal. No matter what, you have to face him. They had not said anything earlier because they had hoped that Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di would meet that opponent without any preparations at all. Since Yin Zhaoge had already guessed it, there was no need for them to continue hiding it. Taoist Zhao Zhen said slowly, Immortal Court? We don't know, but the person sealed by the immortal trapping sword is indeed a pure land Buddha. If we're talking about heretics, although the scripture's meaning has changed, he's clearly a Buddhist bigwig from the central, blessed lands of Saha. How can he be considered as heretics? Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, not having any mocking intent, as he just felt a little emotional. That's why I say that there are some things that you really do not understand. This place had been sealed for 2,000 years and had never come into contact with the Immortal Court. Maybe it was a coincidence. As for the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands, he definitely didn't know about it. Perfected Yu Ding might have known some things when he was alive, but it was clear that he did not have the time to tell his descendants. At this moment, Yin Di's figure flew out from the Golden Cloud Mountain. With a cold expression, he looked at Taoist Qingzhang and the others. What caught the attention of the father and son was that on the other side of the Golden Cloud Mountain, several sword lights suddenly flew over from the west. The newcomers were a man and a woman, both Xian immortals. The woman's cultivation was higher, with 4 qis fused aura, while the man's cultivation was 2 qis fused aura. It seemed that he had just passed the pure profound tribulation. The two stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. They stared at Yin Zhaoge, Taoist Qingzhang, and Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge similarly swiveled his head to look at them, appraising them with a few glances before getting straight to the point. My name is Yin Zhaoge, and this is my father, Yin Di. My grandfather's name is Yin Xintong, and my grandmother's name is Di Qinglian. May I know how to address the two of you? Through the other party's reaction, he felt that these two were not the same kind of people as Taoist Qingzhang and the other two. When he arrived, he seemed to have been alarmed by the Golden Cloud Mountain's blood sacrifice and rushed over to check on the situation. However, they were obviously from the Jade Spring world. Moreover, from the way their swords flew, it was clear that their foundation was the Jade Cauldron Taoist's 9 forms of the pure Jade Sword. However, it was slightly different from what Taoist Qingzhang had learned. From the looks of it, they were both from the Jade Cauldron Taoist Qing Zhang's lineage. However, they came from different origins and developed on their own. When the two heard Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian's names, they were shocked. After calming down, they cupped their fists towards Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di and introduced themselves. Greetings to the two of you. I'm Cold Star Mountains and Yen, Caves Tong Xinlin, said the woman. I'm Green Pine Mountains, Misty Flame, Valleys Guang Tongzi, said the man. After Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di returned greeting, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Taoist Qingzhang and the others with complicated expressions. Taoist Qingzhang, were you trying to break through the seal just now? Asked Tong Xinlin. Taoist Qingzhang remained silent, while Yin Di said coldly, to be precise, you wanted to perform a blood sacrifice to break through the seal. His gaze swept across everyone from the Jade Spring world. What happened to my parents? Tong Xinlin sighed, while Guang Tongzi answered softly, your father and mother sacrificed themselves for the Jade Spring world's living beings. They performed a blood sacrifice on the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's cadaver, setting up the Golden Cloud Mountain seal. Upon hearing that, Yin Di closed his eyes and raised his head in silence. Yan Zhaoge remained silent as well. Guang Tongzi added, "Only this seal is unique. It enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, isolating us from the outside world. Because of the seal, the space-time here had become very special. The world beyond worlds and the roving Jade heavens were supposed to be much larger than the Jade Spring world. Normally speaking, the strength of their boundaries would be much sturdier as well. However, when immortal realm experts fought against each other, they had to be careful. Otherwise, they might tear apart the boundaries and cause destruction. If both sides were strong enough, they might even cause destruction. As such, when immortal realm experts fought against each other, they would either restrain each other or enter the cosmos void to fight to their heart's content. However, within the Jade Spring world, Taoist Qingzhang had attacked with his full strength, and Yan Zhaoge had retaliated as well. As such, the destruction wasn't too severe. This was also part of the seal's contribution. Who's the one being sealed here? After a while, Yan Zhaoge asked. Tong Xinlin's expression turned solemn, and she said word by word, "Sword Buddha." Yan Di repeated it silently, "Sword Buddha." With Buddha as his title, he was a bigwig that had attained Buddhism. In other words, he was equivalent to a Taoism, grand heavenly immortal. Although he was a heretic, grand heavenly immortal of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he was still a Buddha. As for those with the title of sword, it was worth mentioning. Although Buddhism's dhyana martial arts were all-encompassing, they didn't have any traditions regarding the sword Tao. However, there were always exceptions. Buddhism had once produced a bodhisattva, and his era was even before the Sanzang Buddhist monk. Although he had entered Buddhism, he was still interested in the way of the sword. In the end, he opened up a new path in the martial arts heritage of Buddhism. He integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword and created his own reincarnation sword scripture. At that time, the outside world was used to calling him Buddhism's sword son. Later on, he respectfully addressed him as the sword bodhisattva. The improvement of the sword Tao was slow and arduous. As the sword bodhisattva created his own Buddhism's sword Tao lineage, he had to continuously explore his way forward. After the Middle Era ended, the central blessed lands of Saha transformed into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Many Buddhist Bantis left, and the sword bodhisattva was one of them. However, after the Great Calamity, when the blessed lands of the White Lotus fought against the immortal court, the sword bodhisattva, who had gone missing for many years, represented the blessed lands of the White Lotus in battle. At that time, he had already transcended the origin, heavenly tribulation, and attained the White Lotus Buddha fruit. Everyone had to address him as the Sword Buddha. In recent years, everyone, including Yan Zhaoge and his father, had heard of the Sword Buddha's disciple. He was hailed as the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su, the new Sword Buddha. As for the previous Sword Buddha, he hadn't shown himself for many years. "He's right here." Tong Xinlin pointed to the sky and said solemnly, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1525. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed towards the sky. Just now, when Taoist Qingzhang and the others activated the blood sacrifice technique, they triggered a change in the seal, and the effects had yet to dissipate completely. Above the Golden Cloud Mountain, the sky was still dark red. Over 2,000 years ago, if I recall correctly, it was 2,097 years ago, fellow Taoists Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian came from beyond the heavens and visited our Jade Spring world. Tong Xinlin's voice resounded. A look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. They came to look for Patriarch Jade Cauldron and the immortal trapping sword. At that time, the Jade Cauldron cultivated being had already passed away while the immortal trapping sword was kept in the Jade Spring world. In the Jade Spring world, those who had yet to achieve the 5 Qis unification would find it hard to wield the immortal trapping sword. Therefore, although there were several different inheritances in this world, no one could truly occupy the ancient sword. However, this did not mean that they would allow an outsider to take the sword away. even if Yen Xintong revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, just like them. Fellow Taoist Yen mentioned that our orthodox Taoism is weak now and the heretics are rampant. He wanted to invite us to join him, Tong Xinlin said softly, but it's a pity that someone else arrived before he could finish. Sword Buddha? Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di's gazes both flickered. Tong Xinlin nodded. Yes, the Sword Buddha. Her expression became slightly erratic. The Sword Buddha's sword came from the heavens, the Venerable Buddha, and its might suppressed the entire Jade Spring world. Although the immortal trapping sword is here, no one can wield it. Naturally, it's hard to defend against the sword of Buddhism. Did he come for the immortal trapping sword or for... Yen Zhaoge deliberated over his words. Tong Xinli nodded and continued. The Sword Buddha came to look for the Jade Cauldron founding master. After confirming that the Jade Cauldron founding master had passed away, he did not touch the founding master's slough. However, he wanted to take away the immortal trapping sword and convert us to the Pure Land Buddhism. The might of a grand heavenly immortal isn't something we can resist. Tong Xinlin's expression was somewhat gloomy. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression grew increasingly grim. Both of them had personally experienced the Sword Buddha's descent and the calamity that plunged the Jade Spring world into silence. No matter how outstanding a figure was, it was impossible for a mysterious immortal realm cultivator to fight against a grand heavenly realm Buddha expert, even if it was a heretic Buddha. It was just like how a mortal martial saint could try to fight against a leakless true immortal, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a tranquil, profound immortal. Similarly, profound immortals were unable to fight against heaven immortals. Not to mention the fact that their immortal aura could not harm their opponent's immortal splendor. Their own immortal aura would crumble in a single strike against the immortal splendor. When one ascended to the golden immortal realm, if they weren't restrained by other experts of the same level or restrained by the feedback of the Grand Tao, then, compared to mysterious immortals, they were practically omnipresent. In the past, the Sword Buddha was the same. His radiance enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, and no living being could escape. The Sword Buddha might not be able to forcefully illuminate a few Shen immortals, but he could forcefully illuminate others. However, the Sword Buddha didn't seem to mind such matters. He only intended to bring them all back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and hand them over to someone else. Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian were included as well. At this moment, however, Yen Xintong made a request. Since the Sword Buddha was famous for his swordsmanship, he wanted to compete with the Sword Buddha in swordsmanship. Out of everyone's expectations, the Sword Buddha agreed, said Tong Xinlin as she recalled. Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, the Sword Buddha's entire life was immersed in the Sword Tao, and he was determined to open up a new path for Buddhism martial arts. According to logic, he had his own stubbornness. In fact, he was filled with the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. However, in the end, he forcefully opened up a brand new path and obtained his own achievements. Rumor has it that the Sword Buddha had already left the Blessed Land's teachings. However, he converted to the Maitreya Buddha's teachings in order to break through the origin heavenly tribulation and attain the Buddha's realm. Yen Zhaoge squinted his eyes. However, it wasn't because he had lost confidence in his own path. Instead, his lifespan was nearing its end. The Sword Buddha had been famous for a long time. After that, his path was filled with twists and turns. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, his lifespan was shortened. Compared to other bodhisattvas or Taoism virtual immortals, his lifespan was much shorter. Now, after the great calamity, it was said that he was nearing his lifespan's limit. The reason why he converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus wasn't because he was afraid of death. Instead, he wasn't willing to let go of his Sword Tao before perfecting it. Attaining the Buddha's realm of heretics wasn't the same as attaining the Buddha's immortality. However, it could greatly replenish the Sword Buddha's lost lifespan. With that, he would have more time to continue deriving and perfecting his sword Tao. I've heard some rumors about this sword Buddha, or rather, the sword Buddha. Yen Zhaoge said he transformed the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword. The sword and I fused as one, and his body transformed into the 6 paths. Every 1,000 years he would transform once. Tong Xinlin slowly nodded. That's right. In the past, we only understood it after some time. The sword Buddha's body transformed into the 6 paths. Every time he transformed, his personality would be different. The heavenly Tao was compassionate and compassionate, while the human Tao was filled with emotions and desires like a mortal. On the other hand, the beast Tao was muddled, as if it didn't know anything and fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state. Back then, was he transforming into the Azura Tao? Asked Yen Zhaoge. The sword Buddha who transformed into the Azura Tao was exceptionally aggressive, stubborn, and competitive. That's right. It was the Azura Tao. Tong Xinlin answered. As a grand heavenly realm expert, he agreed to spar with your ancestor, a profound immortal. However, it seemed like he knew of your ancestor's name. Tong Xinlin's expression was filled with admiration. After that, our Jade Spring World's denizens finally understood the true meaning of top-notch sword arts. We finally understood how ignorant we were in the past. Yen Xintong wasn't the only one. The sword Buddha also displayed top-notch sword arts that left the Jade Spring World in shame. However, while the sword Buddha was strong, your ancestor was even stronger. Tong Xinlin said, the sword Buddha's attainments in swordsmanship had already widened our horizons. As for your ancestor, he made us feel as if our entire life of learning the sword was a waste of effort. In the Battle of Swords, Yen Xintong won all 10 battles. As for the sword Buddha, who transformed into the Azura Tao, he kept on fighting despite being defeated. He didn't bring the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Spring World's denizens back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he didn't let anyone leave either. Buddhist lights filled the skies and sealed the Jade Spring World, focusing on sparring with Yen Xintong. Yen Xintong gave the sword Buddha limitless inspirations. While he was intoxicated, his attainments in swordsmanship skyrocketed. However, as the sword Buddha improved, Yen Xintong kept on improving as well, suppressing the sword Buddha. Halfway through the battle, Di Qinglian even unsheathed her sword and replaced her husband to spar with the sword Buddha. In the past, your grandmother, Taoist Di, took out the sword by her waist while drinking. She tossed the wine bottle to the ground and wielded her sword towards the Buddha in the sky. Even I, as a woman, couldn't help but admire her. This scene has been lingering in my mind for thousands of years. Tong Xinlin sighed. Chapter 1526. Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian. During their era, among the new generation of Taoism's martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity, the two were publicly acknowledged to be the most talented and accomplished in sword arts. They were known as the unparalleled duo of the sword Tao. After Yen Xintong, Di Qinglian battled against the previous era's sword Tao expert, the sword Buddha, who established Buddhism's sword Tao lineage. In the end, in terms of sword arts, Di Qinglian didn't lose to her husband. She similarly suppressed the sword Buddha with her world-shocking swordsmanship. The husband and wife took turns to spar against the sword Buddha. They battled for thousands of times, lasting for many years. The interval between each battle was different. The next battle might start immediately after a few breaths' time, or it might take a few days, dozens of days, or even a year or two before restarting. The sword Buddha sealed off the Jade Spring World, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. If Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian won, the spar would continue. However, if they lost, everyone would be brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus along with the immortal trapping sword. In the end, no matter how long they fought, Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian won. All of the sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scriptures' intricate transformations were resolved by Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian. He had to constantly ponder over them and innovate. Meanwhile, many of Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's intricate sword arts were also resolved by the sword Buddha. The husband and wife also had to constantly improve themselves and improve further. However, after thousands of battles, Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian remained undefeated. While they were like the sword Buddha's whetstone, the sword Buddha was also training them. Moreover, their improvements were much faster than the sword Buddha's. They were like a despairing mountain that loomed over the sword Buddha's heart. We've only observed a small part of it, and we've already benefited from it. Tong Xinlin looked at Taoist Qingzhong and sighed. Only we can't even understand more of its profundities, let alone comprehend them. She said slowly, looking at Taoist Yen and Taoist Di, I really want to break my sword and seal it, never to mention the sword Tao ever again. Taoist Qingzhong closed his eyes and remained silent. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di listened quietly as they thought of Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian's past glory. Both of them were rendered speechless for a time. After a long while, Yen Zhaoge's mind stopped reminiscing about his ancestor. He asked, My ancestor alone could already continuously defeat the sword Buddha, forcing him to continue fighting. He didn't abduct you back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although my mother is also a competitive, great sword cultivator, if she can't make the sword Buddha retreat in shame, I don't think she has to compete with my ancestor. For a grand heavenly realm Buddha to lose to a profound immortal in terms of swordsmanship, he would normally be too ashamed to continue fighting. However, the sword Buddha, who had transformed into the Azura path, had no such considerations. Perhaps they're just excited by the prospect of fighting for a while. However, they've been taking turns to fight against the sword Buddha. I'm afraid that they have other plans? Said Yen Zhaoge softly. Tong Xinli nodded. Taoist Yen and Taoist Di will take turns to leave the array. One will attract the sword Buddha's attention and compete with his sword, while the other will secretly make arrangements with us. She looked up at the sky. Prepare the seal. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were speechless. Sacrificing the Grand Master's remains and the immortal trapping sword isn't something anyone can achieve. Not only does it depend on one's cultivation, but it also depends on one's understanding of the great Tao. Tong Xinlin said dejectedly, In the end, Taoist Yen sacrificed the Grand Master's remains, while Taoist Di sacrificed the immortal trapping sword. With the help of the jade cauldron, cultivated deities' remains, and the immortal trapping sword, the two tranquil, profound immortals successfully sealed a grand heavenly realm Buddha. In the past, the two Taoists left fearlessly. They were only worried about one thing, which was leaving behind an infant son. Tong Xinlin looked at Yen Di, then at Yen Zhaoge. She sighed and said, After seeing you two today, the two of them have no regrets. It's a pity that the seal of the suppressing sword Buddha is out of our expectations. It has expanded and enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, sealing off this part of the world. We can't leave, nor can we send any messages or contact you. Tong Xinlin sighed. In the end, you came here to look for your family, and ended up being trapped here as well. Thank you for your concern. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. Then he turned around and looked at Taoist Qingzhong and the others. So, what's going on with the three of you? Do you have enmity with your ancestors? Or do you intend to join the Buddhism heretics? Yen Zhaoge looked at Taoist Qingzhong. You're someone from before the Great Calamity, right? A long period of time had passed since the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoge was familiar with the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshen, and the others. If they didn't ascend to the five Qis unification realm and were still a profound immortal, they would inevitably enter the twilight years of their lives, unless they survived in an environment where time flowed slowly for a long time. If their lifespan was destroyed due to an accident, their lifespan would be even shorter, and they might even reach the end of their lifespan. According to Yan Zhaoge's observations, as someone from before the Great Calamity, Daoist Qingzheng's era might be even earlier than Jiang Xin and Gao Han. As a result, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If he couldn't progress any further, he wouldn't be far from dying. Indeed, I can't wait any longer. Daoist Qingzheng finally opened his mouth and said, "With what I've learned, my current cultivation realm has already reached its peak. It's hard for me to progress any further. While I'm not willing to forget my ancestors, if I can progress any further, I have no choice but to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism." He looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. "It seems like youths with boundless futures like you wouldn't be able to understand us before you reach your own limits." Yao Yunqing's gaze towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di was filled with even more hatred. "Your ancestors sealed the Sword Buddha and sealed the Jade Spring world as well. No one is allowed to leave. In the past, my master sought for a breakthrough and was only lacking a single treasure. He had to search for it, but he couldn't obtain it. As a result, he could only watch as his lifespan neared its end." Yao Yunqing said hatefully, "In the end, my master was forced to forcefully pass the profound origin tribulation and perish under the tribulation. It's all thanks to your ancestors." Tong Xinlin reprimanded, "Shut up!" She stared at Yao Yunqing. "While you didn't experience what happened in the past, your master and Chief Qingzhang should have told you about it. If not for Taoist Yan and Taoist Di sacrificing themselves, the Jade Spring world would have become a land of death 2,000 years ago. Everyone would have perished." Guang Tongzi sighed. The Sword Buddha was defeated by the two seniors' swords multiple times, and he refused to retreat. Although he used the lives of everyone in the Jade Spring world as a wager and kept on fighting, he never harmed anyone's life. However, as time passed, his condition became worse. Tong Xinlin's expression was heavy. Chapter 1527. As time passes, the situation is getting worse. After repeating this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. With the passing of time, has it reached the time for his 6 Tao transformations? Tong Xinlin said in a deep voice, "After fighting for decades, the Sword Buddha's condition has become more and more abnormal. From the original extreme stubbornness, it has gradually become manic and bloodthirsty." Hell Dao. Yan Zhaoge pursed his lips. The Sword Buddha had transformed into 6 paths. To the outside world, the most dangerous path was the Naraka path. In comparison, while the Azura realm's stubbornness and belligerence and the Hungry Ghost realm's greed and viciousness were also very negative, at least there was still room for communication and adjustment. On the other hand, the path of hell, which was violent and bloodthirsty, picked up the butcher's knife and slaughtered living beings, turned the human world into hell, and was like a great Buddha or a great devil, had a much more direct, destructive power and threat. No matter if it was when he was the orthodox Sword Bodhisattva or when he entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Sword Bodhisattva would always enter seclusion for 1,000 years before he transformed into the Hell Dao. In the past, the central blessed lands of Saha or the current blessed lands of the White Lotus would also help him keep an eye on him, preventing him from going berserk and starting a massacre. After all, the blessed lands of the White Lotus valued the power of faith as well. Even after competing against the immortal court for so many years, they only fought against the experts. Very few mortals were affected. Once the Sword Buddha entered the Naraka Dao, it could be said that he had picked up a butcher's knife and immediately became a demon. In fact, they were even more berserk, bloodthirsty, and irrational than many demons of the netherworld. According to the Sword Buddha's original plan, after he descended upon the Jade Spring world as a Buddha, unless the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was still alive, he could easily bring the immortal trapping sword along with the locals and return to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, due to the stubbornness of the Azura Dao, he had wasted decades here with Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. Time flew by, and the day arrived when the Azura path transformed into the Hell path. His desire to win faded, replaced by a bloodthirsty mania. The Sword Buddha didn't have the mood to continue tangling with Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. He also didn't intend to bring the Jade Spring world's population back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Instead, he wanted to start a massacre and end everything once and for all. Samsara sword scripture. Yan Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. The incarnated beast Tao, the Sword Buddha, who was half asleep and half awake, had always been in closed-door training. Naturally, it was not necessary to mention it. If it was the Sword Buddha who had transformed into the celestial Tao, he might have only taken away the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, when he came to the Jade Spring world, he wasn't in the Heaven Path, but the Azura Path. Still, it was precisely because of the Azura Tao's stubbornness and desire for battle that Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were able to provoke him into sparring with the sword. Otherwise, if it were the human realm or the hungry ghost realm, the Sword Buddha would probably forcefully drag everyone back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, now that he had turned into the Hell Tao, everything would only end in an endless battle. Faced with such a situation, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were unable to continue slowly dealing with it. The seal that they had secretly prepared was activated. The two of them sacrificed themselves and finally succeeded in sealing the Sword Buddha who had transformed into the Naraka realm. Although the two of them could not avoid death, they managed to ensure the safety of the Jade Spring world. After Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi finished speaking, they sounded a little gloomy. Yan Di closed his eyes, remaining silent. Taoist Qingzhang let out a long sigh when he heard that. Yao Yunqing, on the other hand, pursed his lips and remained silent. He did not personally experience that calamity. Compared to Taoist Qingzhang and Tong Xinlin, he wasn't as deeply affected by the Sword Buddha's transformation into the Hell Tao. However, he had also heard about it. Only, he was still unable to let go of his master's death. You make it sound like they sacrificed themselves for our Jade Spring world. However, they were merely seeking their own deaths. Taoist Zhao Zhen let out a groan. Yan Di suddenly looked towards him, causing Taoist Zhao Zhen to feel a chill down his spine. However, he still forcefully opened his mouth. Previously, when the Sword Buddha was in the Azura Tao, if the two of them didn't insist on stopping us, the worst-case scenario would have been everyone entering Buddhism. How could the calamity have befallen us? Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Taoist Zhao Zhen in dissatisfaction. Taoist Zhao Zhen's voice was deep. My master's lifespan is nearing its end, and there's no hope for him to enter the profound origin tribulation. While I still have a long lifespan, it's hard for me to break through the bottleneck. I'm stuck in my current realm for the rest of my life. I've long despaired, and I've even given up on the pure profound tribulation. His gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. It's your business if you and your ancestors aren't willing to enter Buddhism. However, you've obstructed our path as well. Isn't that hateful? Come to think of it, what's so bad about the current Buddhism? Taoist Zhao Zhen had completely dispelled his worries. He loudly said, "Cultivation is much easier. Regardless of what method you use, you should be able to improve yourself and ascend to a higher realm. No matter how beautiful Taoism's future is, it's nothing more than a mirage if we can't reach it. So what if we choose to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism?" Yan Zhaoge looked at him indifferently. When you first entered the Tao, two paths were placed in front of you. Would you choose my orthodox Taoism or the heretics of Buddhism? Taoist Zhao Zhen was startled. He wanted to speak, but hesitated. Yan Zhaoge didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he looked towards Taoist Qingzhang. 2,097 years ago, when the Sword Buddha first arrived at the Jade Spring world, were you willing to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism, cultivating in the Maitreya Buddhist scriptures? Naturally, I wasn't willing. If I wasn't forced, no one would choose to enter the blessed lands. However, Taoist Qingzhang shook his head and sighed. Taoist Zhao Zhen protested. Even if my master wasn't willing back then, now that he has his own thoughts? What right do you have to look down on him? Abandoning Taoism and entering Buddhism is also our business. Yan Zhaoge coldly interrupted him. While it's true that you have the freedom to choose, my ancestors' sacrifice didn't only protect your master's life, but also your ancestors' clansmen's lives. Your so-called freedom of choice is also preserved because of my ancestor and grandmother. Otherwise, what freedom of choice do you have to speak of? If your ancestors were brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, you would only be able to walk the path of the heretics of Buddhism ever since you were born. Now you're talking about freedom to me? You don't have to bear any risks, yet you want to reap all the benefits. Who do you think you are? You've already benefited from it, yet you're still trying to act innocent? Yan Zhaoge looked at everyone from the Jade Spring world and suddenly laughed. I'm afraid you still don't know about this. Other than the heretics of Buddhism, our Taoism has its own heretics as well. Ever since the Great Calamity, the two sides have always been at each other's throats, fighting for faith power and incense. A small battle occurs every 10 years, and a huge battle occurs every 100 years. Countless experts have perished over the years. However, in the eyes of both sides, they merely expended some cannon fodder. As long as there's sufficient faith power, they would be able to replenish their numbers within a short period of time. Don't even think about being passive when you're in the middle of the battle. Just act. Under the Buddha's light, imbued with faith power, it's obvious whether you've done your best or not. He glanced at Taoist Qingzhang, Taoist Zhaozhen, and Yao Yinqing, among the experts from both sides who were active 2,000 years ago, other than the grand heavenly immortal realm. Only less than 30% of those who ascended to the immortal realm managed to survive until now. I wonder how much higher this death rate is compared to your success rate of challenging the profound origin tribulation or the pure profound tribulation. As for the casualties of those who had yet to ascend to the immortal realm, there's no need to mention it. Taoist Zhaozhen opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Yan Zhaoge said plainly, "Do you think that I'm telling you all this so that you can weigh the pros and cons, and that I'm giving you a chance to decide if you're going to join Buddhism or not? What makes you think that you still have such a chance? I'm just giving you a chance to die." Taoist Zhaozhen's embarrassment turned into rage. He said hatefully, "So what if you're flaunting your might in front of us? With the seal still present, you're merely a caged bird like us. If the seal is broken, how are you going to face the Sword Buddha? Now that Taoism has declined, how are you going to act so arrogantly in front of the blessed lands of Buddhism? The Maitreya Buddha is indeed powerful. However, the Sword Buddha, Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, and a dark red sword light shot up to the skies. As the skies trembled, the seal's formation runes appeared. Chapter 1528. The seal pattern appeared, emitting a demonic dark red light. The sword will of the celestial trapping sword came out from within. Music Mobile Network Taoist Qingzhang, Taoist Zhaozhen, and Yao Yinqing looked on coldly. Wanting to open the seal was not so easy, even if Yan Zhaoge had easily broken through their blood sacrifice technique. Taoist Qingzhang and the others were only giving it a try and had no confidence in breaking the seal. Due to fate, the arrival of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di allowed them to perform the blood sacrifice. Only then did they have some hope. Still, it was just some hope. If the seal could be broken so easily, why would the Jade Spring world be trapped for thousands of years? Tong, Xinlin, and Guang, Tongzi both had complex expressions on their faces as they wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge. From afar, other people from the Jade Spring world appeared one after another and approached. All of them were shocked. Due to Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's actions in the past, as well as the Sword Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Jade Clear lineage within the Jade Spring world had gradually split into two factions. There were disputes between the two factions from time to time, and the conflicts were getting more and more intense. However, be it Taoist Qingzhang and the others, or Tong Xinlin and the others, they all acknowledged the Sword Buddha's power. Compared to the current situation in the Jade Spring world, where the highest cultivation was a profound immortal, there was no need to doubt the strength of a grand, heavenly realm expert who had attained Buddhahood. While Yan Zhaoge seemed to have easily killed Taoist Qingzhang and the others, he was merely a tranquil, profound immortal. How could he contend against a grand, heavenly immortal? Therefore, there were many people who tried to dissuade him. Hold it! Don't be reckless. According to common sense, Xian immortals should not have the ability to open the seal. However, Yan Zhaoge's current confident expression still caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Just at this time, Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, a silhouette flying out from within his sleeve, rapidly expanding in size in midair. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a huge beast with black and white fur that looked like a bear. Mountain centipede? Just as the people of the Jade Spring world recalled the name of a type of demonic beast recorded in the ancient records, a golden radiance suddenly shone from the back of the gigantic Pishio. The golden light shot straight into the sky. Then it rapidly outlined and condensed in midair, manifesting an even larger demon monkey. The demonic monkey appeared and instantly stepped on the ground, its head reaching the sky. The vast Jade Spring world actually gave off a feeling that it couldn't contain this huge monkey. Great sage equaling heaven. Everyone carefully looked at the demon monkey's appearance, and a legendary name appeared in their minds, giving everyone a fright. The demonic monkey raised its claws towards the sky. The seal in the sky trembled unceasingly. Streams of light crisscrossed like sharp blades, slicing at the demon monkey's claws. However, all the golden fur on the demon monkey's body stood on end. Rays of golden light circulated, and it actually managed to withstand the crisscrossing dark red sword light. Although the immortal trapping sword was powerful, its main power was currently used to seal the sword Buddha. Pan's golden body of the great sage took the brunt of the attack head-on, his two furry claws reaching deep into the seal. Everyone of the Jade Spring world was dumbfounded. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand and drew something in midair with his finger. Rays of dark red sword lights were sent into the sky. Beside him, Yan Di's expression was solemn as he did not speak a single word as he too unleashed numerous saber lights, flying into the seal alongside Yan Zhaoge's sword light. The seal in the sky was constantly undergoing changes. As for the golden body of the great sage formed by Pan, it used its own strength to forcefully hold the seal in place, preventing it from resisting Yan Zhaoge's actions. With Yan Zhaoge dispelling the seal, Pan didn't have to face the seal head-on and break through it with brute force. Very quickly, under everyone's astonished gazes, the entire Jade Spring world sky underwent changes. The sky turned completely dark red. Streams of lights continuously traversed within, and jade radiances could be vaguely seen. Then, these radiances gradually dissipated. The Jade Spring world sky gradually returned to normal. As the winds and clouds surged, the obstruction that had sealed this world for more than 2,000 years finally dissipated. Not only were Taoist Qingzhang and the others stunned, even Tang Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were rendered speechless. Their faces were filled with confusion. Currently, only the area above the Golden Cloud Mountain was still flickering with dark red radiances. Under the suffocating aura, two silhouettes gradually appeared from within the red radiances, a long sword and a person. The longsword's design was simple and unadorned. However, it was the source of the dark red sword lights. From within, a desolate aura of time flowing to its end could be felt. The void surrounding the long sword was slowly collapsing, causing everything around it to move closer to it. It was as if the spatial plane it was in was heading towards destruction. When everyone looked at the ancient sword, they felt that they were in a different spatial plane. They were infinitely far away from it, and no matter how close they got, they couldn't touch it. One of the immortal exterminating four swords, the immortal trapping sword. Alongside the immortal slaughtering sword, The immortal trapping sword was used to lay down the complete immortal extermination formation. The silhouette facing the immortal trapping sword was a Taoist who sat in a lotus position. His eyes were shut and he was completely silent. This Taoist no longer had any signs of life. However, his body didn't rot, and the surface of his skin flickered with a jade-white metallic luster. Despite the deathly stillness, his presence wasn't inferior to the immortal trapping sword as he quietly hovered in midair. Only he didn't have any signs of life. Instead, he seemed more like a sword compared to the majestic immortal trapping sword. However, the profound and chilling baleful aura within was still shocking. Tong Xinlin and the others of the Jade Spring world bowed. Grand Master above! Without a doubt, the Taoist body was the corpse of the Jade Clear Bigwig, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Greetings to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di bowed towards the corpse with a solemn expression. However, at that moment, a glazed Buddha light suddenly surged between the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron corpse. A white lotus suddenly blossomed between the dark red sword lights. As the fragrance of the white lotus spread, Buddhist chants resounded. A powerful aura descended, suppressing everyone present, rendering them immobile. Sword Buddha! Tong Xinlin and the others' hearts sank. With the seal undone, the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron corpse once again saw the light of day. At the same time, the sword Buddha, who had been sealed along with the Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, descended upon the mortal realm once again. The white lotus spun in midair and descended towards the immortal trapping sword. However, at the same time, a deafening roar resounded. Boundless demonic chi surged into the skies. The humongous demon monkey leaped and grabbed the white lotus. Along with the demon monkey's roar, the pressure on everyone within the Jade Spring world instantly lessened, allowing them to move freely. After being assaulted by the demonic chi, the white lotus trembled. As the glazed Buddha light on its surface surged, much of its miraculousness was reduced. A Buddha's silhouette appeared on the white lotus. The Buddha wore a gray monk's robe and had a normal appearance. A sword hilt was hanging on his shoulder. Chapter 1529. Unlike the other Buddhist banis, the Buddha on the white lotus looked like an ordinary middle-aged monk. His expression was vivid and lively, filled with the aura of the mortal world. His eyes were devoid of wisdom, tranquility, and emptiness. Instead, they contained various emotions. Currently, he was looking at the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron, cultivated beings, remains with a complicated expression. The most eye-catching thing about him was the long sword he carried. Piercing sword chi soared into the skies, enveloping the entire Jade Spring world and even extending into the cosmic void. The piercing sword intent seemed to surpass even the masterless immortal trapping sword. This Buddha was none other than the sword Buddha. Tong Xinlin and Taoist Xingzhang had personally experienced the sword Buddha's majesty. Although they could not see his appearance, they could feel the majestic aura that could crush the entire Jade Spring world. But now, the aura emanating from the sword Buddha was different from 2,000 years ago. It was different from the Azura Tao, which was stubborn and warlike, and also different from the Hell Tao, which was bloodthirsty. Currently, the sword Buddha did not even give off a hint of Zen. To say that he resembled a Taoism heavenly lord who attained Tao through the sword was more accurate than a Buddhist bigwig who attained Buddha fruit. Human realm. Those who had some understanding of the sword Buddha could not help but have the same thought. The sword Buddha sat on the white lotus and extended his hand in an attempt to grab the hovering immortal trapping sword. However, a huge furry claw slapped over with a momentum that threatened to break the sword Buddha's arm, preventing him from retrieving the sword. Why is the victorious fighting Buddha's demon body here? The sword Buddha showed a puzzled expression, but he did not retreat. One of his hands was still stretched forward, while the other drew the long sword on his back. Then a terrifying radiance that resembled a meteor shower descended from the skies, aiming at the huge demon monkey. Although you've attained the duo flower's converged crown, it's still incomparable to the great sage equaling heaven's unparalleled might, said the Sword Buddha as his sword light descended. The demon monkey bared his teeth and spoke. You're just a 3 flowers converged crown. You're deceiving yourself. The demon monkey raised his hands and golden radiance gathered in his palms, forming a Rui golden cudgel that danced like a flaming wheel. As the ferocious Rui Jingu Bang danced, it swept through the wind and clouds in all directions, shattering all the sword lights that descended from the sky. Then, with a flip of his body, he struck at the Sword Buddha's arm that was reaching for the sword. The Sword Buddha's movement did not change, but his figure suddenly became erratic. At this moment, he seemed to be everywhere. A sword appeared behind the demon monkey, pointing straight at his back. A sword appeared above the heads of Yen Zhaoga and the others, resembling a heavenly tribulation descending. Next to the immortal trapping sword, a hand flashed and instantly appeared close to grab the ancient sword. The Sword Buddhas that appeared at the same time were all real and not illusions. This was the unique, miraculous ability of grand, heavenly realm experts. Duo! The demon monkey let out a long howl and flipped its body in the air. Instantly, it was as if countless demon monkeys had appeared in the void. There were as many Sword Buddhas as there were demon monkeys. The dazzling phenomena caused Yen Zhaoga and the others to feel as though they were in a dream for a time. Then, in the next moment, both of them disappeared. In midair, there was still a giant golden-furred ape and a sword-wielding monk facing off. The great sage equaling heavens. As expected of the great sage equaling heavens. The Sword Buddha sighed, despite having fallen to the grand virtual realm. He still retained many of his grand, heavenly realm prowess. At the very least, he could still unleash his prowess. Currently, he was no longer seated on the lotus platform. Instead, he stood up and stood on the white lotus. With a sword in hand, his gray monk robes fluttered in the wind, making him look more like a majestic swordsman. Yen Zhaoga appeared on the shoulder of Pan Pan's golden body of the great sage, as expected of the Sword Buddha. Even after transforming into the human realm, he's still one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. When the Sword Buddha transformed into the 6 paths of samsara, his combat prowess was the strongest when he was in the heaven realm, Azura realm, and hell realm. The human realm, animal realm, and hungry ghost realm were slightly weaker. Even so, his strength was still one of the top experts among the heretic, grand, heavenly immortals. After all, before entering the heretic realm and ascending to the grand heavenly realm, as the Sword Bodhisattva, he was one of the top experts among the orthodox Buddhism experts. As a bodhisattva in the past, how could he be easy to deal with? Unfortunately, he still couldn't do anything against Yen Zhaoga's golden body of the great sage. A golden body of the great sage could easily suppress a heretic, grand, heavenly immortal like the great king of inspiration. If not for the origin, heavenly tribulation's obstruction, even killing the great king of inspiration wouldn't be an issue. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha was injured, he could still suppress a golden body of the great sage. This was due to his innate strength. While the Sword Buddha was strong, he was still a heretic. No matter what, his strength couldn't compare to the victorious fighting Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism. Who are you? The Sword Buddha's gaze swept across Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. Yen Di didn't follow Yen Zhaoga. Instead, he walked towards the depths of the void where dark red sword lights intertwined. The grand simplicity splendor cloud expanded, as if it was responding to something. Upon being pierced by the Sword Buddha's gaze, the grand simplicity splendor cloud fluctuated. However, the golden body of the great sage shook slightly, causing golden radiances to radiate, isolating the Sword Buddha's gaze from Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. Upon seeing this, the Sword Buddha frowned. He retracted his gaze and focused on Yen Zhaoge and the golden body of the great sage. "My name is Yen Zhaoge. That's my father," Yen Zhaoge calmly answered. "My ancestor, Yen Xintong, and my grandmother, Di Qinglian." Upon hearing these two names, the sword Buddha's thick black brows furrowed even more, and a cold glint flickered within his gaze. "So you're Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian's descendants. If not for the two of them, I wouldn't have wasted 1,000 years." His voice was filled with complex emotions. It contained hints of admiration and reminiscence, but more than that, it contained uncontrollable rage and even hatred. "If not for you, my ancestor and grandmother wouldn't have been in such a predicament," said Yen Zhaoge coldly. The sword Buddha slowly nodded. "You wish to keep me here?" From the corner of his vision, black threads protruded from the void, resembling countless air threads. As the black threads intertwined, they formed a gigantic net, which gradually enveloped the void. The deathly sword, intent capable of extinguishing all life, emanated from within. Gao Qingxuan's silhouette that wielded the immortal slaughtering sword was faintly discernible. Immortal slaughtering. The sword Buddha's gaze fell upon the ancient sword in Gao Qingxuan's hand. Then he looked at the immortal trapping sword, which was so near yet so far away. He shook his head. "Indeed, you have the chance to kill me. However, you won't have the chance today." He turned his head and looked into the distance. "If my central blessed lands of Saha weren't fighting against the immortal court's infernal devils, my disciple would naturally come looking for me after I enter the human realm. After 2,000 years, he should have become a Buddha by now." As if to verify his words, a sword light lit up from the faraway void. Within the sword light, a white lotus blossomed. A young man sat atop the white lotus. He wore a kasaya, and his long hair draped behind his back. Chapter 1530. The Jade Spring world's masses were unfamiliar with the young monk who sat atop the white lotus. He wore a kasaya, yet still had a troubled look on his face. However, Yen Zhaoge and the others might be more familiar with him than the previous sword Buddha. The sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, the previous sword Buddha's direct disciple. He could also be considered as the new sword Buddha. Currently, he was one of the top-notch existences amongst the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddha-level experts. He could even contend against orthodox, Buddhist grand, heavenly realm experts. "Master, it's good that you're safe." After Chu Su appeared, he stood up from the White Lotus and put his palms together towards the sword Buddha. "This disciple has arrived a few decades late. My apologies." As he spoke, he unsheathed his long sword. 6-colored sword lights radiated, forming a wheel of colors. As the sword lights revolved, time and space seemed to distort. Tangible existences became illusory and willingly entered the sword lights along with the revolutions of the sword lights. Gao Qingxian frowned and thrust the immortal slaughtering sword forward. Strands of black qi lingered around the ancient sword. Even if the immortal slaughtering sword was ferocious, Gao Qingxuan's mind went blank after being sucked in by Chu Su's sword lights. An illusory world seemed to have appeared in front of her. The 6 paths of samsara were all presented, and Gao Qingxian felt like she was about to be sucked into one of them. That place was pitch black, filled with bloodlust and brutality. It instilled the desire to kill and destroy everything within one's heart. It was the infernal realm. The new sword Buddha surpasses his master. Gao Qingxian guarded her mind and tried her best to stabilize her soul. Although the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su's Buddhist cultivation was learned from the previous sword Buddha. He had opened up a whole new world with the sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scripture as a foundation. Compared to the sword Buddha transforming himself into the 6 paths of samsara, Chu Su separated himself from the outside world and slayed devils, trapping his opponents into samsara. The greater the accumulated karma of his opponents, the stronger Chu Su's sword momentum would be. As such, he often had shocking achievements of defeating those stronger than him, which no one dared to underestimate. Against opponents weaker than him, Chu Su's sword momentum wouldn't be as unique. However, against those weaker than him, he could directly suppress them with his strength. He didn't need to resort to any mystical techniques. Only with Gao Qingxian wielding the immortal slaughtering sword and other powerful foes beside her, Chu Su couldn't suppress her with his aura. Even so, Gao Qingxuan's soul would immediately be sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation if she didn't react appropriately. She would instantly perish. The immortal slaying sword in her hand was one of the most vicious weapons in the world. It had taken countless lives and had accumulated a lot of karma. Therefore, the moment it came into contact with the sword, it was as if it was going to be sucked into the Hell Dao. Gao Qingxian retracted her gaze, concealing her bloodlust, mania, and other negative emotions. Sword chi from the immortal slaughtering, sword extended outwards. It was not just the sword intent of the immortal slaughtering sword manual. The sword intents of the other 3 sword arts of the prime clear lineage's immortal exterminating 4 swords were also present. As Gao Qingxuan's sword lights shook, the immortal exterminating 4 swords were unleashed simultaneously. Although it wasn't as powerful as the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, it still displayed the scene of doomsday. It was as if a formation had been established, with intent of the doomsday annihilation faintly appearing. With the immortal slaughtering sword in hand, the refined immortal slaughtering sword manual could naturally unleash its full power. However, in order to prevent Chu Su's sword intent from devouring the infernal Tao, Gao Qingxian decisively changed her move. If she only used the immortal slaughtering sword manual, she would mainly use the immortal slaughtering sword to unleash its full power. Currently, she was using the immortal slaughtering sword to activate Gao Qingxuan's own strength. Gao Qingxuan's eyesight, judgment, control, and confidence in herself were all fully displayed in this sword. Even though the sword lights weren't bright, their momentum was terrifying. In the dead and withered infernal Tao, magma overflowed, and deathly aura permeated the area. Gradually, cracks began to appear. At this moment, infernal Tao seemed to be welcoming its demise. After the infernal Tao's power dissipated, the 6 paths of samsara reappeared. However, under Gao Qingxuan's and the immortal slaughtering sword lights, everything began following the footsteps of the infernal Tao. In the human realm, the mortals wailed as if they were facing the end of the world. In the animal realm, snakes, insects, rats, and ants were all agitated. Many beasts howled in a frenzy. Similarly, it was a scene of doomsday. In the Azura realm, the figures fighting against each other became even more combative and stubborn. In the hungry ghost realm, the billions of malicious ghosts became even more vicious. Their faces twisted in pain. Just a single glance at them would suffocate anyone, leaving them cold. Even the dignified and holy individuals of the heaven realm became filthy, their hair wilting and their bodies stinking. It was as if they had gone through the heavenly decay. At this moment, the entire 6 paths of samsara seemed to be approaching its end, welcoming the true Dharma ending calamity. The world fell into silence. As a result, the terrifying suction force targeting Gao Qingxuan's soul weakened. She took this opportunity to retreat decisively, dispelling the threat from Chu Su's sword attack. Chu Su didn't pursue her. Instead, he said to the sword Buddha, who had just blocked the golden body of the great sage's attack, "Master, don't get entangled. That isn't the victorious fighting Buddha's demonic body. Instead, it's the golden body left behind by the great sage equaling heavens after he was suppressed. There's more than one of such golden bodies." "Oh," the sword Buddha revealed a surprised expression. "There's actually such a thing." Chu Su said, "There are many strange aspects, and it's hard to explain them all. Although there's only one golden body of the great sage before us, there might be other hidden ones. If the 3 golden bodies fuse into one, the great sage equaling heaven's true body might be manifested. As for the rest, you can wait until we return to the blessed lands. Perhaps you can meet the Buddha. As he spoke, he unleashed another sword attack. Wherever the sword light passed, darkness separated. However, a pitch-black saber light burst forth, capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Its viciousness wasn't inferior to the immortal slaughtering sword. As the saber light and sword light clashed, they dispelled each other. Feng Yunsheng held her saber horizontally by her side and stared at the two in front of her. The doomsday heavenly devil, the blade of world annihilation. It truly lives up to its name. Chu Su nodded. The sword Buddha frowned as he looked at the pitch-black devilish qi that engulfed Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian stood on the left and right. Fearlessly, they went against the two Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. These two Buddhas weren't like ordinary, heretic, grand, heavenly realm experts. Even Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian, who wielded the immortal slaughtering sword, had to be careful. However, the golden body of the great sage that Pan had transformed into seemed to be even more agile than the two Buddhas when he leaped around. Under the demon monkey's rampage, the sword Buddha and Chu Su couldn't focus on dealing with Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian. The sword Buddha wanted to obtain the immortal trapping sword to increase his strength, but he was obstructed by the demon monkey every single time. Go! He let out a low snort, and his sword's momentum instantly changed. The boundless sword lights that resembled falling stars instantly dispersed. Along with it, the sword Buddha's figure vanished as well. Rays of sword lights turned formless and transformed into streams of qi, which permeated the surroundings. The scene in front of Yen Zhaoge and the others seemed to have changed. Scenes of the mortal world filled their eyes. People walked around them, and the trivial matters of their families resounded in their ears. As they took a deep breath, all sorts of scents came rushing towards them. Chapter 1531. A girl's rouge and face powder, the soy sauce, vinegar, and oil smoke on the stove, the sour smell of sweat on the construction site, being tainted by this aura of the mortal world. Yen Zhaoge and the others all felt as though they themselves had also merged within, becoming one with it. Gao Qingxian felt as if the immortal slaughtering sword in her hand was no longer the immortal slaughtering sword, but knitting needle instead. Feng Yunsheng felt that she was no longer holding the cold sun divine saber in her hands, but the kitchen pots and pans. Even the demon monkey felt like it had turned back into a Pishio, rolling around in the bamboo forest comfortably. Everyone seemed to be assimilated by the mortal world. There were no four immortal exterminating swords, no Dharma extinguishing blade, no primordial heavenly scripture. Everyone had become ordinary mortals in the world of mortals, rolling about in the world of mortals, experiencing the various states of the world, the clamorous and ostentatious, the silent and lonely. This included the sword Buddha himself. Similarly, there were no Buddhist supreme arts or transmigration sword sutra here. He himself was like Yen Zhaoge and the others. If he was alone, this was naturally not the way to win. But now his successor, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, was fighting alongside him. When his master pushed the mortal Tao's sword of samsara to the extreme, Chu Su's sword momentum immediately changed. The sword gleam that sent people into the cycle of reincarnation kept swaying, resonating with the sword Buddha that had transformed into the Tao of the human world. Yen Zhaoge and the others immediately felt that the speed at which they were falling into the human realm was increasing, and it was becoming harder to resist. The moment they sensed the change in the sword Buddha's sword will, everyone was slightly confused and immediately became alert. Demonic qi soared into the sky, saber light shattered the air, and sword qi shot out in all directions. Everyone tried their best to break free from the attraction and shackles of the mortal world, formed by the sword Buddha. But Chu Su's sword light also arrived at this moment. It was not ferocious, nor was it forceful. Instead, it was the karma that had been triggered in the beginning. Now, it was under the control of Chu Su himself. Samsara was not taken. The six Tao dispersed, and only the mortal world was left. Being engulfed by this power, Yanjiaoge and the others' mortal chi flourished and was stimulated from within. Affected by this, the human world that the sword Buddha had transformed into suddenly became more attractive to them. They were unable to break free and had no choice but to merge into it. While Pan Pan was not a human, he had long since gained humanity, his intelligence gradually maturing as he possessed all 7 emotions and 6 desires. While his situation was slightly better than that of Yanjiaoge and the others, he was still disturbed by the mundane world of mortals. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared between heaven and earth, wanting to swallow everyone. The entire Jade Spring world was trembling. It wasn't just Yan Zhaoge's group that was facing the Sword Buddha and Chu Su head-on. Even Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were no exception. They couldn't help but fall into the secular world. The Jade Spring world did not only consist of martial artists of varying cultivation bases. As a vast world, this place also had a large number of people living and reproducing, as well as a vast and boundless human world. At this moment, the mortal world was contained by the human world that the Sword Buddha had transformed into. Instead, it became the strongest support of the Sword Buddha's power. One transforms himself into the mortal world, and the other forcefully sends his opponent to the mortal world. The cooperation between the two of you, master and disciple, really brings out the best in each other. This can be considered as a type of harmonious swords, right? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly resounded. The green-robed man, who seemed to be asleep all year round, suddenly appeared in front of everyone and yawned. Manager Wang. Chu Su was no stranger to this person. Before he ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he had always been competing against this person. Although Chu Su was slightly older, the two of them could be considered as rivals of the same generation. They had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. At that time, he was the strongest bodhisattva in the blessed lands of the White Lotus, while the other party was the strongest heavenly monarch in the immortal court. About 100 years ago, he ascended to the grand heavenly realm first. However, in less than 20 years, Wang Guan had also ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Not long ago, during the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the two had just fought against each other. The reason why he could find his way here was because his master, the Sword Buddha, had transformed into the human realm. His aura of the mortal world was finally connected to the outside world. Since the other party could find his way here, he was most likely following him. Chu Su did not care about how the other party followed him, nor did he feel frustrated. His emotions were as calm as a lake. He did not even look at Wang Guan. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other side. There, a middle-aged man in Taoist attire appeared. He immediately extended his hand towards the immortal trapping sword. He was the percussion heavenly lord, who belonged to the same immortal court as Wang Guan. There are 2 swords here. Both of our sects have one each, isn't it? Wang Guan said with a chuckle. Chu Su said plainly, if that's the case, we should first deal with the heretics before discussing about splitting the swords. Otherwise, if one of the swords were to fall into your hands, it's unknown if we could even leave this place alive. Needless to say, the human realm formed by the Sword Buddha's incarnation engulfed Wang Guan and the percussion heavenly lord. Meanwhile, Chu Su's sword light was equally sharp. Wang Guan yawned. How is that possible? I don't cultivate in the sword. Even if I obtain the sword, I would only bring it back to the immortal court. Unlike you two, who immediately became even more powerful after obtaining the sword. The void in front of him suddenly shattered like an illusory realm. Wang Guan and the percussion heavenly lord's figures vanished, and the chi of mundane swept through the air. Their figures appeared on the other side and did not fall into the human realm. The percussion heavenly lord distanced himself from the immortal trapping sword, while Wang Guan arrived beside it. In recent years, the heretic's strength had grown too quickly. They're making use of the chance to fight against you. Wangguan said, "Do you still want to give them a chance?" The percussion heavenly lord said, "Let's deal with these heretics first. Then we'll talk about the ancient sword." As he spoke, he waved his palm and slammed it towards Yanzhaoge and the others who were in the human realm. Daoist Zhao Zhen, Yao Yunqing, and the others who were captured by Yanzhaoge were currently struggling madly. Everyone had fallen into the human realm. Naturally, there was no difference in strength. This made them want to escape. Everything is just like a bubble. You didn't really bring us immortals down to the mundane realm. Yanzhaoge's gaze turned cold. You dare to come here and cause a ruckus? He took a deep breath. Chaos arose within his body, and sword lights surged within his eyes. After being engulfed by this sword light, Yanzhaoge had already transcended from the mundane realm, returning to the 9 heavens. As a tranquil, profound immortal, I can't break through the Buddha's cultivation. However, you've transformed into the human realm, and it's no longer a Buddha's technique. The grand heavenly immortal splendor can't dispel my sword intent into nothingness. Even Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing, who were captured by him, felt the same. However, in the next moment, the surging sword lights slashed down on their heads, instantly causing them to fall back to the mundane realm. This feeling was different from falling into the human realm, formed by the sword Buddha and being tainted by the aura of the mundane realm. Instead, they seemed to have truly fallen out of the immortal realm. Their cultivation and efforts had turned into water, causing them to revert back to the martial saint realm. In Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing's eyes, Yanzhaoge seemed to be situated high up in the sky, as if he didn't exist in the same world as them. As the sword lights descended, Daoist Zhao Zhen and the others merely received it along the way. Remember Daoist Zhao Zhen and the others. Chapter 1532. Chu Su, Wangguan, Percussion Heavenly Lord, and the others frowned upon seeing Yanzhaoge breaking free from the mortal realm and returning to the 9 heavens. This sword art. While the few grand heavenly realm experts were paying attention to Yanzhaoge's fallen deity sword, they were more concerned about the influence of this sword art than its current might. No matter how strong the fallen deity sword was, Yanzhaoge's profound immortal cultivation couldn't possibly defeat the grand heavenly realm experts like them. The reason he was able to escape from the sword Buddha's mortal realm was because the sword Buddha's current state was unique. To a certain extent, he had lost the miraculousness of a grand heavenly realm expert, and the banishing deity sword happened to counter the profundity of the sword Buddha's mortal realm. Moreover, it only allowed him to break free from the mortal realm and couldn't harm the sword Buddha's foundation. Yanzhaoge knew this better than anyone else. As such, his target had never been Chu Su, Wangguan, or the others. Torrential sword lights surged downwards. His target was the jade cauldron cadaver that no one paid attention to. The jade cauldron cultivated deity was one of the few great sword cultivators in Taoism's history. However, no matter if it was the sword Buddha, Chu Su, or the others, they could all tell that this jade clear bigwig had truly perished. His cadaver didn't leave any traps behind. The sword Buddha was sealed by the jade cauldron cadaver and the immortal trapping sword because of Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's blood sacrifice. While the jade cauldron cadaver still seemed to possess mystical abilities, Chu Su, Wangguan, and the others didn't need to pay attention to it. Its importance and threat were far inferior to the immortal trapping sword. They were also wary of Yanzhaoge and the others having thoughts of blood sacrifice again. They were secretly on guard. However, Yanzhaoge's fallen deity sword slashing towards the jade cauldron cadaver was out of their expectations. The percussion heavenly lord's palm seemed to be targeting Yanzhaoge and the others. However, he still had the intention of targeting the sword Buddha and Chu Su. However, at this moment, his palm force suddenly converged and surged like a dragon, pouncing towards Yanzhaoge and the jade cauldron cadaver that he didn't care about previously. Previously, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and deal with Chu Su and Yen Jiaoge at the same time. However, he had already given up. Now he wanted to deal with the unexpected changes that were beyond his control. As the percussion Heavenly Lord made his move, the rumbling sound of a drum resounded. A horrifying aura, akin to the pressure of Mount Tai, descended upon Yen Jiaoge and the jade cauldron cadaver. In almost an instant, Yen Jiaoge felt that his breathing wasn't smooth. His body that had just broken free from the human realm formed by the sword Buddha became stiff and numb again. Although the percussion Heavenly Lord was a heretic grand heavenly realm and was not as strong as Chu Su, Wangguan, the sword Buddha, and the others, he was still a grand heavenly realm after all. He was not someone that any profound immortal could fight alone. Before his power had truly come into contact, Yen Jiaoge's swordlight that chopped towards the jade cauldron cadaver already showed signs of dissipating. Taoist Zhaozhen laughed when he saw that. You'll end up like us in the end. However, at this moment, the gigantic demon monkey that was surrounded by the mortal world suddenly raised its head to the sky and roared. As it let out a long howl, the demonic monkey tilted its head and a small stick flew out of its ear. The small rod grew in the wind and instantly turned into a huge, wishful goldenrod. It wasn't an illusion created by his own power. It was the true Rui Jingubang. Yen Jiaoge had wreaked havoc in the immortal court and fused the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, manifesting the true form of the great sage equaling heavens. The victorious fighting Buddha had no choice but to manifest his demon form and take out this treasure to face his enemies. In the end, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit managed to escape unscathed. However, the great sage equaling heaven's true Rui Jingubang, the sea-stabilizing divine metal treasure, fell into Yen Jiaoge's hands. Although Yen Jiaoge only had Pan Pan accompanying him this time, the golden body of the great sage was carrying the Rui Jingubang. As baleful aura surged, the horrifying metal rod that could shatter the clouds fell into the palm of the demon monkey formed by Pan Pan. Boundless demonic qi instantly grew crazily as if it was boundless. The demonic qi and baleful aura were too tyrannical and vicious. They condensed into a tangible form and started shattering the mortal world, turning the sword Buddha's mortal world into a barren land. Grow, grow, grow. As the demon monkey roared, he wielded the rod with a single hand. His figure seemed to have become infinitely huge, blocking the percussion Heavenly Lord's way. The percussion Heavenly Lord's palm landed on the demon monkey's head. The demon monkey shook his head and acted as if he didn't feel anything. He grinned at the percussion Heavenly Lord and swung his rod. Wherever the metal rod passed by, the cosmic void collapsed. Streams of radiances converged towards the rod's head and advanced along with the metal rod's movements, forming an existence akin to a galaxy. The percussion Heavenly Lord's figure was instantly shattered. As if a mirror had shattered, the scene within the void turned into fragments and scattered everywhere. Wang Guan let out a groan. His body trembled, and his face instantly lost its color. The percussion Heavenly Lord's figure reappeared on the other side. He only managed to escape due to Wang Guan's help. However, his entire body was filled with scars. He was like a porcelain that was about to shatter, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Chu Su's expression changed. The true Rui Jingubang? How did it end up in his hands? Naturally, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had a rough understanding of the immortal court's war. They even knew that Yen Jiaoge possessed 3 golden bodies of the great sage, which might even manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. However, they weren't aware of the exact details. They weren't aware that the victorious fighting Buddha had lost the Rui Jingubang during that battle. It was the great sage equaling heaven's ferocious weapon, which traveling monk Sun used during his journey to the west. Similar to the immortal exterminating 4 swords, it was a divine weapon capable of harming grand heavenly realm experts. In the past, Countless heavenly soldiers and demon race bigwigs were slain by it. Since he brought it here, does that mean that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's attack was just a feint? Wang Guan shook his head and said to Chu Su, "There's no point in saying anything else. Obstruct him for a while. At most, he would only last for a few breaths' time." As he spoke, a mirror appeared in Wang Guan's hand. The mirror's radiance shone upon the demon monkey that was wielding the Ru I Jingu Bang. Seeing that his master, the sword Buddha, had become the demon monkey's primary target, Chu Su didn't retreat and slashed with his sword. The two top-notch grand, heavenly realm experts of the new generation after the great calamity joined forces for the first time in their lives. At the same time, the sword Buddha, who was facing the Ru I Jingu Bang's sharpness, mustered up his remaining courage and unleashed the human realm's strength to its limits. The three grand heavenly realm experts joined forces and didn't clash head-on against the golden body of the great sage wielding the Ru I Jingu Bang. Instead, they continued with their previous strategy of manifesting the human realm and trapping their enemies. This way, they could prevent Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian from escaping. Otherwise, the three of them were already in grave danger when facing the demon monkey wielding the Ru I Jingu Bang. How could they care about the other enemies? Their main goal was to stall for time. Wang Guan's judgment wasn't wrong. Wielding the Ru I Jingu Bang would greatly reduce the time needed for Pan Pan to manifest the golden body of the great sage. Moreover, his recovery speed would be slow as well. Hence, they were extremely cautious when using this technique. As long as the three heretic experts could persist until Pan Pan's strength was exhausted, the situation would still turn for the better. However, they couldn't be bothered with Yan Zhaoge anymore. Yan Zhaoge remained calm. With one hand, he pinched the dumbfounded Taoist Zhaojin and Yao Yinqing to death. His other hand continued his previous actions and slashed towards the jade cauldron cadaver with the fallen deity sword. Chapter 1533. With the Ru I golden cudgel in his hand, the demon monkey's demonic qi surged to the skies, constantly cleansing the mortal qi surrounding him. The surging demonic qi was unleashed, shattering the sword Buddha's human realm. The battle between the two unavoidably affected the Jade Spring world. The sword Buddha's human realm was already constantly assimilating the Jade Spring world's human realm. As the two forces clashed, the world started distorting and fracturing. Only the sword Buddha, Chu Su, Wang Guan, Percussion, Heavenly Lord, and the others couldn't care less about this. Due to the golden body of the great sage, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others wouldn't be frozen by the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Chu Su and the others weren't targeting them. Tong Xinlin and the other Jade Spring world martial art practitioners all fled. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the two's battle would claim their lives. The sword Buddha's human realm laws prevented them from escaping. Fortunately, the group of heretic experts were all focused on the demon monkey, allowing Tong Xinlin and the others some freedom. Some fled outside the Jade Spring world, while others tried their best to stabilize the Jade Spring world space and protect the mortals here. Chu Su, Wang Guan, and the others couldn't be bothered about this as they were fully focused on the demon monkey. As such, they could only watch as Yan Zhaoge slashed the jade cauldron cadaver's fallen deity sword. After being struck by this sword, the jade cauldron cadaver's surface emitted rays of brilliance. It seemed warm yet cold at the same time. No wounds could be seen on the cadaver's surface, but the brilliance gradually dimmed. Upon seeing this, everyone came to a realization. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation, the fallen deity sword was indeed capable of defeating a grand heavenly immortal. However, the jade cauldron cultivated deity had already perished, leaving behind only his cadaver. While the cadaver's sturdiness was comparable to divine weapons, and even a grand heavenly immortal expert wouldn't be able to destroy it, it was still a lifeless husk. The fallen deity sword could reduce it to the grand virtual realm. Yan Zhaoge looked at the jade cauldron cadaver and a white jade dagger appeared in his hand. It originated from Taoist Xinjiang. He took a deep breath and broke the white jade dagger into two. Then he reversed the broken dagger and pierced it into his own chest. While the sword had pierced his vitals all the way to the hilt, no blood flowed from the wound, and Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. He drew a talisman on the surface of the other half of the broken sword and threw it to the jade cauldron's cadaver. The broken white jade dagger turned into a jade light and fused with the remains of the jade cauldron. Within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, innumerable runes flickered like streams of light. At the same time, perfected being Yu Ding's cadaver shuddered as well. His eyes suddenly opened and countless runes flashed in his pupils. Then the jade cauldron cadaver raised its arm and opened its palm. A dark red light flashed in its palm. The immortal trapping sword hovering in the void also flashed with a red light and disappeared on the spot. Without any delay, the ancient sword had already appeared in the hands of the jade cauldron cadaver. Yan Zhaoge was currently in the profound immortal realm. Although he was strong and knew many secret arts, unless he performed a blood sacrifice with his life as the price, it would be difficult for him to control the immortal trapping sword or activate the jade cauldron cadaver. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to unleash its true might. However, with a slight turnaround, the impossible became possible. Although the jade cauldron cadaver's level had temporarily reverted to the grand virtual realm, as the immortal trapping sword's final owner, the sword was already in his hand before the immortal trapping sword was refined by others. Even if it wasn't as mighty as the grand heavenly realm, under the sword intense activation, the immortal trapping sword's surface surged with red radiances and permeated the entire cosmos. Wherever the sword lights went, the Jade Spring world's damaged boundaries would be repaired, temporarily preventing this world from being damaged. At the same time, innumerable sword lights seemed to be everywhere, slashing towards Chu Su, Wang Guan, and the others. The immortal trapping sword's surroundings shone with red radiances. Under this sword, even a grand heavenly realm expert wouldn't be able to avoid it. When the jade cauldron cadaver opened his eyes, Wang Guan let out a long sigh. He no longer looked like the sleepy person he used to be. For the first time, he became spirited and looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. "There's nothing we can do. Let's run." Wang Guan tried to stop Yan Zhaoge. However, the moment he was distracted, the demon monkey wielding the golden cudgel roared and leaped up. Wang Guan could only shake his head helplessly. He rotated the mirror light and kept the heavily injured percussion Heavenly Lord. Then he immediately rushed towards the outside world. Under the effects of the immortal trapping sword, not only did it stabilize the Jade Spring world, it was also continuously destroying the sword Buddha's human realm. The human realm became more and more ethereal, losing the human realm's intent. As such, the sword Buddha's human realm started disintegrating. The demon monkey rushed out first and swung the golden cudgel towards the sword Buddha's head. The illusory human realm completely shattered, and the sword Buddha's figure reappeared. His complexion was pale, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to escape, but streaks of dark red sword lights had already entangled him. Previously, when he transformed into the human realm, he had joined forces with Yan Zhaoge and the others. Now that he couldn't trap the enemy, he was trapped in the enemy's camp. The immortal trapping sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and cold sun divine saber immediately attacked the sword Buddha. Chu Su wanted to save his master. However, what welcomed him was the ferocious golden cudgel. Even with Chu Su's extraordinary prowess, he couldn't withstand this peerless weapon's sharpness. He wasn't willing to dodge. He forcefully used his exquisite swordsmanship in an attempt to dispel the golden cudgel's ferocious might. He risked suffering some injuries to open up a path for his master and escape together with the sword Buddha. However, the demon monkey didn't just have divine strength. While the golden cudgel's might was overwhelming, Its transformations were also extremely intricate. It was stronger than Chu Su's. Even if he focused on dealing with it, he would still have to fight a bitter battle, let alone being distracted. As the sword and the cudgel clashed, Chu Su's long sword was almost sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself by a hair's breadth. Just as he wanted to calm down and deal with the demon monkey, the sword Buddha on the other side couldn't withstand it anymore. Previously, when he transformed into the human realm, his sword Tao was broken, and he was heavily injured. Now that he was facing the immortal trapping sword and immortal slaughtering swords attacks, he was in a perilous situation. While Feng Yunsheng was in the grand virtual realm, her saber intent was too mystical and vicious. It wasn't obvious before. Now that the sword Buddha was injured, he felt that his sword Tao was showing signs of degeneration as Feng Yunsheng's saber descended. 2,000 years ago, little junior apprentice sister and Taoist Yen perished here in order to obstruct you. Gao Qingxian said in a deep voice, "Today, I shall slay you in the same place to comfort their souls in heaven." Black aura coiled around the immortal slaughtering sword. With an earth-shattering momentum, it slashed towards the sword Buddha. The immortal trapping sword's red radiance flickered, similarly covering the heavens and earth. Together with the immortal slaughtering sword, a red-black vortex was formed, devouring the sword Buddha. Haste! The sword Buddha raised his sword to defend against the terrifying attack that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, at this moment, the demon monkey who had forced Chu Su to retreat turned around and swung his cudgel. The sword Buddha, who no longer had the strength to defend himself, had his head crushed by the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Chapter 1534. The sword Buddha, who was even more ancient than the Buddha of sandalwood merit and the victorious fighting Buddha, established the lineage of the sword for Buddhism, couldn't even withstand the Ru-Yi golden cudgel's attack. The initially sturdy golden body of Buddhism instantly shattered. After being sealed for 2,000 years, the moment he was freed, he was faced with the fate of perishing. My fate! The sword Buddha's golden body shattered. Before he breathed his last, he let out a disappointed sigh. After a sigh, his body gradually disintegrated, transforming into streams of air that lingered around. As the colorful auras lingered, they transformed into a huge black hole. The center of the black hole was deep and heavy, while the periphery seemed to be divided into 6 worlds: the heavenly realm, human realm, hell realm, Azura realm, animal realm, and hungry ghost realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared together. The sword Buddha, who had transformed into the human realm, seemed to have transformed into reincarnation the moment he perished, wanting to drag the surrounding existences into it as well. The Jade Spring world, which was initially stabilized by the immortal trapping swordlight, started trembling. As time and space distorted, it seemed like it was about to be sucked into the black hole of reincarnation. The humongous demon monkey bared his teeth and smiled. He lifted the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and slammed it downwards. The iron cudgel filled the reincarnation, filling up the black hole. It was even heavier and more vigorous than the black hole center. The divine metal treasure that once stabilized the heavenly river circulation and the myriad heavens transformation also stabilized the sword Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation. Chu Su couldn't save him in time. As he watched the sword Buddha's slew transforming into reincarnation, his originally pale face lost all traces of blood. His expression was emotionless as he sheathed his sword, Namo Sword King Buddha. After chanting his master's official Buddhist name, Chu Su retreated and drifted far away. Although the immortal trapping sword's swordlight obstructed their path, Yen Zhaoga and the others' attention was focused on stabilizing the sword Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation. With Chu Su's strength, he could easily escape if he wanted to. The golden body of the great sage wielded the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and forcefully suppressed the sword Buddha's world of reincarnation. The black hole gradually disappeared, and the chaotic six paths auras calmed down. Yanjiaoga and the others stood quietly where they were, not speaking as they looked at the scene before them. Junior Apprentice Sister D, Taoist Yen, may you rest in peace. After a long while, Gao Qingxian murmured softly. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng both had solemn looks on their faces as they lowered their heads slightly. The six paths of reincarnation disappeared, and the golden body of the great sage kept the Rui Jingu Bang. His body disintegrated into rays of golden light and descended. Pan Pan's figure reappeared, the golden light retracting into the tattoo on the back of his shoulder blade. His figure shrunk to the point where he was no larger than a human palm. Jumping into Yan Zhaoga's palm, he directly sprawled down and fell into a deep sleep. You lazy thing, not liking to move at all. This time it's really been hard on you. Yan Zhaoga curled his fingers and Pan Pan disappeared. While Pan Pan had expended a great deal of energy due to wielding the Ru-Yi golden cudgel, Yan Zhaoga and the others weren't afraid of Chu Su, Wang Guan, and the others returning. The sword Buddha had perished, and the drum Heavenly Lord had lost his ability to fight due to his injuries. While Chu Su and Wang Guan were strong, Yan Zhaoga could only rely on the Jade Cauldron Cadaver to wield the immortal trapping sword. Together with Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian, who wielded the immortal slaughtering sword, they might not be able to emerge victorious. However, they could still hold their ground and defend themselves. What I'm worried about is them contacting more helpers and making a comeback. Feng Yunsheng said, especially the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. Yan Zhaoga pulled out the broken white jade short sword from his chest. Streams of lights flickered continuously on the surface of the broken sword, as if it would shatter at any moment. They can't find too many helpers. Yan Zhaoga let out a long sigh. On the other hand, something unexpected happened to my North Ocean clone. Gao Qingxian and Feng Yunsheng were startled upon hearing his words. In order to attract the enemy's attention, Yan Zhaoga had faked news regarding the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, in an attempt to incite a conflict between the two heretics, using the humanly essence stone fragment that might be in the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord's possession. Yan Zhaoga wasn't sure if his plan would succeed. He merely hoped to divert the enemy's attention and buy more time and space for them to search for the immortal trapping sword. Out of consideration, Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, who possessed the golden body of the great sage, was also sent to create a facade to increase the credibility of the situation. However, there was an unexpected change on the other side. It was supposed to be a facade, but it seemed like it had turned into reality. The reason was because Yan Zhaoga had attracted the immortal court, blessed lands of the White Lotus, Western Pure Lands, and the demon race's experts out of their seclusion. Yan Zhaoga, the incongruent's divine mother, and the others didn't have any actual clues regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. They were merely trying to deceive others. In the beginning, the few heretics held back. However, they were merely probing for information. Everyone held back and restrained themselves, which prevented any major conflicts from erupting. However, out of everyone's expectations, the immortal court and the demon race's experts possessed actual clues. Originally, the items in both parties' hands weren't of any value. Everyone didn't realize how useful they were. Otherwise, no one would have been able to locate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's whereabouts after so many years. However, when the items in both parties' hands coincidentally met, it was as if a golden carp transformed into a dragon. Under such circumstances, the items displayed their extraordinariness. After a brief moment of shock, the two parties that were previously restraining themselves immediately ignited the flames of war and started fighting. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, who had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain starry seas for tens of thousands of years, appeared once again and seized the treasures of the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands. However, this only temporarily put an end to the matter. With the treasures of both parties combined, the people of the world truly had a way to locate the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord. Regarding the humanly essence stone's fragments that might exist, a great war would undoubtedly erupt once again. This time, Yanjiaoge didn't lay down the maze formation to confuse others. Instead, there was actual evidence. When that time came, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would personally fight against each other. The flames of war that had just subsided due to Mahamayuri had officially been ignited once again. It's precisely because of this that I dare to let Pan attack with the Ru-E golden cudgel without any worries. Yanjiaoge said, although we have the immortal trapping sword here, the two parties have already started fighting on the other side. I'm afraid they won't be able to care about us for the time being. If the news here were to be transmitted back first, it would attract the two heretic factions, the demon race and the orthodox Buddhism's troops. The situation would undoubtedly be reversed. The current situation was what Yanjiaoge and the others hoped to see the most. Previously, they had painstakingly planned for this. However, they never expected the outcome to be so ideal. The other party won't be able to care about us for the time being. However, after they've finished their preparations, they might send their troops over. Gao Qingxian said, after all, we have the immortal trapping and immortal slaughtering swords. Chapter 1535. Although Gao Qingxian said so, she wasn't worried about them. Instead, she looked towards the Jade Spring world. After repelling Chu Su and Wang Guan, it wouldn't be difficult for Yanjiaoge and the others to escape. Only the Jade Spring world might suffer a calamity if they remained here. This place and the world beyond worlds were the same as the roving Jade Heavens. Before their location was exposed, it would be fine if others didn't know about it. Now that their location was exposed, it would be easy for them to cause trouble. Yanjiaoge swung his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword's blade even pierced through an old Taoist body. The cause of the past, the effect of the present. Taoist Qingzhang sighed. My life is in your hands, fellow Taoists. I only hope that you won't make things difficult for my disciples. Yanjiaoge calmly said, that depends on them. Just like what you said earlier, you reap what you sow. Then the sword in his hand trembled, and Taoist Qingzhang's body instantly disintegrated, dying on the spot. Then they returned to the Jade Spring world. Tong, Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others came forward. When they didn't see Taoist Qingzhang, Taoist Zhaozhen, and Yao Yinqing, they sighed inwardly. However, they didn't say anything and only bowed towards Yanjiaoge and the others. Thanks to everyone repelling the heretics, my Jade Spring world is safe once more. You're being too polite, Yanjiaoge said. It's all thanks to the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's cadaver that we repelled our enemies and even killed the Sword Buddha to avenge our ancestors. The Jade Cauldron, cultivated deity's cadaver, was currently hovering beside Yanjiaoge. It had already calmed down and its eyes were closed. Its aura and luster's intensity had also returned to the grand heavenly realm. As for the Jade Sword's half, it returned to Yanjiaoge's hand. Seniors, supporting us descendants, is the sign of our three clear lineages' righteousness. Yanjiaoge solemnly bowed towards the Jade Cauldron cadaver. Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian did the same. The Jade Cauldron cadaver's activation of the immortal trapping sword was a huge part of their success in repelling their opponents and slaying the Sword Buddha on the spot to avenge Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. Upon seeing this, Tong Xinlin and the others said with a solemn expression, "We will never forget the Grand Master's blessings." Yanjiaoge's words also expressed his stance. The situation was urgent. He was only temporarily borrowing the power of Yu Ding's slew to fight against the enemy. He had no intention of disrespecting his ancestors, and it was impossible for him to refine the slew of Jinren Yu Ding into his clone. It wasn't because he cared about the thoughts of the people of the Jade Spring world. Rather, it was because the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was a bigwig of the Jade, clear lineage, a senior, and a founding ancestor. While Yen Zhaoge's lineage had not been passed down by the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, his grandfather Yen Xintong had been of the Jade Cauldron direct lineage. Worshipping and guarding the corpse of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was in accordance with the principle of respecting one's master. Of course, Yen Zhaoge would definitely take the immortal trapping sword away. However, he did not intend to discuss it with anyone. After experiencing what had just happened, Tong Xinlin and the others didn't expect to leave behind the immortal trapping sword. Yen Zhaoge's respect for the Jade Cauldron cadaver already made them feel gratified. Worlds, a doubt, the two. The Yent, the Kag world, Yang the sect. The Ut, the two worlds. Yen Zhaoge said, "While we do not know when, the other party will definitely make a comeback one day. I wonder what our fellow Taoists plan to do. Let's talk about where to go later." Tong Xinlin didn't need to look at the others and said frankly, "But just like what Taoist Yen has said, the Buddhists and heretics will definitely make a comeback. They are a grand heavenly realm that we can't defend against. If we don't want to betray the orthodoxy, we can only leave the Jade Spring world." She smiled faintly. Although it's hard to leave one's homeland, the Jade Spring world is too ancient and is on the brink of decline. Even without external enemies, its decline is foreseeable. Guang Tongzi and the others from the Jade Spring world nodded slowly. Previously, when the Jade Spring world was sealed, we were trapped and could only watch helplessly as dusk approached. Now that the seal has been removed and the light of dawn has reappeared, what's the harm in abandoning the Jade Spring world if there's a better choice? Tong Xinlin said with a bitter smile. After that battle, even though the immortal trapping sword light's protection had stabilized the heaven and earth realm, the Jade Spring world that was about to enter its twilight years has reached a point where it doesn't have much time left. We can't afford to stay here any longer. Yen Zhaoge nodded. If that's the case, please make your preparations. It wasn't impossible for Yen Zhaoge and the others to settle down the Jade Spring world's inhabitants. However, they had to make meticulous preparations. While the Jade Spring world wasn't as huge as the world beyond worlds or the roving Jade Heavens, it occupied a vast area, and its population was astronomical. Moving around with these people was fine. However, if they wanted to settle them down for a long period of time, a suitable location was required. Otherwise, if such a massive population were to swarm into the sky beyond skies or the roving Jade Heavens, it would be a calamity for the natives. Previously, 800 of the immortal courts and mortal territories were slain by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Most of the population was relocated by the immortal court to the remaining 2,200 immortal territories. However, the conflicts between the outsiders and the natives had even shaken the immortal court's offerings. Moreover, a massive group of martial art practitioners required a vast amount of resources to nurture. It wasn't something that came out of nowhere. The higher a powerhouse's level was, the more resources they would consume on their path of growth would be a terrifying number that would leave ordinary people dumbfounded. As such, if the awakened sky cosmos wished to absorb the Jade Spring world's inhabitants, they would have to establish a new world. For the awakened sky cosmos, which originated from the Pelhal and wasn't completely stable, it required careful planning and preparation. Of course, absorbing the refugees would be filled with many obstacles. However, there were many benefits as well. It wasn't as simple as having more mouths to feed. First, there were already Tong Xinlin, a profound immortal with a 4-cheese fused aura, and Guang Tongzi and other immortal realm experts of Taoism's lineage. Such a large population meant the emergence of more talents. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus could nurture experts like Wang Guan, Yin Shiyang, and Chu Su, who were on par with Orthodox Taoism and Buddhism. This was because their population far surpassed Orthodox Taoism's population. The revival of Orthodox Taoism had a long way to go. The nurturing of foundations mustn't be neglected. Now that the world beyond worlds was facing a calamity, and the situation was unclear, Yen Zhaoge and the others were rather happy to have so many people of the same Tao and were influenced by orthodox Taoism's teachings. I wonder if your father is currently. While the others went to arrange for the migration, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi stayed behind to greet Yen Zhaoge's group. My father is there. Yen Zhaoge turned his head to look at Gao Qingxian. Currently, the immortal slaughtering sword and immortal trapping sword were both in her hands. At the tip of the immortal trapping sword's hilt, dark red radiances condensed into a tiny light spot. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1536. That tiny speck of light was condensed by the immortal trapping sword light. While it seemed tiny, it was actually majestic, forming a world of its own. Yen Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian flew within. After the dark red radiance dissipated, they saw Yen Di quietly sitting by the void. The grand simplicity splendor cloud bloomed above his head like a lotus flower, gently swaying. Yen Di nodded towards the two before retracting his gaze, silently gazing towards a direction amidst space. Following his gaze, an everlasting scene appeared before Yen Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's eyes. It spanned across the sky, looking as fresh as ever. Within the scene, an enraged and ferocious Buddha wielding a treasured sword faced Yen Zhaoge and the others. Darkness engulfed the skies, and killing intent pervaded the air, as if hell was descending upon the mortal realm. Beneath the Buddha, a purple-clothed man and a white-clothed woman stood side by side with their backs facing Yen Zhaoge and the others. The purple-clothed man wielded a sword with his left hand, while the white-clothed woman wielded a sword with her right hand. Her left hand was linked with the man's right hand. Other than the back view in Yen Zhaoge and the others' eyes, they could also see the man and woman looking at each other. Half of their faces were revealed, and the corners of their mouths were filled with smiles. The scene remained still. The dark red radiance was like a painting, still vivid and lifelike. It depicted the final scene of the past. Yen Zhaoge and the others looked at the scene, and the scene after naturally surfaced within their minds. They saw the husband and wife going through life and death together fearlessly. They held hands and faced the sword Buddha that had transformed into hell. Yen Zhaoge couldn't help but be fascinated as he recalled the heroic stance of his predecessors. He solemnly bowed towards the husband and wife's back view. Just like Yen Di, Gao Qingxian remained motionless like a statue. She only stared at the back view and remained silent for a long time. Unlike Yen Zhaoge, who had never personally interacted with Yen Xintong and his wife, Di Qinglian's smile and voice clearly surfaced within Gao Qingxuan's mind. Among the Vine Sovereign's disciples, Gao Qingxian was closest to her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. Perhaps it should be said that they were the two people who had the closest relationship among their fellow disciples. In the past, before Di Qinglian left with Yen Xintong, she had visited Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. Never would she have thought that it would be their final meeting. Gao Qingxuan's heart, which had always been calm and meticulous, couldn't help but fluctuate with waves of sorrow. Master, little junior apprentice sister, has never regretted her actions. If you could see the scene in the past, would you feel slightly better? Thinking of the Vine Sovereign, Liying, who had perished not too long ago, Gao Qingxian felt even sadder. Yen Zhaoge looked at Gao Qingxian and sighed in his heart. On the other side, Yen Di was also looking at the backs of Yen Xintong and his wife, not speaking nor moving. Because of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he did not have any memories of his parents. However, it was also through this grand simplicity splendor cloud that he was slowly absorbing the traces of sword intent left behind by Yen Xintong and his wife here, causing him to feel an inexplicable closeness to him. It was as if blood was thicker than water, something that could not be severed. Perhaps Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian had never fulfilled their duties as parents, never having personally taken care of and accompanied their child. In fact, as first-time parents, they did not even know how to take care of a child. But long before the child was born, They had done everything they could to give the best of themselves to their son. Even if Yendi had never truly interacted with his parents, he could still feel their deep love even after thousands of years had passed. The matters outside have ended? After a long time, Yendi finally stood up and turned to look at Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga nodded. The sword Buddha has been slain. We've personally avenged grandfather and grandmother. Vengeance has been avenged, and unfulfilled wishes have been fulfilled. Yendi turned to look at the mural-like image. I think they're the same as the exalted with luminary, dim connection yin, and bright connection hu. Not only do they have personal grudges in their hearts, but they also wish to see the day when our Taoism flourishes and the universe is cleared. Yen Zhaoga nodded slowly. That day is getting closer. Let's go. Gao Qingxuan's emotions had already calmed down. She said to Yen Zhaoga and Yendi. Yen Zhaoga, and Yendi nodded. Together with Gao Qingxian and the others, they left the world created by the immortal trapping sword light and reappeared within the Jade Spring world. The Jade Spring world's people were currently making arrangements for the relocation. With the help of an immortal realm expert, it wasn't too much of a hassle. For the common people in the mortal world, and even the lower-level martial artists, all of this could happen without them realizing it. Looking at the Jade Spring world that was gradually getting further away, Tong Xinlin and the others remained silent. However, they quickly regained their composure. Just like what they had said, even without the heretic's threat, the Jade Spring world would naturally decline in no time. They should have found another path to take. Although it was slightly earlier than expected, they were already mentally prepared for it. Daoist Qing Zhang, Yao Yunqing, and the others' disciples, as well as the forces that gathered around them, didn't cause too much of a commotion. Under Tong Xinlin's request, Yen Zhaoga handed these people over to the Jade Spring world to handle. In the end, Tong Xinlin and the others used thunderous methods and massacred the heretics' direct subordinates. As for the outsiders who didn't know the details, they said that Daoist Qing Zhang, Daoist Zhao Zhen, and Yao Yunqing were killed by the sword Buddha. In this way, the remaining people would have the same hatred against the heretics as everyone else. Daoist Qing Zhang's faction didn't lack supporters, mainly due to the Jade Spring world being sealed for thousands of years without any hope. Now that the seal had been removed, there was hope once again. Naturally, their previous thoughts faded away. After being subdued by Tong Xinlin and the others, they no longer harbored any thoughts of revenge. Yen Zhaoga didn't comment on this. Now that the main culprit had been eliminated, and the others had set things right, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Although Wang Guan, Chu Su, and the others had seen him kill Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing, the rest of the people were just fellow cultivators who supported Daoist Qing Zhang's idea. They were not his relatives or friends, so they naturally would not take it seriously. Choosing whom to believe was a subjective matter most of the time. As long as they saw the hope of the orthodox Taoism's revival, they would know that their choice was correct. Do we really have news about the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord? Yendi asked Yen Zhaoga on their way back. It is still unknown whether we can find the exact whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Yen Zhaoga answered, Still, there are indeed definite clues. Yendi pondered, for the immortal court heretics to pay such close attention to this matter and take it so seriously, it means that they are indeed concerned about the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. This also means that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord cannot be the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The incongruence Divine Mother was originally just trying to cover for us, but this time she's interested as well. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1537. As for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the experts from the Orthodox Taoism, such as the incongruence Divine Mother, were naturally very interested. Previously, he had only helped Yen Zhaoga and the others to conceal the immortal trapping sword so that they could search for it. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be real? The incongruence Divine Mother, Yanjiaoge and the others were all curious about the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. If this ancient heavenly venerable was still alive, it would definitely be good news for the orthodox Taoism. Although the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's whereabouts are uncertain and he kept a low profile, he was still one of the top almighty figures in the entire history of the Tao sections. If this ancient heavenly Lord had already perished, it would naturally be grievous news. Still, the earlier Yanjiaoge and the others learned of it, the easier it would be for them to adapt to the situation. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court weren't also trying to deceive us, then the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord wouldn't be the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yanjiaoge lightly rubbed his temples as he muttered to himself. Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, and Gao Qingxian all nodded slightly. The fact that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was able to use the humanly essence stone to take that final step proved that he was a top-notch, grand, heavenly immortal of the Tao sect. There was no doubt that the number of candidates was limited. After the three Pure Ones, ancestral masters, transcended, the number one expert of the Taoism was naturally the Jade Emperor. Other than Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor, the number two figure in the heavenly court was the head of the four royals, the Great Emperor of the Purple Tenuity Polaris, also known as Great Emperor Purple Tenuity. The Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord did not stay in the heavenly court's divine palace all year round. His whereabouts were unpredictable. However, most of the cultivators in the heavenly court's divine palace, including the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, acknowledged that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's strength was not weaker than the Master of the Stars, Great Emperor Ziwei. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was one of the few great sages of the demon race, but he was subdued by the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana. However, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord often ignored the affairs of the heavenly court and rarely took action. Therefore, he appeared mysterious. Apart from the three clear lineage and the heavenly court's divine palace, the other top figures of the Taoism were Zhen Yuanzi, who had lived with the world, and the Queen Mother of the West. Needless to say, Zhen Yuanzi was the ruler of the world and only respected the great Tao. As for the Western Queen Mother, she had always resided in the legendary West Kunlun, opposite to the East Kunlun where the Jade, clear lineage resided. She was also known as the Jade Lake's Golden Mother, and had the reputation of being the head of all female immortals. There were also people who called her the Queen Mother of the West. However, she and the Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor were not husband and wife, nor were they members of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. In the distant primordial era, it was rumored that she often interacted with the primordial three sovereigns. After the primordial era, the Western Queen Mother was the same as Zhen Yuanzi. Most of the time, she was different from the three clear lineage and the heavenly court's divine palace. However, relatively speaking, she had a closer relationship with the heavenly court's divine palace and the other Taoist almighties than Zhen Yuanzi. As such, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, Zhen Yuanzi, and the Western Queen Mother were generally considered to be beneath the Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor. In terms of individual strength, apart from the Purple Tenuity Emperor, the rest of the bigwigs of Taoism were all born pre-celestially and were incomparably ancient existences. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate experts were to be ranked, apart from the Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor, who could compete for the throne of the number one expert below the Tao realm, the other four bigwigs of Taoism had hopes of making it into the top 10. Even though the three clear Grand Masters had transcended, it was evident how powerful Taoism was in the past. Other than that, Taoist Dipankara was the incarnation of an ancient Buddha, while Taoist Luya was a Taoist, Buddhist, and demon. As such, they were not viewed purely as bigwigs of Taoism. As for the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture during the Middle Era, he rarely appeared in the world. Everyone was unable to grasp the changes in his strength, not to mention that he had already perished during the early years of the Middle Era. Other than the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, there were also the Grand Clear's head, disciple, Great Master Xiandu, and the most outstanding successor of the jade, clear lineage, Yang Jian. However, the former rarely made a move. Similarly, he was too mysterious and hard to predict. The latter's combat achievements were glorious, and his strength was formidable. Just like the Purple Tenuity Emperor, his postnatal physique surpassed many Xiantian bigwigs. However, he had once appeared during the Great Calamity. At that time, the Great Calamity had already begun, and most of the Heavenly Court's divine palace had already been destroyed. Yang Jian had only joined the battle halfway. Although his whereabouts were unknown, his whereabouts were rather clear. When Yen Zhaoge's main body successfully obtained the immortal trapping sword and returned to the awakened sky cosmos, his North Ocean clone was currently in another universe's space. As expected, the situation is getting more intense. Only, other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha, I wonder who else from the Western Pure Lands would go against the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. The North Ocean clone looked afar. Over there, chaotic streams of lights could be seen intertwining. Space was being torn apart, and stars were being crushed. An intense battle was taking place. The North Ocean clone's current environment was a light green world, which was isolated from the boundless void outside. However, it was hard for those outside to discover that there was another universe here. Within the light green world, dense sword cheese filled the air. However, it was also filled with a myriad of phenomena. The North Ocean clone looked afar and observed for a while. Then he asked softly, "Divine Mother, are you still unable to confirm whether the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, still exists in this world?" The world formed by the sword cheese was the incongruence Divine Mother's manifestation. At this moment, a voice resounded by Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's ears. The syllables were strange and profound. However, Yen Zhaoge could understand the meaning within. Chaos erupted. At that time, a jade door appeared in the heavenly court, suppressing the heavens. We were affected as well. Just as we were about to retaliate, the suppressive force suddenly weakened. Without a doubt, the chaos in the past originated from the heavenly court's divine palace. I didn't personally experience it. The situation within the heavenly court's divine palace was told to me by the South Pole and North Star Taoists. The incongruence Divine Mother said. According to them, the jade door suddenly shook intensely. Silhouettes were faintly discernible within the door, and their identities couldn't be identified. Even the number of people inside couldn't be determined. Everything happened in an instant. After the jade door shook, the South Pole, North Star, and Earth Empress intended to enter the jade door to investigate. However, the Maitreya Buddha suddenly appeared and enveloped the heavenly court's divine palace with a palm. Yen Zhaoge listened quietly. The peerlessly horrifying palm descending from the skies surfaced within his mind again. As the scripture repository spirit, he didn't have the existence of the jade door within his memories. It should be because he was suppressed and his thoughts weren't as active. As for the Pale Hall's hall spirit, he sensed the earliest signs of the incident before the jade door appeared because he was nearby. After that, because he was closer to the jade door, the Pale Hall managed to survive the future Buddha's attack. As expected, the heavenly court's divine palace perished due to internal strife. Thinking about how the jade door was blocked by the white lotus when he was wreaking havoc in the immortal court, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was born before the great calamity. Perhaps the future Buddha attacked the heavenly court in order to prevent the immeasurable heavenly Lord's birth. Unfortunately, despite being continuously interfered with, the immeasurable heavenly Lord still managed to descend into this world. After that, the battle against the future Buddha caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The influence of the battle kept on expanding until it couldn't be suppressed anymore, and it engulfed the entire great thousand worlds. More and more people were either actively or passively dragged into the flames of war, resulting in heavy casualties. The final outcome was the great calamity which almost changed the entire world. Chapter 1538. The first battle between the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord erupted just like that. During the calamity, there were a few fellow Taoists who never showed themselves. The incongruence Divine Mother's voice seemed to have penetrated through the ages and reached the present. According to what the South Pole and North Star Taoists said, they were most likely within that jade door. However, the truth isn't something we know. The Western Queen Mother's West Kunlun Jade Pool was destroyed. The Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's East Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was destroyed. The Zhen Yuanzi's 5 Manor Locale was destroyed. These Taoism bigwigs never showed themselves during the Great Calamity, and no one had heard of them after that. The Jade Door originated from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Naturally, it was the handiwork of the bigwigs within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to conceal itself from so many people. However, the situation back then was bizarre, and it was still confusing. If we can locate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's whereabouts, or find some clues that might exist, we might be able to understand what happened back then. Yen Zhaoga muttered to himself. Regarding the Humanly Essence Stone's fragment, the possibility of obtaining it was too low. In the past, Yin Tianxia obtained the Heavenly Essence Stone's fragment during the battle between the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. At that time, the Immortal Court received news of it. However, they couldn't spare any experts to fight against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They could only secretly search for the Heavenly Essence Stone's fragment and bring it back to the Immortal Court. In the end, they were robbed by Yin Tianxia and his men. Now, the fight for the Humanly Essence Stone's fragment had become the focal point of the battle. The renewed war was precisely because of this. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha might enter the fray at any time. Under such circumstances, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha might not be able to benefit from it. The incongruence Divine Mother came here mainly to investigate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's personal information and clues. If the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord wasn't the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and didn't perish within the Jade Door, his current situation would be worth paying attention to. Back then, when the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was about to ascend to the Tao realm, he probably hoped that he could forcefully illuminate the many experts of our Tao sect to aid him in his ascension to the Tao realm. The Jade Gate, suppressing the heavens, was for this reason. Yen Zhaoga exhaled slowly. When the Maitreya Buddha attained the Tao, he only used a portion of the Humanly Essence Stone fragments. Meanwhile, when the immeasurable Heavenly Lord attained the Tao, other than the Humanly Essence Stone fragments, he also used the Heavenly Essence Stone. The shaking of the intersecting figures in the Jade Door might be the other mighty figures of the Taoism trying to stop the immeasurable Heavenly Lord from enlightening his fellow Taoists. Just as the two sides were locked in battle, the future Buddha arrived. The curtains to the Great Tribulation had officially begun. Later on, when the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was destroyed, the majority of the 3 clear lineage suffered a calamity. Many of the rogue cultivators were either killed or dispersed. The universe was shattered, and the martial arts civilization of the human world, which had already reached a flourishing age, came to an abrupt end. Countless commoners lost their lives without even realizing it. If it were in the present, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus might have to preserve their population and keep their incense. However, to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord who had just been born with an unstable foundation, this was the cornerstone of his foundation. As for the future Buddha, he wouldn't allow the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to gain a stable footing. As such, the human world under Taoism's rule didn't turn into hell. Instead, it simply vanished. Under the Buddha light's envelopment, the Buddhist territory became a joyful and peaceful blessed lands. The calamity was averted, and the future Buddha's great merit of saving the world and saving the suffering. First, there was internal strife. Then, there was the Buddha's calamity. The orthodox Taoism had fallen to the bottom of the abyss. Even now, they were still slowly recovering their vitality. Despite being heretics, a bunch of spineless cowards joined them, said the incongruent's divine mother calmly. Although the population and incense were sparse in the beginning, the immeasurable heavenly lord still managed to win over the main smallpox, emerald cloud, origin monarch, Yu Hualong, treasure confinement heavenly monarch, Chao Bao, and other experts that belonged to the heavenly court's divine palace or orthodox Taoism. The Western Pure Lands had long been in cahoots with the heretics. Otherwise, the heretics wouldn't have been able to survive the initial stage. Yan Zhaoge sneered. After all, the immortal court's disadvantage was too obvious when they were first established. In fact, they were in a situation even earlier than when they suffered heavy losses. To put it bluntly, the immortal court didn't rely solely on themselves to survive. They either had helpers or the enemy had internal issues. Thinking about it, the immeasurable heavenly lord might have been born under the Western Pure Lands' instigation. The incongruent's divine mother's voice was cold. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It's possible. Let's see if we can locate Taoist brother Eastern Extreme's whereabouts. The incongruent's divine mother's voice became gloomy. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone also looked far away and regained his silence. Within the boundless void, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others brought along the immortal trapping sword and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. Along the way, everyone remained silent after hearing Yan Zhaoge's narration. There's another possibility regarding the scene within the Jade Door, said Yan Di with a deep voice. After a moment of silence, Yan Zhaoge nodded and said, the other possibility is that the Jade Door's construction wasn't done by a single person. Only, in order to obtain the final result, an internal conflict broke out among the group. This possibility is relatively low. After all, internal strife would only result in everyone's efforts being in vain before they even succeeded. Yan Di said slowly, the few suspects are all Taoism's pinnacle bigwigs. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't commit such a mistake. However, a person's heart is unpredictable. It's hard to say now. Perhaps only the people within the Jade Door are aware of the truth? After letting out a sigh, Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned calm. However, this doesn't affect our path. Beside him, Feng Yunxing smiled. Yan Di and Gao Qingxian also revealed a faint smile. Their gazes were calm and resolute. No matter what, if the battle between the two heretics intensifies, it's naturally a good thing for us. The more intense the battle, the better. The longer they fight, the better. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. While the pill hall was great and the awakened sky cosmos was hidden, if Tao realm bigwigs were to focus on searching for them, even if Yan Zhaoge and the others remained hidden, they would still face immense pressure. The awakened sky cosmos could only last for a long time if their enemies held each other back. This was why Yan Zhaoge had been plotting against them. Only by plotting against them would they be safe. Now that the outcome was better than expected, Yan Zhaoge and the others could finally let out a sigh of relief. While Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief, the others weren't. When Wang Guan brought the percussion heavenly lord back to the immortal court's heavenly palace, the person welcoming them frowned. How did it end up like this? They brought the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Wang Guan yawned. The immortal trapping sword has fallen into the hands of those heretics. He raised 2 fingers. The heretics already have 2 of them. Chapter 1539. A golden-eyed camel laid within the hall. A Taoist dressed in red robes sat atop the camel. His face was indigo, his hair resembled cinnabar, and he had a single eye on his forehead. This Taoist welcomed the great dream heavenly lord, Wang Guan, and the percussion heavenly lord into the hall. Seeing that the percussion heavenly lord was heavily injured, he got down from the golden-eyed camel and ordered it to carry the percussion heavenly lord to the side to recuperate. Your previous worries weren't without reason. The Taoist said to Wang Guan, As expected, the heretics have their eyes on the immortal, exterminating four swords. Wang Guan was dispirited. Although the two swords are vicious, it's still acceptable. However, if they manage to get their hands on the immortal, exterminating four swords, it'll be hard to deal with them. They have the complete, immortal, exterminating formation diagram. The three-eyed Taoist said, "The immeasurable heavenly Lord has issued a decree. The matter regarding the immortal, exterminating four swords has been resolved." Oh, Wang Guan's face was filled with astonishment. The Taoist said, "Now that we have concrete clues regarding the Eastern Extremity Qinghua Emperor's whereabouts, we can't afford to be careless. The immeasurable heavenly Lord has ordered us to keep a close eye on it. Just keep a close eye on it." Wang Guan regained his lazy appearance. "We'll talk about it if anything happens. I've already done my best during this trip. What I have to do next is to recuperate and sleep more." The Taoist looked at Wang Guan and shook his head slightly. However, he didn't say anything else and only said, "Do as you please. If I call for you in the future, just don't forget to come." At the same time, within the blessed lands of the White Lotus, a white lotus descended from the skies. It passed through countless Buddhist lands without stopping, heading towards the center of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. On the lotus seat, a long-haired young man dressed in a kasaya sat cross-legged. A long sword was placed horizontally on his knees. He was the new Sword Buddha, the sword son of the six paths, Chu Su. Chu Su's expression was calm and emotionless. He entered a Buddhist land and arrived in front of a mountain of treasures before descending. At the mountain entrance, a golden-bodied Buddha was similarly seated on a white lotus. Upon seeing Chu Su's return, he said, "The Buddha has learned of the treasured sword Buddha's death." For heretics, although their foundation was the treasured light of faith and Buddha light, experts who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm were still relatively freer. Otherwise, with the sword Buddha's strength and cultivation base, he was one of the top Buddhas in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He wasn't someone that could be compared to others. After disappearing for over 2,000 years, how could the future Buddha not look for him? If the sword Buddha did not have an opponent of similar strength, he would need more than one grand, overarching, heavenly immortal of the immortal court to deal with him. His disappearance in the past was a huge loss to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It would not be easy for him to sneak away and hide. However, the sword Buddha had been sealed by the immortal trapping sword and jade cauldron's cadaver. He was in a state where he was neither dead nor alive. It would be difficult for the future Buddha to find him. However, the key to the sword Buddha's ascension to the grand heavenly realm was still the Buddhist light imbued with the power of faith. The future Buddha immediately sensed his death. Chu Su nodded. "My master has passed away. I wish to seek revenge on my enemy, so I've come to seek Buddha's guidance." The golden-bodied Buddha answered, "The Buddha has said that the time has yet to come. We still have to wait for those heretics to search for the next treasured sword. They might be searching for the immortal trapping sword using the ancient immortal slaughtering sword as a guide. However, I'm still unable to see through the secret technique used," said Chu Su. The golden-bodied Buddha chanted softly. "The Buddha has deduced that this technique cannot be used for long. There will be a gap of time." Chu Su shut his eyes. After a while he opened them again. "I will pay attention. Now that things have progressed to this point, it's not just the treasured sword Buddha, Lord's death. It also involves the heretics' growing influence." The golden-bodied Buddha said, "We will pay attention." "Thank you, Lotus Platform, Spreading Buddha." Chu Su placed his palms together. "What's the current situation with the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor?" The Lotus Platform, Spreading Buddha answered, "There are unquestionable clues that can lead us to the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. However, it's still unknown whether he's dead or alive." He lowered his head and said, "According to the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, the humanly essence stone fragment in his possession was taken away by the eastern extremity, viridescent splendor emperor on the eve of the great calamity. If nothing unexpected happens, it should still be with the eastern extremity, viridescent splendor emperor. I'll return to the Buddha nation to sharpen my sword. Just let me know if there's anything. Chu Su nodded and left after bidding farewell to the lotus platform spreading Buddha. Ever since the new devil of aged metals incarnation was reborn, and the earth devil and water devil's resurrection was temporarily cut off, the 9 underworlds devils no longer bothered them and returned to the 9 underworlds. In the process, they were besieged by various forces and suffered heavy losses. Even the primordial heart devil and the shadow devil suffered heavy injuries. However, they were already satisfied with the fact that they managed to return to the 9 underworlds. Currently, in the abyss of the 9 underworlds, within the primordial heart devil's abode, the leader of the Devil Tao's grand heavenly realm, who looked like an old man, was lying comfortably on a boulder, as if he was taking a nap. Suddenly, the shadow of the boulder beneath the old man shook slightly. "How's the aged metal?" the old man asked without opening his eyes. The shadow devil's voice resounded from the shadow. "It's better than expected." "That's good. He's the most important one." The old man sighed and said, "It's a pity that we still have to wait for the water and earth devils. Still, it's not a waste for the aged metal to be completed. Let's wait patiently." The shadow devil asked, "The 3 clear lineage has already found 2 of the immortal exterminating 4 swords?" The primordial heart devil opened his eyes and smiled. "Yeah, other than the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword is also in their hands." "If that's the case, the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal ending sword are next," said the shadow. "It's none of our business." The primordial heart devil said, "No matter what happens next, it's all up to the vast freedom heavenly devil." The shadow devil said, "I just feel that it's a pity. The risk isn't small either." The primordial heart devil said calmly, "Let it go, let it go. Only with sacrifice can there be gains." "That's right." The shadow's voice turned gloomy and finally disappeared. The old man looked at the bright and sunny world in front of him. He closed his eyes again and continued sleeping on the boulder. Meanwhile, in the vast world outside of the 9 underworlds, within the void's boundless outskirts, the immortal court, the western pure lands, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and the demon race's war intensified. For Yen Zhaoge and the others, this was another precious opportunity for them to develop themselves. After successfully obtaining the immortal trapping sword, Yen Zhaoge had to wait for 49 years before continuing his search for the immortal exterminating sword or the immortal ending sword. Not to mention immortal realm experts, even for martial saints with higher cultivation realms, 49 years, or rather, 50 years, was a very short period of time. It would pass in the blink of an eye. A single seclusion might not even last for such a long period of time. However, for the mundane world's mortals, this was more than half of their lifetime. The population's reproduction would take at least 2 generations, or even more. Chapter 1540. A tall peak stood amidst the vast plains. Radiance illuminated the peak, illuminating day and night, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to be as bright as day. In the distant horizon, a figure suddenly flickered. As she neared, her appearance was revealed. It was a white-clothed woman, her eyes gentle and intelligent with a hint of craftiness hidden within. Her features were elegant beyond compare, resembling the beauty of the heavens and earth. As the white-clothed woman neared that radiant peak, a voice resounded from the peak. "Junior Apprentice Sister Meng." A path of radiance extended from the peak, seemingly condensing into a tangible form. The white-clothed woman stepped onto that path of radiance before the radiance retracted, bringing her along to the peak of the mountain. After passing through the protective restrictions of the Guardian Grand Formation, the radiance before her instead dissipated. What appeared before her was a majestic cluster of buildings. Figures moved about amidst the buildings, looking like they were surging upwards. yet not losing their steadiness. Seeing the white-clothed woman, everyone bowed and greeted her in an orderly manner. The woman was not unfamiliar with this place, as she smiled and nodded in greeting. There were naturally people who received her respectfully, leading her into the great hall at the peak of the mountain. Within the great hall, a white-clothed man smiled. "We are about to leave together. We have not prepared a grand welcome for you." The woman similarly smiled. "Of course. No need to stand on ceremony with me, Senior Apprentice Brother Tang." The Senior Apprentice Brother Tang she spoke of was an indisputably imposing man with handsome features. It was just that his aura was a little hard to fathom. He looked like a deep abyss, as majestic as the high mountains and the great earth, yet also as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Looking at his appearance, it was hard to judge his age as well. While he seemed to be a steady and honest middle-aged man in his 40s, he also seemed to be in his early 20s, sharp and valiant. Still, if martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world of the past saw this man's features, they would undoubtedly be able to recognize him. Tang Yonghao. He had once been the most outstanding genius of the Sacred Sun clan's younger generation of the Eight Extremities world. Afterwards, having come to the world beyond worlds, had obtained the Phoenix Bone by chance, and finally been accepted by the southeastern Exalchao Jia of the world beyond worlds, becoming his final disciple. As time passed, several decades had already passed since then. The white-clothed woman before him was naturally Meng Wan, who had once been a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world. Meng Wan was the second daughter of the world beyond worlds Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi. They had been separated at a young age, only reuniting with each other in the world beyond worlds afterwards. However, although the father and daughter recognized each other, she did not change her surname to Fu and still used Meng Wan as her name. Fu Yunqi did not mind this and still doted on her. Now, everyone knew that they were father and daughter. Therefore, Tang Yonghao still called her junior sister Meng. "If you don't need to rest, let's go to Golden Court Mountain now," said Tang Yonghao. "Of course, I'll leave immediately." Meng Wan answered, "If not for waiting for me to go with you, Senior Brother Tang, you would have gone to Golden Court Mountain long ago. It is a joyous occasion for your master to open the door of immortality." Tang Yonghao nodded. Yes. In the past, Yan Zhaoga had reversed the situation and moved more than half of the world beyond worlds into the Pill Hall, escaping from the Tao universe. At that time, the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory, Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, and Southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory of the Tao Universe's world beyond worlds, along with a portion of the Central June Heaven Territory, had left the world beyond worlds. 20 years later, the roving Jade Heavens entered the Pill Hall as well. Yan Zhaoga ascended to the immortal realm and repeated the feat of establishing a world. He transformed the Pill Hall into the awakened sky cosmos and transformed the territories that separated from the world beyond worlds into a brand new sky beyond skies. Since then, the three clear lineage's successors had announced the end of an old era and the beginning of a new era. The brand new Beyond Avalon was divided into 5 wondrous lands. Part of the world beyond worlds, Central June Heaven Territory, and the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory formed the Central Middle Earth. The core of the sky beyond skies, the Broad Creed mountain range, was located there. From the south to the north, it almost ran through the entire Middle Earth. The southeastern Yang Heaven Territory of the world beyond worlds had been transformed into the East Heaven beyond skies. The northeastern Sky Heaven Territory became the northern continent, the southern Blazing Heaven Territory became the southern continent, and the southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory became the western continent. Ever since then, the Heavens Beyond Territory had stabilized and developed to this day. The Eight Extremities world, the Vast Ocean world, the Floating Gate world, and the thousands of lower realms were still connected to the sky beyond sky's 5 lands by the wounds of the sky. Outside of the awakened sky cosmos, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were constantly fighting against each other. The demon race and the western pure lands were competing against each other, and the 9 underworlds were fighting for the great devil's revival. However, the awakened sky cosmos was peaceful and stable. Ever since Yen Zhaoge and the others returned from searching for the immortal trapping sword, they had been living in seclusion. The awakened sky cosmos became even more peaceful. Time flowed by, and now 49 years had passed. The peak that Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan were currently at was located within the Sky Beyond Skies East region. This place was known as the World Illuminating Peak. This was the Sacred Sun sect that had just reopened. Other than a few people and the same martial arts inheritance, there wasn't much of a relationship between the Sacred Sun sect and the Sacred Sun sect. In the past, the 8 Extremities World's Sacred Sun sect had already declined. The stubborn members that fought against the broad Creed Mountain to the end had all perished. The remaining members had either joined other sects within the 8 Extremities World or concealed their identities. When Tang Yonghao reopened his sect, there weren't many people of the same sect left. For example, Meng Wan's Sacred Sun sect's master, Chun Minjing, remained in the Turbid Wave Pavilion and never returned. Her situation wasn't rare. Their former opponent, the Broad Creed Mountain, had already become an unreachable colossus. Naturally, many people no longer had any thoughts of reviving their sect. However, Tang Yonghao wasn't affected. He rebuilt the Sacred Sun sect from scratch. From the 8 Extremities World until the world beyond world separated and the sky beyond skies opened. He brought the Sacred Sun sect all the way to the sky beyond skies and established a foothold there. Today, the Sacred Sun sect had already become a famous rising force within the sky beyond skies East region. Of course, the Golden Court Mountain played a part in this. Tang Yonghao was grateful for his master, Chao Jie, and the Golden Court Mountain's benevolence. In his heart, he had already regarded himself as the Golden Court Mountain's successor. Now that the Sacred Sun sect had established a foothold in the sky beyond skies, Tang Yonghao had also groomed a new leader for it. He could let go of the sect without any worries. The Sacred Sun sect's relationship with the Golden Court Mountain was naturally not so easily severed. In many people's eyes, the Sacred Sun sect was also a subsidiary of the Golden Court Mountain, or even Tang Yonghao's personal Dao arena. However, even if Tang Yonghao returned to the Golden Court Mountain to cultivate in seclusion, the Sacred Sun sect could still maintain itself and develop itself. Tang Yonghao was naturally grateful for his master, Chao Jie's care. Hearing Meng Wan congratulating him, he sighed emotionally and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Meng is too polite. My master has successfully taken this step. I'm naturally very happy. Not to mention the East region. Even in the entire sky beyond skies, this is one of the few grand events in recent years." Remember the mobile version of the website. M. Chapter 1541. Ever since the Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace's Palace, Lord Lu, and the Bright Connection Valley's Madame Yen, your master is the third human exalt to push open the immortal door. Meng Wan smiled. Ever since the aged gold, earth, and water devil's chaos, Yen Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court, and the immortal slaughtering and immortal trapping swords returned to the 3 clear lineage. While the awakened sky cosmos never lost contact with the outside world, it had entered a rather stable stage of development. In the past 50 years, the sky beyond skies had its fair share of ups and downs, joys and sorrows. Of course, the most attention-grabbing was the emergence of top-notch experts, especially the experts who had ascended to the immortal realm and pushed open the immortal door. The first one to take this step was the world beyond world's northeastern exalt, the Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace's Palace Lord, Lu Jinggu. Currently, the Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace was also a top-notch force in the North Continent. Palace Lord Lu Jinggu was the oldest exalt martial saint in the world beyond worlds. In terms of age, only the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng was older than him among the world beyond worlds 10 exalts. In terms of age, Lu Jinggu was already nearing the end of his lifespan. After all, a martial saint with a lifespan like Wang Zhengcheng was a rare exception, especially since the Grave Thunder Palace's lineage's martial arts were ferocious and violent. On the other hand, it was easy to break. Lu Jinggu's natural lifespan was actually slightly shorter than ordinary exalt martial saints. Only Lu Jinggu's old age made him more experienced. He was always domineering and energetic, which made others forget about his age. However, this old man was nearing the end of his lifespan. It was an undeniable fact. If he couldn't break through, then the day he died of old age was not far away. It would be within the next 100 years. Compared to an immortal realm expert, a martial saint or even an exalt martial saint's lifespan seemed frail. Most of the time, not only was there a difference in strength, but there was also a huge difference in lifespan. However, after leaving the world beyond worlds, Lu Jinggu had been cultivating quietly. The Green Sky Mountains' Grave Thunder Palace, Remote Cloud Mountains' Clear Light Locale, and Bright Connection Valley were all descendants of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's lineage. With Yen Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing's help, they were able to communicate with each other. After leaving the Tao universe and entering the awakened sky cosmos, the safety and secrecy of the sky beyond heaven had increased. Not only that, but the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had also established some connections with the sky beyond heaven. Although the opportunities were limited, a few words of advice from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was already extremely valuable to a martial sage. Thus, the bottleneck that Lu Jinggu had been stuck in for many years finally loosened. This veteran, exalted martial saint had happily taken the final step, pushed open the immortal door, and ascended to the leakless true immortal realm. On the other hand, Yen Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had also successfully ascended to the immortal realm in recent years. Compared to Lu Jinggu, Xue Chuqing was naturally much younger. Her talent in the martial Tao had been top-notch in the first place. Roaming the 8 extremities world that year, she and Yen Di had both won and lost, just that she was slightly inferior to him. Still, she had surpassed Fang Zhuan and the others. While the true intent of Yen Di's creation saber had yet to manifest at that time, Xue Chuqing's great talent in the martial Tao could already be seen. However, she had a wide range of hobbies, and most of her energy was divided between array techniques and other miscellaneous knowledge. In her previous life, 9.5 out of 10 years, she would be wandering from place to place, hiding from place to place, and living a life of concealment. The resources she had were also relatively scarce. As such, Xue Chuqing's martial arts cultivation was actually delayed by objective conditions, which had buried her talent to a large extent. In fact, it might even affect her ultimate achievements. Even so, after the environment had stabilized and resources were abundant once again, Xue Chuqing focused on martial arts cultivation and immediately shone with astonishing brilliance. Back when the roving Jade Heavens had entered the Pill Hall, when the awakened sky cosmos had just been established, and when the sky beyond heavens was stabilized, Xue Chuqing had already attained the human exalt realm in merely 20 years after leaving the world beyond worlds. After years of accumulation, she had finally passed the immortal mortal tribulation and attained the leakless true immortal body. Previously, when Lu Jinggu and Xue Chuqing pushed open the immortal door, it was a grand event in the sky beyond skies. Now that Golden Court Mountain's Chaojie had also successfully taken this step, naturally, everyone would congratulate him. Speaking of which, my master could successfully take this step, just like Grave Thunder Palace's Palace Lord Lu. He had also benefited from the environment of the sky beyond skies, said Tang Yonghao softly as he looked at Meng Wan. Meng Wan's expression remained unchanged, and she nodded. I've heard my father mentioning it before. Tang Yonghao understood. Meng Wan's father was a true immortal of the Grand Clear lineage, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi. All these years, ingenious flying peaks, red lotus cliff lineage, broad Creed Mountains, Yanjiaoga, and Golden Court Mountains, Chaojia, who was also of the Grand Clear lineage, had frequently interacted with each other. Between the three lineages, they had deep exchanges regarding the discovery and recovery of the Grand Clear lineage's supreme martial arts. As for Fu Yinqi himself, due to being schemed against by the immortal court heretics, he was also attacked by the world beyond worlds' concealed sovereign, Yang Su, or the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan. As a result, he had suffered a tribulation. Currently, the battle between the black and white brocade emperors had already been decided. However, if Fu Yinqi wanted to return to the right track and continue advancing, he still had to plan. With Yan Zhaoga's help in this aspect, the situation was getting better and better. Meng Wan roughly understood the situation. At the same time, she knew that Golden Court Mountains lineage had also benefited from it. Chao, Jie, and Golden Court Mountains lineage's foundation originated from the Purple Tenuity Emperor's Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art and 3 Enclosures Emperor Sword. It was a sword Dao derived from one of the Grand Clear later Heaven 5 Ultimates, the Great Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art. As a sword art, it was outstanding and could almost challenge the numinous Treasure 4 swords. It was just that Golden Court Mountains 3 Enclosures Emperor Sword was incomplete. With Yan Zhaoga and Fu Yinqi's help, Golden Court Mountain had been trying to restore the 3 Enclosures Emperor Sword all these years, while simultaneously reversing the Great Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art. While the Great Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art was not stronger than the 3 Enclosures Emperor Sword, it was a reference that would undoubtedly be beneficial to Chao Jie's cultivation. It was precisely through this process that Chao Jie had benefited from, helping him to successfully break through his bottleneck like Lu Jinggu, safely passing the mortal tribulation. Meng Wan's mind was sharp and intelligent as she already understood Tang Yonghao's meaning. Wudong Slope has not been doing anything special. Back in the world beyond worlds that year, the southern Exalt Zhuangshen had died to Yendi's saber, and Broad Creed Mountain had conquered the southern Blazing Heaven territory after establishing their lineage in the world beyond worlds. The original ruler of the south, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, had been forced to move far away. Wudong Slope had originally intended to move to the western Turtle Heaven territory. Still, they had not left the south in the end. Under the leadership of their new chief, Mao Yuansheng, Wudong Slope had lowered their heads towards Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain had not been ruthlessly exterminated. Regardless of what the other party was planning, they had always kept a low profile in the following years. The world beyond worlds had been separated, and the entire southern Blazing Heaven territory had been moved into the Pill Hall by Yan Zhaoga. Afterwards, it had become the Sky Beyond Sky's south region. Wudong Slope's lineage had also taken root here. Mao Yuansheng had kept a low profile and was pragmatic. Under his painstaking efforts, the current Wudong Slope had shockingly shown signs of revival. Chapter 1542. In the world beyond worlds that year, the master of Wudong Slope's lineage, Zhuangshen and Mao Yuansheng, had actually intended for Mao Yuansheng to inherit their lineage's legacy. Still, he had perished unexpectedly afterwards, with the position of chief of Wudong Slope ultimately falling into Zhuangshen's hands. After that, Zhuangshen caught up from behind. His strength grew stronger and stronger, and his fame grew greater and greater. The people of the world gradually forgot about what had happened back then. When Zhuangshen became a martial saint, his personal reputation also reached its peak. Mao Yuansheng, who had once been the most outstanding of his generation in his youth, completely became Zhuangshen's background. It was not just in the world beyond worlds. In the southern Blazing Heaven territory, and even within Wudong Slope's lineage, Mao Yuansheng kept an increasingly low profile in the following days. Even if Zhuangshen did not specifically suppress him, he would still keep a distance from him. It was only after Yen Zhaoga had caused Wudong Slope's lineage to suffer grievous casualties and suffer a great blow to their vitality that Mao Yuanqing had emerged once more, aiding Zhuangxin in reviving Wudong Slope. After Zhuangxin had challenged Broad Creed Mountain and died beneath Yendi's saber, Mao Yuanqing had succeeded Wudong Slope. With the battle between the Black and White Brocade Emperors having come to an end, the first thing Mao Yuanqing did was to head to Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff to apologize to the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, also inviting Meng Wan back to Wudong Slope as a guest, expressing her sincere apologies with utmost respect. Although Fu Yunqi was furious that Zhuangxin had used Meng Wan to disturb his state of mind, since Zhuangxin himself was already dead, with Fu Yunqi's bearing, it was beneath him to make things difficult for the others of Wudong Slope. Meng Wan similarly did not make things difficult for Mao Yuanqing and Wudong Slope. She returned to the south to sweep the grave of her birth mother, who was also a former disciple of Wudong Slope, Lu Xianting. Afterwards, when they had left the world beyond worlds and entered the sky beyond skies, Meng Wan had frequently visited Wudong Slope as well. However, even then, Mao Yuanqing and Wudong Slope still didn't dare act in the slightest. Even when Mao Yuanqing had successfully broken through from the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm to the Human Exalt realm more than 10 years ago, he had still kept a low profile. However, the brilliance that had been buried under Zhuangshen's wings in the past had already caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Under Mao Yuanqing's leadership, Wudong Slope was not anxious or impatient. He carefully taught his disciples and gradually recovered their vitality. Presently, the Wudong Slope had risen once again in the southern continent, becoming a formidable existence that no one in the southern continent could ignore. Mr. Mao is very clear-headed. I believe he won't do anything irrational, Meng Wan said as she left the world-illuminating peak with Tang Yonghao and set out for Golden Court Mountain. All of us know that if Broad Creed Mountain really wanted to hold a grudge, Wudong Slope would have long since ceased to exist. How would there be a day when they would rise again? Meng Wan sighed emotionally, yet while Wudong Slope has revived compared to the current Broad Creed Mountain, it is no different from the light of a firefly contending for glory with the sun and moon. How can they possibly win? It's just that Wudong Slope has a lot of old people. We have to be more vigilant to prevent people from being blinded and blinded for a moment. She looked at Tang Yonghao. From this aspect, the Sacred Sun clan has started all over again, its disciples not having any concept of what happened back then. The situation is clearly much better. Tang Yonghao said, if Broad Creed Mountain wholeheartedly wants to suppress them, it would be even more impossible for the Sacred Sun clan to be rebuilt. After a moment of silence, he said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Most of the time, it's not hatred that tempts people to take risks, but their own desires and ambitions. Meng Wan said, it's not a bad thing to be ambitious or even have desires and ambitions. Still, we must not lose the big picture for the small. Now that our orthodox Taoism has hope of reviving, with a flourishing atmosphere, we should be united as one. The white-clothed woman said slowly, a snake cannot be without a head. Broad Creed Mountain is strong and has already established its position as the dragon head of the sky beyond skies. The stronger they are, the stronger the sky beyond skies will be, and the stronger our Taoism will be, and the faster our revival will be. For everyone of the same Taoism, it will be beneficial as a whole. Tang Yonghao gazed into the distance. That's right. My master, Palace Lord Lu, and even Wudong Slope's chief Mao are all the same. If Taoism as a whole collapses, we will all be affected. For example, those who are still in the world beyond worlds have all met with a great tribulation. While Master did not explicitly state who the enemy is, that tragic situation is enough to alert everyone in the sky beyond skies. At this point, Tang Yonghao sighed. In the 8 extremities world that year, with the threat of the 9 underworlds and the invasion of the flame devils, I did not understand why junior apprentice Brother Huang and the others would still be so stubborn as to start a great war with Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City, and the other sects, inciting internal strife in the Eight Extremities world, causing pain to those close to them and joy to those close to them. Only afterwards did I know that they had long known of the existence of the world beyond worlds, and had also established their relationship with the Radiant Light sect. When things really got out of hand in the Eight Extremities world, they could invite the Radiant Light sect to descend and quell the chaos. In such a situation where they had nothing to fear, their first priority would naturally be to eliminate Broad Creed Mountain and the other sects, establishing the position of our Sacred Sun clan as the sole hegemon. Tang Yonghao shook his head. Junior apprentice brother Huang laughed at me for not understanding that year, but I did afterwards. However, isn't the current situation similar to back then? I still can't see any hope suddenly descending from the heavens, allowing us to have nothing to worry about. In that case, regarding the current situation of our Taoism, we can only unite as one. After quietly listening to Tang Yonghao's words, Meng Wan smiled slightly. In the Eight Extremities world that year, it was like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Who would have thought that there was such a vast world outside? That's right. Tang Yonghao smiled as well. Meng Wan glanced behind her, the world illuminating peak having long since disappeared. While the Sacred Sun clan has been rebuilt, you and I are already no longer disciples of the Sacred Sun clan. There are also few who still remember the rise and fall of the Sacred Sun clan that year. She currently belonged to Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, while Tang Yonghao was of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage. My master is fine, and senior apprentice sister Feng is also at Broad Creed Mountain. While I was defeated in a battle with senior apprentice sister Feng that year to decide the ownership of the Extreme Yin Crown, I had no qualms about risking my life. Meng Wan said softly, I am not willing to be enemies with Broad Creed Mountain, but is it because I truly feel this way, or is it an excuse for fear of Broad Creed Mountain's current might? Tang Yonghao smiled. In the Eight Extremities world that year, when Broad Creed Mountain did not possess such might, weren't you similarly unwilling to be enemies with them? That's right. To the Sacred Sun clan, I was already an unfilial disciple then, Meng Wan sighed. Tang Yonghao said calmly, There are some things that I must do even if I am incapable of doing them. Even if thou wilt not, I will still do it. There are some things that I will not do even if I can. Meng Wan smiled. Well, we are no longer in the Eight Extremities world, and while it has been so many years, senior apprentice brother Tang is still the same as before. Just this much, Tang Yonghao smiled as well. As the two conversed, they headed towards Golden Court Mountain. While the East Heaven beyond heaven was vast, the world-illuminating peak was not far from Golden Court Mountain. With Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao's current cultivation bases, they arrived very quickly. This place was indeed very lively. People came and went, all of them here to congratulate Chao Jia. When Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan had just arrived, they shockingly saw that the chief of Wudong Slope, Mao Yuansheng, was already there. In the world beyond worlds that year, Wudong Slope and Golden Court Mountain had been on bad terms, often clashing with each other. Now, however, such conflicts could no longer be seen in the sky beyond heavens. Meng Wan and Mao Yuansheng exchanged glances and smiled. As a descendant of Golden Court Mountain and Chao Jia's final disciple, Tang Yonghao naturally had the responsibility of greeting guests and sending them off. In just a short while, new guests arrived, causing commotion in the surroundings. Broad Creed Mountain had come to congratulate them. Chapter 1543. Gazing into the distance, Meng Wan saw a group of people dressed in the traditional attire of Broad Creed Mountain, escorted by Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners as they ascended the peak of Golden Court Mountain. The person in the lead was a tall, middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with determination, and his expression was heroic. Meng Wan was actually very familiar with this middle-aged man. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Su Fei. Back when he had returned with the immortal trapping sword, Broad Creed Mountain's previous chief Yen Di had passed his position to Su Fei, who had been the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall. Afterwards, Yen Di had focused on his cultivation. At that time, it was also a grand occasion in the sky beyond skies. Meng Wan had even accompanied her father, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, to the Broad Creed Mountain to observe the ceremony. She had witnessed Su Fei's title of Heavenly Rock being changed to Heaven Concealing Rock, in accordance with the Broad Creed Mountain's tradition. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. That year, Su Fei had long since become the leading figure of Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples, shouldering heavy responsibilities within the clan for a long time. However, to the people of the outside world, as compared to Yan Zhaoga and his father, as well as the infamous Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei did not stand out at all. Back then, the fact that he possessed the golden body of the great sage was not widely publicized. Still, after he had taken over Broad Creed Mountain, the sect had developed in an orderly fashion, Su Fei's strength gradually manifesting bit by bit as time passed, his personal prestige also growing greater and greater. At this time, he was already a true hegemon of a region, his influence stemming from himself rather than his status as the new chief of Broad Creed Mountain. On the other hand, forces like Golden Court Mountain and Red Lotus Cliff, who had a high status and were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain, naturally knew more about the fierceness of Xue Fei's golden body of the great sage. On behalf of my master, I thank sect leader Su for coming from afar. Welcome! Tang Yonghao greeted Su Fei with a smile. Of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di and Feng Yunqing possessed rather high cultivation bases. Coming to Golden Court Mountain would be akin to usurping the host. When those with lower cultivation came to congratulate him, they were slightly arrogant and rude. While Chao Jia had the appearance of a middle-aged man, he had been a famed figure in the world beyond worlds for many years. His actual age was actually much older than anyone of Broad Creed Mountain. While Su Fei's seniority was rather low, as the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, he had personally congratulated them. No matter how one looked at it, he had given Golden Court Mountain sufficient face. Also, while his fame was growing by the day, he was still inferior to Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di at the end of the day. Also, he was much more low-key in his daily affairs compared to Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. Therefore, the main focus of today's celebration would not deviate. The other person who was not so high profile and whose status was sufficient to not be rude was Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei's grandmaster, Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Jingfeng. In terms of seniority with Yan Di and Yan Zhaoga, or in terms of status within Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng held sufficient weight. Also, his age and cultivation base were both lower than Chao Jia's. However, Yuan Jingfeng was in secluded cultivation, so it was not convenient for him to come to Golden Court Mountain to congratulate them. Senior Brother Tang and fellow Taoists from Golden Court Mountain are too polite. It is us who have troubled you, Xue Fei answered with a smile. Beside him, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners also returned the greetings of those of Golden Court Mountain. Tang Yonghao looked over and saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. One of them, a cultured and refined youth, cupped his hands towards him. I heard from Taoist Zhang of your sect that Taoist Tang is already close to the late Immortal Bridge stage, the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. I would like to congratulate you first. I dare not say it at such a close distance. Thank you for your auspicious words, fellow Taoist Feng. Tang Yonghao smiled and returned the greeting. This youth was Feng Moyang, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, who was of the same generation as Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei. His status and reputation within Broad Creed Mountain far surpassed the impression outsiders had of him. While he was only a seeing divinity martial saint now, he was one of the few experts of Broad Creed Mountain in the art of alchemy and the cultivation of spirit herbs, being responsible for many matters. Because Chao Jia, the leader of Golden Court Mountain, was fond of alchemy. The entire sect was influenced by him, as there were many who were proficient in this art. Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain often communicated in this regard. Therefore, Feng Moyang was very familiar with everyone in Golden Court Mountain and often visited them. As Feng Moyang's cultivation base was lower than Tang Yonghao's, he didn't appear overbearing when he talked about cultivation, not mentioning Yan Zhaoga. When the Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had competed against each other in the Eight Extremities world in the past, Tang Yonghao's opponent had been Su Fei, who was right in front of him. Among the geniuses of the same age, the two had once been outstanding. However, later on, whether it was the Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, or Su Fei and Tang Yonghao, their fates had all reached a turning point. It wasn't easy for Tang Yonghao either. While he had experienced great ups and downs, he had been concentrating on his cultivation while reviving the Sacred Sun Clan. Whether it was in terms of martial arts heritage or environment, Golden Court Mountain far surpassed the Sacred Sun Clan. As Chao Jie's last disciple, Tang Yonghao's treatment wouldn't be bad. However, being able to reach his current height, his outstanding talent and diligence would still be praised by others, even in the world beyond worlds or the sky beyond skies. After all, when he had just arrived at the world beyond worlds and before he entered the Golden Court Mountain, he had been delayed for some time. Later on, in order to revive the Sacred Sun Clan, he had even returned to the Eight Extremities world, where the cultivation environment was relatively worse, and settled down for a period of time. Today, Tang Yonghao had already become a famous figure in the sky beyond skies and the East continent, especially when compared to his age and current realm. He could still be considered as having a boundless future. However, compared to Su Fei, he had obviously fallen behind. After obtaining the golden body of the great sage, although Su Fei had concealed his golden body, his cultivation realm had started to become blurry. The powerful golden body of the great sage was constantly affecting Su Fei's cultivation realm, either overtly or covertly, presenting an unclear state. At first glance, it seemed like he was still in the mortal realm, and didn't look like an expert of the immortal realm. However, not to mention Tang Yonghao and the other Golden Court Mountain disciples, even Chao Jie couldn't see through Su Fei's current strength. As for the manifestation of the golden body of the great sage, there was no need to mention it. In the Broad Creed Mountain, Xikongqing, Yinglongtu, and Xiaoguang, who were known as the four heroes of the East Mountain together with Su Fei, had already reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm. As the current leader of the sky beyond skies, the Broad Creed Mountain was undoubtedly better than the other sects in all aspects. According to the rumors that Tang Yonghao and the Golden Court Mountain had received, Yinglongtu and the other two had started to attack the human exalt realm after many years of accumulation. It was just that the results were unknown. Compared to Su Fei, Xikongqing, and Yinglongtu were the latecomers to Tang Yonghao. Perhaps it was even more embarrassing. However, Tang Yonghao himself didn't care much about it. Everyone had their own fate. Even Tang Yonghao, if he hadn't obtained a piece of phoenix bone in the past and got involved in the conflict between the Golden Court Mountain and Wudong Slope, how could he have joined the Golden Court Mountain so easily? He just felt a little emotional. When I was in the 8th level world, I was like a frog in a well, hoping to transcend mortality and enter sainthood, to comfort the predecessors of the Sacred Sun sect, to carry on the past and open up the future, and to bring the martial arts of the Sacred Sun sect to greater heights. I really didn't expect to see the scene of ascending the Immortal Bridge. Chapter 1544. Xue Fei smiled at Tang Yonghao's emotional expression. At that time, I didn't even know about the world beyond worlds and the wider heavens and earth. Feng Moyang also showed a look of reminiscence. His current cultivation base was at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Amongst those of the same generation, he was inferior to Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and the others, and also inferior to Yinglongtu and the others. However, Feng Moyang had already surpassed his father, Feng Chi, the current broad creed mountain of the Eight Extremities world, no longer had a chief, instead merely existing as an ancestral hall, paying tribute to the ancestors of the past. The broad creed mountain had already given up on ruling over the Eight Extremities world, leaving only a small number of people to take turns to clean up the ancestral court. Even the heavenly lake had been teleported to the sky beyond skies by the sex experts. Broad Creed Mountain no longer occupied the lower world of the Eight Extremities world, allowing it to develop naturally. Even though Sua Mingzhong had left the Fire Dragon world in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea for many years, the Fei clan, who had occupied the Fire Dragon world and even renamed it the Lesser Taihua Celestial Realm, still treated his parents' graves kindly and even took care of them. Currently, in the Eight Extremities world, even if Broad Creed Mountain did not leave anyone behind to watch over it, no one would dare to offend the Broad Creed Ancestral Court. It was just that Broad Creed Mountain itself wanted to pay respect to its ancestors, which was why they had specially assigned people to watch over it. To the current Broad Creed Mountain, their sights and horizons were naturally set on a higher plane. Feng Chi, who had previously stayed behind in the lower worlds as the Eight Extremities world's Broad Creed Mountain's chief, naturally didn't have to stay there any longer. Instead, he headed to the sky beyond skies. No matter how the Eight Extremities world was modified and strengthened, it was still inferior to the abundance of spiritual chi in the sky beyond skies. Beyond Avalon was undoubtedly more suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Feng Chi was inferior to his son, but with Broad Creed Mountain's superior environment and abundant resources, he had also attained the third level of the martial saint realm. While it was still unknown whether he could break through to the seeing divinity stage and ascend from the lower worlds with his own strength, with Feng Chi's current cultivation base, he would undoubtedly possess an extremely terrifying ruling position in the Eight Extremities world of 100 years ago. After all, in the Eight Extremities world at that time, no one had even truly ascended to the world beyond worlds. If I hadn't seen the vast world outside and received the reciprocation from Senior Brother Yen and the others from the world beyond worlds, I and many others might not have been able to reach this height and see such magnificent scenery in our whole lives. Feng Moyang said with a smile, compared to the world beyond worlds and the sky beyond skies, the Eight Extremities world, which had originally been a lower world, was undoubtedly barren in all aspects. Whether it was the richness of the world's spiritual chi or the amount of various material resources, the Eight Extremities world was inferior to the world beyond worlds and the sky beyond skies. Yen Zhaoga and the others had modified the environment of the Eight Extremities world afterwards, strengthening the environment of the Eight Extremities world greatly. At the same time, they had sent over many rare and precious treasures which had originally been rare or even extinct in the Eight Extremities world in large amounts. Furthermore, there were even more superior absolute art manuals. With this help, even those of Broad Creed Mountain who were cultivating in the Eight Extremities world would have their rate of improvement increase greatly. Within the limited time they had, they would be able to make sufficient progress, thus possessing greater possibilities. There was a widespread saying that if one did not become a grandmaster before the age of 30, one would have no hope of ever becoming a great grandmaster. Many conditions became more favorable, which gave more opportunities to others. Many years ago, other than some records left by Yen Di, Ing Longtu, and Yen Zhaoga, which were too domineering for the later generations to surpass, many records in terms of the youngest martial arts realm had already been broken. Were the record breakers more outstanding than their predecessors? Not necessarily. Most of the time it was because their conditions were better and the difficulty of improvement was lower. Martial saints, martial grandmasters, and martial scholars in the Eight Extremities world were not only more numerous than before, but their average age was also much lower than before. Other than the Broad Creed Mountain's martial art practitioners, Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain, Turbid Wave Pavilion, and even the re-established Sacred Sun Clan were all filled with prodigies. There was also more than one seeing divinity martial saint who had ascended to the sky beyond skies with their own strength. 100 years ago, this might have been something unimaginable. However, if Zhang Dongge, Zhang Shilo, Zhang Chao, Huang Guanglia, and other legendary figures in the history of the Eight Extremities world were still alive, with the current resources and conditions, they would undoubtedly reach a higher peak. Time, fate, and fate. Nothing could surpass this. Compared to our current cultivation realm and lifespans, we are all very young. However, it is still not the time for us to reminisce about our past and look back on our lives. Xue Fei said neither too fast nor too slow. Isn't it precisely for such changes in the world that we are striving so hard for? While it is not this Sue's credit, being able to witness all of this and contribute to it as much as I can, it is also an honor for me. Hearing his words, Tang Yonghao was similarly filled with heroism. That's right. All these changes have yet to end. Instead, they are still in progress. It is not impossible for them to become even better. It is not impossible for them to return to the flourishing times before the great calamity. His words were not baseless. The current sky beyond skies was still in the stage of accumulating power. However, the accumulated power had already begun to show signs of it. In the past 50 years, the only ones who had pushed open the door to immortality were Lu Jinggu, Xue Chuqing, and Chao Jie. However, if one were to look downwards, they would discover that there were already powerful forces in the martial saint realm ready to be unleashed. In Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan had long since let go of their burdens and focused on cultivating. Their hidden potential had yet to be exhausted as it began to display its powerful potential. The two who had already stepped onto the immortal bridge had ascended to the human exalt realm over the past few years. While he was not of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, he had a close relationship with Broad Creed Mountain. His rate of improvement was no slower than Sikong Qing's, as he was currently also a 9th level martial saint. Other than Broad Creed Mountain, it was not just Wudong Slope's Mao Yuancheng who had ascended to the human exalt realm. Ingenious Flying Peaks, Red Lotus Cliffs, Brocade Emperor's lineage had also ascended to the human exalt realm after his Xixing. The former Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua, who is now Long Hanhua, had returned from the roving Jade Heavens and returned to Golden Court Mountain, was already a human exalt. He had abandoned the profound heaven territory in the world beyond worlds and come to the sky beyond skies. While he had lost the northern exalt, the current Temple Lord of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale, the most outstanding talent in the past, Northern Heavenly Chi Zhengemo, had also been a 9th level martial saint for many years. Right now, he was in seclusion to break through to the human exalt realm. Advancing from the 9th level of the martial saint realm to the human immortal exalt realm and overcoming the immortal mortal tribulation from the human exalt realm to ascend to the immortal realm were two huge obstacles that could cause one to be stuck for thousands of years at any time, exhausting one's potential and lifespan completely. Therefore, because of these two obstacles, especially the human immortal realm, many high-level martial saint experts had been accumulated in the sky beyond skies. It would be fine if one's potential was exhausted. However, for those who had yet to exhaust their potential, they would need to patiently accumulate and look for opportunities to break through. Once they passed through the obstacles, they would immediately enter a new world. Now that the sky beyond skies was flourishing, its prospects would only get better and better. Just like the 8 Extremities world in the past, no one could have imagined such a world-shaking change. In today's sky beyond skies, the unimaginable legends and miracles of the past were gradually becoming reality. Feng Moyang smiled and nodded. Perhaps my strength is meager, but I hope that I can also participate in it. Chapter 1545. Upon hearing Feng Moyang's words, Tang Yonghao said with a serious expression, "Forget about the others. I'm very clear about Taoist Feng's contributions. Now that the sky beyond heavens is flourishing, you've contributed a lot. Even I have to express my gratitude to you." Now that he was a disciple of the Golden Court Mountain, The Golden Court Mountain and the Broad Creed Mountain often communicated with each other in alchemy. Therefore, Tang Yonghao was very clear that although Feng Moyang's cultivation was slightly lower, he had contributed a lot in developing and reviving Taoism's alchemy. In this aspect, Yan Zhaoge was the leader. However, Yan Zhaoge had many matters to attend to. Therefore, he couldn't and didn't have to attend to everything personally during the specific implementation process. In the aspect of alchemy, Feng Moyang was one of the best among the younger generation. Most of the time, he was responsible for implementing Yan Zhaoge's ideas and arrangements into reality. From the early days of the world beyond worlds to the current sky beyond heavens, his alchemy technique had been progressing and improving continuously. As the cultivation level of the sky beyond heavens increased day by day, sufficient elixirs were also one of the pillars. In this regard, Feng Moyang and others couldn't be denied. Not only the Broad Creed Mountain and the Golden Court Mountain, but the entire sky beyond heavens also benefited from it. Even the sacred Sun clan that had risen again was included. "You're too polite, Taoist Tang." Feng Moyang looked at Tang Yonghao and felt a little emotional. Back in the Eight Extremities world, the Broad Creed Mountain had a rather complicated impression of this person, especially when they were of the same generation as Tang Yonghao. With the rise of Yan Zhaoge and his father, the Sacred Sun clan, their old enemy in the Eight Extremities world became history. Even the Radiant Light sect, the Sacred Sun clan's backer in the world beyond worlds, became history. The new Sacred Sun clan was rebuilt by Tang Yonghao. From the bottom, it rose again, rushed out of the Eight Extremities world's lower realm, and established itself in the sky beyond heavens. Now, the Sacred Sun clan not only had a firm foothold in the East region beyond heavens, but it had also become one of the rising forces. From the looks of it, it was just like the Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds. Tang Yonghao himself also had an outstanding reputation. As Chao Jie's final disciple, he had sufficiently proved Chao Jie's judgment and also proved that Chao Jie had not taken him as a disciple purely for the sake of competing with Wudong Slope. In the Eight Extremities world, other than Broad Creed Mountain, the two most resplendent stars were Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan. Amongst them, Meng Wan was renowned for the speed at which her cultivation base improved. Currently, as a late immortal bridge martial saint, she had even surpassed Tang Yonghao as well as countless others. The phoenix that once shook the Eight Extremes, after removing the dust on its body, once again soared to the nine heavens, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, while there were many objective factors, such as his father being the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, an ingenious flying peaks environment being superior to many other powers like Golden Court Mountain. There were many other factors involved. There was also Feng Yunsheng, who had pushed open the door to immortality, lending the extreme Yin crown which had already lost its original special significance to Meng Wan, further increasing the cultivation speed of Meng Wan, who was a maiden of extreme Yin. However, the speed of her improvement still made the world raise their eyebrows. Tang Yonghao's improvement speed wasn't as fast as Meng Wan's, but compared to Meng Wan, who rarely fought with others, Tang Yonghao's reputation, other than the soaring of his cultivation, came more from his actual combat. It was true that Golden Court Mountain stood behind him, and it was true that Broad Creed Mountain did not mind the Sacred Sun clan rising once more. However, Broad Creed Mountain's conflict with the Sacred Sun clan that year was no secret, as virtually everyone in the sky beyond heavens knew about it now. Without Broad Creed Mountain clearly stating its stance to forbid it, there were many who were more than happy to make things difficult for the Sacred Sun clan. Moreover, unlike Wudong Slope, which still had some foundation, the Sacred Sun clan was completely impoverished with no foundation at all. If they wanted to establish a foothold and space for development, they would definitely have to clash with those around them. It was just like Broad Creed Mountain's experience in the world beyond worlds that year. While the smaller powers might not dare to act rashly due to the deterrence of Golden Court Mountain, there would always be other major powers. even if it wasn't a decision of the major powers themselves. Just the personal choices of a portion of them would still be sufficient to cause the rebuilding Sacred Sun clan to suffer greatly. At such a time, Tang Yonghao and the new members of the Sacred Sun clan would naturally have to fight for their integrity, their fame, and their prestige. Therefore, as time passed, everyone came to know that after the Shadow Mountain Sword King, Long Hanhua, Chao Jie's lineage had produced the Radiant Sword King Tang Yonghao. While only at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, he was already the number 3 expert of Golden Court Mountain. In the 8 Extremities world that year, Tang Yonghao's talent in the sword had already shaken the world for a time, as even Yan Zhaoge had praised him rather highly. Feng Moyang had once heard Yan Zhaoge mention that Tang Yonghao's most outstanding talent in the martial Dao did not lie in his cultivation speed, but in his comprehension ability in the Dao of the sword. The original Sacred Sun clan had not specialized in sword arts, which had actually somewhat buried Tang Yonghao's talent. Now he and Golden Court Mountain were finally complementing each other. Tang Yonghao had combined Golden Court Mountain's sword arts and the Sacred Sun clan's martial Dao, even incorporating the essence of the Radiant Light sect's martial arts within, creating his own unique sword arts. With this, the newly established Sacred Sun clan had gained a new lineage for Golden Court Mountain, causing Chao Jie, Long Hanhua, the southeastern sword mistress, and the others to sigh in admiration. Although he wasn't like Feng Moyang, who had studied alchemy to benefit the whole world. In the eyes of Su Fei and Feng Moyang, what Tang Yonghao had done was also contributing to the development of the martial arts of the sky beyond heavens. The flourishing atmosphere of the pre-Great Calamity era, where 100 flowers were blooming and numerous top-notch martial arts inheritances, was getting increasingly thicker. As they chatted, Tang Yonghao led the way, leading the Broad Creed Mountains group inside to meet Chao Jie and the other seniors of Golden Court Mountain. On the way to the Great Hall, they saw another group of people being led by other Golden Court Mountain disciples towards the Great Hall from another direction. The person in the lead seemed to be a youth. He wore white clothes and emanated an imposing sword qi. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao were no strangers to this newcomer. They recognized him as one of the experts of the western region beyond skies, the former world beyond worlds southwestern Exalt Bai Tao. Bai Tao was a proud disciple of the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei's lineage. In his early years, he had presided over the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. While Nie Jingshan had surpassed him and was acclaimed as the most outstanding descendant of the Sword Sovereign's lineage, his actions as the world beyond worlds Southern Exalt had made everyone aware that he was devoted to the martial Dao. Occupying the position of the Southern Exalt was merely for Yan Zhaoge, Yendi, and Broad Creed Mountain's convenience. As such, even if he didn't reside at the Jade Capital Crag, most people still thought that Bai Tao would one day inherit Yu Jinbei's legacy and take over the Jade Capital Crag. However, after Nie Jingshan left, Bai Tao finally decided to establish his own sect in the West Continent and become the patriarch of a region. However, he still regarded the Jade Capital Crag as the Orthodox orthodoxy, which was equivalent to a branch of the Jade Capital Crag. This was equivalent to him giving up on taking over the Jade Capital Crag. At that time, in the sky beyond skies, please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1546. When Nie Jingshan was around, it did not affect Bai Tao from taking over the Jade Capital Crag. Now that Nie Jingshan was not around, it was even more so. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Bai Tao left on his own and took root in the Western continent. As for the reason, perhaps only the person involved knew. Only Bai Tao had a short conversation with his master, Yu Jinbei, before bidding farewell to his master and descending the Jade Capital Crag alone. Until now, no third person knew the content of their conversation. It became a big mystery after the opening of the outer heavens. Within Broad Creed Mountain, there were many differing opinions regarding this. Many people speculated that Bai Tao might have done something wrong, which was why there was no possibility of him inheriting the Jade Capital Crag. However, the Jade Capital Crag would handle the matter internally, and the details would not be made public. This was also the guess of most people in the realm beyond Avalon. In addition, there were also people who believed that Nie Jingshin's sudden rise to power had more or less damaged Bai Tao's morale. Even though Nie Jingshin was not present, Bai Tao still admitted his inferiority. Or perhaps it was exactly the opposite. He wanted to break free from the shadows of the past, so he severed his past thoughts and established the goal of his life and the foundation of his sword Dao. While Broad Creed Mountain's relationship with Jade Capital Crag was even closer than Golden Court Mountain's, they similarly had no idea about this matter, as they could only guess and discuss it in private. However, this did not affect Broad Creed Mountain's interactions with Bai Tao. When the two sides met, Xue Fei and Bai Tao greeted each other first. Behind Bai Tao were his current disciples, as well as the leaders of the other local forces in the west region of the sky beyond heaven. Afterwards, they all went up together to greet the current chief of the Broad Creed Mountain, Su Fei. After greeting each other, both parties walked into the main hall together. Many people had already arrived in the hall. They were seated under the hospitality of Golden Court Mountain's disciples, waiting quietly for the ceremony to begin. Bai Tao's gaze swept over, and he saw his fellow disciple Wang Pu, representing the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, to attend the ceremony. When the two sides met, they naturally had to reminisce about the past. "You're about to break through." Bai Tao looked at Wang Pu and sighed. "I'm still not there yet. However, the immortal tribulation is different from the human immortal realm to the true immortal realm. At least there's no risk." Wang Pu shook his head lightly as he looked at Bai Tao. Bai Tao, however, saw through his unfinished intentions and calmly replied, "I'm still not good enough. I'm not even 50% sure." "You're still young." "It's fine," Wang Pu said. Bai Tao smiled. "If I can't get past this, 100 years or 1,000 years won't make a difference." In terms of the lifespan of a peak martial saint, Bai Tao was naturally still considered young. Of the 10 exalts of the world beyond worlds that year, besides Chen Qianhua, he and the northwestern exalt Lien Zilin had been the youngest. However, there were many supreme martial sages who had wasted their time here and were unable to push open the immortal door at the end of their lifespans. There were also many supreme martial sages who had risked their lives to pass the mortal tribulation and perished. In the world beyond worlds, other than the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the positions of the exalts of 10 territories had all changed more than once. The number of people who died in battle was actually less than those who died of old age. Hearing this, Wang Pu nodded lightly and did not say anything. The lifespans of human exalts were far shorter than that of true immortals, while the lifespans of martial practitioners of the 9th level of the martial saint realm beneath the human exalt realm were similarly shorter than that of human exalts. There were also many people who died at this stage. Seeing this, Feng Moyang sighed with emotion. On the path of the martial Dao, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Those who could overcome all obstacles along the way were few and far between. Within the Broad Creed Mountain, there were very few people of the older generation who still had the drive to continue advancing. Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan had successfully ascended to the human exalt realm. However, it was still unknown whether they could pass the mortal tribulation. As for the other senior expert, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing's master, Fu Enshu, although she had also ascended to the immortal bridge, her improvement speed had started to slow down in recent years. It wasn't a problem for her 2 disciples to surpass her. Fu Enshu had always believed that disciples should surpass their masters. The problem was that she had a tendency of not having enough stamina. Fu Enshu's age was still young compared to the lifespan of her current realm. There was still hope for her to continue improving. However, as her improvement speed slowed down, as time passed, there would be a day when she would no longer be young and her potential would be exhausted. Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing had surpassed her. However, she didn't have the confidence to catch up to or even surpass her master, Yuan Jingfeng. In the broad Creed Mountain, Fu Enshu was one of the most diligent people in cultivating. However, it would be very difficult for her to reach Yuan Jingfeng's height. Just like Bai Tao and Wang Pu, it was also very difficult for them to catch up to their master, Yu Jinbei. As for Feng Moyang, he might have to face the same helplessness one day in the future. However, the path of pursuing the Tao was often so cruel and unreasonable. From another perspective, Yan Zhaoge and the others, the peak experts of Taoism, and even many people including Feng Moyang, were trying their best to change this world in order to resist the cruel rules of nature. They wanted to broaden and smooth the path of the martial art practitioners in this world. Thinking about this, Feng Moyang smiled slightly. I will go to meet Chief Chao with Taoist Bai and Taoist Wang. Su Fei turned his head and said, Feng Moyang and the other martial art practitioners of the broad Creed Mountain all nodded and saw the three of them off. When Su Fei and the others entered the secluded room, they saw that other than Chao Jia, there were already a few people sitting inside. One of them was none other than Yan Zhaoge. Senior apprentice brother Su, you guys are a bit late, Yan Zhaoge said with a smile. Su Fei smiled and shook his head. I'm a bit late to deal with the matters of the sect. He cupped his hands towards Chao Jia and said, Please forgive me, senior. It doesn't matter. It's still early. Chao Jia naturally wouldn't mind. Su Fei had long known that Yan Zhaoge would come here to congratulate Chao Jia and discuss something with him. Of course, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't show up at the ceremony later. In order to avoid overshadowing the host, they would meet here in private. Besides Yan Zhaoge, there were also the brocade emperor Fu Yunqi, Lu Jinggu, who had pushed open the door to immortality earlier than Chao Jia, and Gao Shuobo of the roving Jade Heavens. Bai Tao and Wang Pu were also aware of this. They greeted Yan Zhaoge and the others with their usual expressions. After sitting down, they continued their previous conversation. Yan Zhaoge looked at Chao Jia and asked, Senior, I know that your lineage is of the grand, clear, direct lineage. However, about the Taoist Way Heavenly Ancestor, is there any other clue in Golden Court Mountain? Everyone knew that Golden Court Mountain's lineage was of the grand, clear, direct lineage. It was just a coincidence that the name of the mountain and the Tao arena of the Taoist Way Heavenly Ancestor of the Jade, clear bigwig, the Taoist Way Heavenly Ancestor of the Golden Court Mountain. Still, Yan Zhaoge still had to confirm it now, not letting go of any possibility. After all, in the ancient era of the investitures of the gods, the immortal ending ancient sword of the immortal exterminating 4 swords had been obtained by the Taoist Way Heavenly Ancestor after the immortal exterminating formation had been broken. Chapter 1547. My Golden Court Mountain's geographical name is the same as the Jade, clear lord of the Taoist Way's Tao arena. It was a coincidence. However, after the world beyond worlds was established, the locals of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory gradually increased their population. Thus, this mountain was named by the locals, answered Chao Jia. Still, perhaps due to fate, after our lineage had been founded, our senior founder had found some remnants of the Lord of Taoist Attainment's cave manor, Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave, when he was roaming the endless void outside. Yan Zhaoge quietly listened to Chao Jia's words. He had already heard about it from others. However, he still listened to Chao Jia's explanation. Unfortunately, the remnants were only a corner of the cave manor. Moreover, it was in ruins and nothing was left behind. Chao Jia shook his head. Yan Zhaoge pondered and asked, If that's the case, only a corner of the cave manor was left. That's right. Chao Jia sighed. The senior grandmaster was grateful for the fact that they shared the same name. Since we're all of the 3 clear lineage, he brought the remnant fragments back to the world beyond worlds and merged it with my Golden Court Mountain. Now, it's a part of my Golden Court Mountain. This was also the reason why the world beyond worlds Golden Court Mountain had never changed its name. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a while and said, Can I go to the original location of the remnant later? I hope Senior Chao won't blame me for being rude. Of course, you can, answered Chao Jia. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Then he looked at everyone and said, the immortal exterminating four swords are undoubtedly crucial to our grand plan of reviving Taoism. If any of you have any clues, please provide them to me. Everyone nodded. Gao Shuabwa said, although we have two swords, it's best to leave one behind if we're going to search for it again. The might of the immortal exterminating formation wasn't only something Yan Zhaoga and the orthodox Taoism desired. If the other major forces had the chance to obtain it, they wouldn't hesitate to do so as well. Nie Jingxin entering the 9 underworlds might bring about a calamity. The immortal exterminating formations diagram might fall into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Although Nie Jingxin participated in the establishment of the immortal exterminating formation and didn't obtain all of it, Zhang Buxu had perished in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds might not possess the complete immortal exterminating formations diagram. However, the world was unpredictable. If something were to happen, the immortal exterminating formation would be preserved within the awakened sky cosmos. At least, the immortal exterminating formation wouldn't be restored. Yan Zhaoga nodded silently. Wang Pu said softly, every 49 years, do you want to delay it a little? Otherwise, outsiders might be able to figure out the time pattern. There's no need. Bai Tao shook his head and said, first of all, time waits for no man. Our 2 enemies are currently locked in a fierce battle and can't spare too much energy on our side. It's convenient for us to act now. If we delay for a few more years, who knows when our enemies will call a truce again? This matter was related to the immortal court, and Wang Pu's current cultivation was still a step away from the exalt stage. Therefore, Bai Tao didn't want to reveal everything. His words were rather vague. However, it was enough for Wang Pu, who was helping Yu Jinbei manage the matters of the Jade Capital Crag on a daily basis, to understand what he meant. Almost 50 years. Wang Pu nodded lightly. The great war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had been going on for many years. The peak of the war could be as short as a few years or as long as a few decades, and as long as a few decades. Whether or not the war would ease would depend on the specific situation. Counting from the time when Yan Zhaoga had separated from the world beyond worlds, they had already fought for 20 years. After that, due to Mahamiri's unexpected intervention, the 2 sides were already close to a truce. However, due to the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and the Humanly Essence Stone's information, the flames of war burned even more intensely until now. Secondly, after we obtained the immortal trapping sword, our enemies didn't pay any more attention to us. This meant that they had already predicted that our art wouldn't be usable for a short period of time, and that it would require a longer period of time before we could use it again. Bai Tao sighed and said, how can a Tao ancestor's capability be underestimated? With the first time, it can already be calculated that it wouldn't be usable for a short period of time. Even if we can't calculate the exact time of the second time, as long as the second time succeeds, the actual time interval would no longer be a secret. He and Wang Pu were of the same sect. Naturally, Wang Pu wouldn't mind his subtle reminder. Yes, although it's a brand new art, it still originated from the heavens and Earth's great Tao. If we could really find the 3rd sword and wait for the final sword, even if our enemies are currently fighting, they might call a truce and wait for us, said Yan Zhaoga with a smile. Unfortunately, he leaned against the back of his chair and patted his head. The eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor still perished. Everyone present let out a sigh upon hearing his words. In the past, Yan Zhaoga and the Incongruence Divine Mother had jointly released fake news to attract the 2 heretics. Never would they have thought that the fake news would turn into reality under such a coincidence. They really obtained clues regarding the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. To Yan Zhaoga and the others, the good news was that the 2 heretics had indeed started fighting again. This allowed orthodox Taoism to have more time to rest and have more space to move around. However, there was another bad news. When the results came out, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, one of the three heavyweights of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and the most ancient Heavenly Lord, had already perished. In terms of time, it should be around the time of the Great Calamity. This result naturally made everyone in Taoism sigh. At least it proves that the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor isn't the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Lu Jinggu avoided Wang Pu and said to everyone else via sound transmission, Yen Zhaoge, and the others nodded in agreement. It also proves that both the fake Taoists and the fake Buddhas view the humanly essence stone highly. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yinqi, also sent a sound transmission. Moreover, the newly obtained fragment requires some time to take effect. Very few items were left behind by the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord's place of death. The most eye-catching item was the humanly essence stone fragment that belonged to the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Due to this fragment, an intense war erupted between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha personally took action. As the war grew more intense, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas demon race joined in as well. In the end, the blessed lands of the White Lotus emerged victorious and obtained the humanly essence stone fragment. However, this didn't signify the end of the war. On the contrary, the war became even more intense. Especially the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the two Tao realm bigwigs. To them, the concept of time had already become blurry. 10,000 years were akin to an instant, and an instant was akin to 10,000 years. However, in the outside world, close to 50 years had already passed. It was precisely because of this that Yen Zhaoge and the others noticed something amiss. Naturally, the future Buddha wouldn't be unable to refine a single humanly essence stone fragment within 50 years. However, it was clear that he couldn't accomplish it in a short period of time. Under the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's interference, this period of time was extended indefinitely. As a result, he still couldn't succeed even now. As such, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, who still had hope, continued to fight against the future Buddha and continued to fight for the fragment. Chapter 1548. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and even the Western Pure Lands had fought against the demon race until now. Naturally, Yen Zhaoge and the others were happy to see this. However, as Bai Tao had said, it was hard to predict when the flames of war would subside. Let's focus on our own matters first. Yen Zhaoge exhaled lightly and said to Chao Jie, I'm really sorry for holding you up for so long. Today was supposed to be the day. We congratulate you. Chao Jie shook his head. It's fine. Despite his words, Yen Zhaoge still ended the conversation. Chao Jie and the others got up and walked outside to meet the other guests. Yen Zhaoge naturally wouldn't show himself now, leaving the stage to Chao Jie. Gao Shueb was slowed down and said to Yen Zhaoge, My mother and father have already left seclusion a few days ago. If there are any results from the sword ritual, we can depart any time. Yen Zhaoge nodded and asked, How senior apprentice sister you? I haven't been able to head to the roving Jade Heavens recently. She hasn't awakened yet. Gao Shueb sighed. Her injuries were too severe. While the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture is sharp and killing, it has the opposite effect in little Ye's current situation. It's not beneficial for her recovery. Yen Zhaoge also sighed. He was similarly aware of this logic. Still, no matter how difficult the situation was, it wouldn't be any worse than Ying Yuzhen's. After comforting Gao Shuebua, Yen Zhaoge stopped and watched them leave. Then he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. As Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes, the originally bright room suddenly turned dim and hazy. Space and time were blurry as if chaos had descended. Within this blurry scene, Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes after closing them for a moment. As he opened his eyes, the room didn't become bright. Only a dim light seemed to have lit up. This light resembled a candle flame in the dark night. It looked extremely dim and weak, swaying as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. After a long time he raised his brows. Looking for it out of thin air, there's nothing of value. I need some clues. Yen Zhaoge had already started cultivating in the primordial heavenly scripture of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures. With the other 9 heavenly scriptures gathered, Yen Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture had also improved greatly. The more Yen Zhaoge analyzed the concept within the origin heavenly scripture, the more he felt like there seemed to be a formless ceiling above his head that was getting closer and closer to him. The higher one's cultivation level was, the stronger the effect of the primordial heavenly tome would be. However, the primordial heavenly tome was not omnipotent. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more obvious this effect would be. Otherwise, Yun Zhongzi, who was a grand heavenly immortal, wouldn't have perished. The higher the level of a cultivator, the clearer they would be able to see the existences that were lower than them. It was as if there were no secrets to speak of. The past could be seen clearly, and the future, though complicated, was relatively clear. However, for those at a higher level, there were naturally fewer valuable items. For example, Yen Zhaoge was currently paying attention to existences like the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal ending sword. It would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to find them. The origin heavenly scripture would trace even the slightest bit of relevant traces and continuously expand, making it impossible for anything to hide. On the other hand, existences like the 4 immortal exterminating swords would, to a large extent, destroy the traces they left in space and time. If I don't use the origin heavenly scripture as my foundation, the effect would still be lacking. Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes and lightly rubbed his temples. The gloominess within the sanctum gradually faded away, and everything returned to its original state. Time slowly flowed by. Yen Zhaoge's state of mind was at peace. He closed his eyes and rested until he felt the hustle and bustle outside slowly fading away. After a while, Chao Jie and the others returned to the sanctum. Bai Tao and Lu Jinggu left first and returned to the western and northern regions, respectively. The others would return to the Broad Creed mountain range together with Yen Zhaoge. After the ceremony ended, under Chao Jie's lead, Yen Zhaoge went to the Lord of the Taoist Way's Dao Arena ruins, which was moved back by the Golden Court Mountain's Grand Master. The ruins had already fused with the Golden Court Mountain itself. It was just a corner of the cave manor, which didn't seem to have anything special about it. However, within Yen Zhaoge's pupils, a green radiance faintly flickered. Within his mind, a scene that was different from the real world appeared. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge felt as if he had jumped out of the river of time and was going against the current. Light shimmered in front of his eyes, with scenes flashing by rapidly. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, bringing Yen Zhaoge back to the time of the great calamity. As the scenery changed, a beautiful treasure mountain appeared in Yen Zhaoge's vision. Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave. Yen Zhaoge understood. He knew that this was the Lord of the Taoist Way's Dao Arena before the cave manor was destroyed. However, very quickly, the great calamity that Yen Zhaoge had always engraved in his heart arrived. Compared to the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository, the scene was much more tragic. The sky seemed to have shattered like porcelain, and the earth seemed to have turned into dust. As the wind and cloud surged, while not much blood seemed to have been spilled, millions of life forms had already perished. Rays of radiance seemed to flash through space, causing Yen Zhaoge to be unable to see them clearly. Not only that, within the radiance, there seemed to be more than one gaze looking at Yen Zhaoge, looking at him who was outside and had come in reverse. Grand heavenly immortal realm. Yan Zhaoge was not surprised, nor did he force it. He retracted his gaze, just doing his best to observe the changes in Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave. He could not see what had happened, nor could he see the battle scenes. He could not see who the destroyer was, could not see the Lord of the Taoist Way, and could not see the immortal ending sword. Yet, this famed blessed land of immortals that had still been beautiful a moment ago had already been reduced to ruins a moment later. Beneath the great tribulation that affected the heavens and earth and extinguished the great thousand worlds, even the ruins gradually disintegrated, breaking into pieces. Those unfathomable radiances had already vanished, with only nothingness left before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. The scenes of destruction extended into the distance. Yan Zhaoge no longer paid attention to this, instead focusing his attention on those shattered ruins. Numerous fragments were tossed into the distance. Yan Zhaoge felt like he was on one of them, drifting away along with the fragments of the ruins. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he stared intently at a few fragments, until the radiance before his eyes wavered, as if he had sunk into the river of time once more. As his consciousness returned, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes before opening them again, the jade-green radiance within them vanishing. "How is it?" Seeing this, Chao Jie and the others immediately asked. "I cannot see the Taoist Way Grandmaster and the immortal ending sword." Still, Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before saying, "The Taoist Way Grandmaster is very likely to have perished in the great calamity like the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster. There are still some gains. While it cannot directly lead us to the immortal ending sword, if we can find a few places, there might be some relics of the Taoist Way Grandmaster that can assist me in performing a sacrificial sword and executing a secret art, making use of the immortal slaughtering and immortal trapping swords to find the immortal ending sword." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Let's try and see if we can find the immortal exterminating sword first. If there are any clues, we can also look for the relics of the Taoist Way Grandmaster along the way."